The England Hockey Super Sixes of 2025. Matter of the backboard, take your player out, and Chloe Brown makes sure that's not the case. It finishes semi-final 1 in the Super Sixes. East Grinstead 8, Sutton Coldfield 1. Second semi-final in the England Hockey Super Sixes. Difficult to defend, great ball across, Mason finishes past Woods, and Buckingham have a response. Oh, lovely finish from Holcombe. In response, doesn't score. Surbiton are going to the final.
First men's semi-final. He scored it himself. A resounding win for Wimbledon, who will go into this afternoon's men's final.
We've got one more semi-final to go here at the Derby Arena. Australian, and it's 1-0 East Grinstead. Oh, lovely finish on the reverse. And old Georgians are going to another final. The England Hockey Super Sixes final of 2025. Surbiton are back to 4-3. East Grinstead again are the Super Six champions. Brown and East Grinstead do it again. They win the Super Sixes final of the men's Super Sixes. Glorious reverse stick, threaded ball through Ogunlana. Like a cricketer playing a beautiful cover drive. Because old Georgians have done it again. They've won back-to-back Super Six titles. Victors in the England Hockey Super Six competition for 2025. Well, hello and welcome to Derby Arena. It's England Hockey's big day in the 2026 version, and blimey, have we got some fabulous games across one of the most intense days of hockey that you will see. My name's Dan Strange. Alongside me today, joining me for the action to take us through a hockey guru, an indoor hockey guru, Andy Halliday. Now, Andy, we've got an amazing semi-final to come first of all in the women's competition at 10:30, Sutton Coldfield against Holcombe. This is how it looks throughout the day. East Grinstead, last year's champions, play Surbiton in the second semi-final. Old Georgians play Oxted, and Surbiton play Wimbledon in the men's and open semi-finals. What's your expectations for those four semi-finals as we go through the morning?
Well, we will see thrills and spills. It's a six-a-side version of our outdoor game. There'll be goals. I mean, we're looking at sort of an average of, I think, 9 goals per game in the men's league competition that's been played before this, and I think 7 or 8 a game in the women's competition. So we're going to see lots of goals. The other thing, I think, looking at these two semi-finals, Old Georgians, current men's holders, East Grinstead, current women's holders, you'd consider them favourites, I think, looking at this. But it's going to be a day, the games are going to come thick and fast, the goals are going to come thick and fast, and it should be action-filled.
4 quarters, 10 minutes a quarter. There are cards like in outdoor hockey. You can't hit the ball, you can't slap the ball, technically. Any other rules that newbies to the game? Because obviously there's going to be aficionados who follow hockey, follow indoor hockey, love the sport, but I'm hoping as well there may be the odd person that stumbles across this. What are the nuances to this game that we can expect that differ from the outdoor game?
Yeah, a few nuances. Obviously, it's the fact that you cannot lift the ball is an important one, because it means you've got to then be able to eliminate the opposition keeping the ball on the floor. There's also a rule that you will see around, they call it drilling. So if a player is set in front of another player, you can't deliberately play the ball through them. But there'll be lots of nuances through the day. Generally, it's keep the ball on the floor unless you're flicking at goal. Penalty corners, major part of it, the set piece.
Mark the card, 3:40 p.m. this afternoon, Derby Arena. It is, of course, a velodrome, and during half times and quarter times, they normally have cycling going around the velodrome. Is unbelievable. 3:40 p.m. women's final. We wait to see who will make their way into there. 5:10 p.m. in the open men's final. Who will it be from Old Georgians and Oxted? Old Georgians would be the firm favourites in that semi-final. Surbiton against Wimbledon. Wimbledon come here without some major names. The likes of Jack Turner miss out this time, and Andy. Big injuries as well for Wimbledon. They're weak in terms of numbers, not necessarily in terms of quality.
They are but they've got this pedigree, I think, for playing indoor hockey. Obviously, champions previous years, so they bring this pedigree with them. That Southwest London battle will be something special between those two teams.
It will be. Coming up first, though, first place from the Women's League, Sutton Coldfield on the perimeter of Birmingham, of course, against Holcombe, who finished fourth. The team from Kent looking to upset the apple cart here, because Sutton Coldfield, they're a bit old school. They go about things in their own way. How can Holcombe upset them today?
Well, it's very much, I won't say young v old, it's inexperienced v experienced. As we look at that Sutton Coldfield lineup there is so much experience in there.
Sally Walton, bronze medalist in 2012. Look out as well for the likes of Vicky Walford. She's a very, very experienced player within that, as you suggested, older category. And there is then a lot of quality throughout the team. Enya Collier, who played for Ireland indoor as well. This is a team who, as you said, have the experience against a younger Holcombe side. The likes of Abby Cox in goal. He's actually in the armed forces. Betty Cannon, Boadicea Cannon, as she's known, on the bench. As well in their starting six, Robin Hodges, Tilly Butterworth, Alex Sackett, Layla Davids of South Africa, of course, and Bethan Hodges.
Yeah, and a team full of flair, youth and flair, against the team who brings so much experience to the game.
They do. Come with the Hulk leading the way. Holcombe, a team who, of course, had strong wins against Buckingham, who got relegated, Harleston Magpies and Slough as well. That is a fabulous mascot for Holcombe, coming out onto the pitch for this team.
Well, we've seen some mascots in our time, haven't we? That's takes the biscuit. He's pepping up the Holcombe players there with some high fives.
Surely it should be green, though.
Can he or she see, do you think, through that?
And here, in their pink, led by Vicky Walford, come Sutton Coldfield. I believe that's Vicky Walford's son alongside her, I think. Came into the venue together earlier on. And they're ready to take on Holcombe. Can the league winners, qualified top of the pile, get through an awkward semi-final? It's always an awkward semi-final when you're facing fourth. Fourth place have essentially nothing to lose.
No, they haven't. And chatting to the Holcombe coach, Richard Lane, earlier, he was telling me that last year they missed out. They just needed a point, the final league day. So qualification comes from the Premier Division, the top four come here. And the final league day last year, Holcombe needed 1 point, and they didn't get a point, and they failed to qualify. This year, it was down to the final day once again, and they might have sneaked through the back door, finishing in fourth place. But the energy and skill and front foot nature of the way that they play will be a real challenge for this Sutton Coldfield team.
We haven't really mentioned her much, but Sally Walton, 2 years ago, she picked up a horrendous injury. She sat on the bench just down by Andy and I and looked up to us and gave a sign that suggested she wasn't going to play anymore. And that was during the first semi-final. She's playing for Buckingham, if I remember rightly. She will be crucial today because she has so much knowledge of the game and ability as well, of course.
Yeah, she does. She comes in as the Sutton top scorer with 11 goals. 79 appearances in this competition. She was a major loss to the competition when a hamstring problem 2 years ago. She's become very much part of the furniture of this event.
2 years ago, Slough were here. Last year, Buckingham were here. Neither of them are here this time. Evolution of the indoor game?
Evolution. I was very surprised to see Buckingham relegated this year. A similar sort of setup to Sutton Coldfield. A lot of experience, a lot of quality. They've been there before.
We're nearly ready to go. It is the pink and blue as Sally Walton stretches off just down to the left of us. The pink and blue of Sutton Coldfield, who finished top in the women's competition, heading into this Super Six's final day. Hockey's big day in against Holcombe. the Kent team, all in black. Welcome along to the action. My name's Dan Strange. Andy Halliday alongside me, and Andy. Sally Walton with an important touch there, just moving it beyond Lila Davids. Davids down low, scurrying.
Well, you can see the intent straight away from this Holcombe team, getting on the front foot, realising that if they press high, then that's going to provide their opportunity.
Caught out briefly, Robin Hodges, one or two Hodges on the Holcombe team. Ricky Walford steps up briefly. There goes Holcombe's way, and immediately the ball cut out by Parkinson Mills. Still on the ball left-hand side. Davids stooping low again. Back to Walton it comes.
Yeah, Sarah Parkinson Mills, another experienced member of this team. Joined from Slough.
Have to change colour. Slough, another famous pink team. Walton down the line. Clever movement. And you can see essentially quarterback type status for Sally Walton. She will be the linchpin, moving the ball, trying to draw Holcombe out and then injecting the pace through the literal ball pace.
Yes, generally in indoor hockey you tend to see where teams are set up with six behind the ball, it's very, very difficult to penetrate. So you'll see a lot of counter-attack opportunity. So the ball turned over maybe in the middle of the pitch, but you'd expect a cagey opening really from these two teams.
Walton under a lot of pressure there, and she nearly coughed up the ball to Saka, but instead holds on to it.
A little nuance on the rules there. You're probably thinking, well, why don't they just pin Sally Walton in on the boards there and not let her out? Well, you can't do that. You've got to give the player on the ball a route out.
Into the circle it goes, picked up by Mason. Good save. In goal, Abby Cox.
Charlene Mason there shooting low. That Cox's sort of left kicker. She got to that.
Patience from Tilly Butterworth. Butterworth moves the ball across to the right-hand side. The England under-21 player Butterworth.
Yeah, Tilly Butterworth, the top scorer in the league for Holcombe with 9 goals. Experience with Repton.
Patience again from Holcombe. Butterworth playing eyes up hockey, moving it in quickly to Bethan Hodges.
This is what you'll tend to see. Sutton Coldfield traditionally will sit a little bit deeper. They'll ask the opposition to come onto them. They'll restrict the space they can play in.
You talk about Butterworth being Holcombe's top scorers. It's well picked up by Charlene Mason. Moved on to Parkinson Mills, who goes on to the reverse stick, but shielding given. The umpire moving her arm across the other one, basically a stick block.
Yes, Abby MacArthur very quickly in there to see that.
Apologies, Andy, I didn't reference the umpires
no,
at the start.
Say,
Wales is Abby MacArthur and England's Sophie Parker.
Yeah.
There are fabulous umpires today. And the reserve for this one is Mia Dewing.
Abby MacArthur, who's has her experience. She came straight from the European Championships 2 weeks ago in Prague, where she was umpired the final, actually. And was also at the World Cup in Croatia last year. Very, very high quality umpire, and Sophie Parker at the other end experienced as well.
Cox saves well. Parkinson Mills with the shot, and then I thought she was going to get a penalty corner there, but no. Away come Holcombe. And that's wide of the mark, just.
Great
work, warning shot
great
from
work
Holcombe.
from Evie Younger down those right boards, stepped up. Nice little steal. Evie Younger, England under 18, and a real indoor talent.
Walford. Ball forward picked up by Beaton. Molly Beaton.
So there's a lovely connection with Molly Beaton. So you see that ball is bounced into the circle there, but lovely. Molly Beaton's mother is a very, very famous hockey player.
Younger, quicker.
Jane Sixsmith, who, of course, MBE.
One of the legends of the
absolutely
British game, the international game, in fact.
And I think was part of this team that won So Sutton Coldfield last won this competition the 1986-87 season, a long, long time ago. And I think she was playing, actually. She would have been 20.
Evie Smith it was that just deflected the ball off the end of the court pitch. Bethan Hodges with the initial pass.
Sally Walton, the coaching at Royal Grammar School, Worcester.
Here comes Smith once more. Free hit given. Be warned, Andy. Betty Cannon just down below us, wearing number 3, but she's got 2 in her skort. She's actually number 3, which is Betty Cannon. Boadicea Cannon. Give her a full name. And she's going to get the ball here on the left-hand side. Just got her first touch slightly wrong. Under pressure from Molly Beaton, who we just mentioned.
Not a lot of Boadiceas on the hockey circuit. Have you come across that name before?
Not in terms of hockey. The statue in London with the spikes sticking out the wheels, yes. But oh, now the slip for poor Betty Cannon. Not the time to slip like she did.
So
corner.
The long corner in indoor hockey, another little nuance. The ball goes to halfway. Good touch.
It's the funny nuance there is in outdoor hockey at minis level, and I know they don't normally broadcast much about minis hockey. My minis team are playing this morning over in Reading and in South Berkshire, and they play their long corners from exactly the same position, on halfway in line where it goes out. So that's the one crossover between indoor and outdoor in that way. It literally is pick it up from where it went out onto halfway, and that's why Betty Cannon could set outside of the circle like she did. Davids wants the ball down the line.
Yeah, that rule was actually changed. I think it was probably, I reckon it was about 10, possibly 15 years ago, when actually there were no long corners in indoor hockey.
Yeah.
The ball came off a defender or the goalkeeper, then it was a 9-metre push from the back. So it's a positive change for me, I think, because it means that you tend to see, because attacking teams know they'll keep possession, they will try and shoot at goal from narrow angles because they know the ball's going to come off the keeper and go behind, and they'll keep the ball.
Susan Wood. It's the ball back to Collier. Free hit given. The Irish international straight back into defence, but didn't give any yards at all. Has to give 3 there. Gave no meterage at all, and that's why Holcombe get the restart. Butterworth again, the Harvard player. University. There's so many talented English, especially female players, Andy, taking advantage of the scholarships and the opportunities, and there are vast opportunities in America at the moment. As Enya Collier goes forward again. Reverse stick flick across goal and just wide of the mark. Well, nerves in goal for Abby Cox.
Well, just into the last 2 minutes of this first quarter, and Sutton Coldfield just shading this at the moment.
As we say that, Tilly Tillings, all the way back to Dale. Dale spins her way out across former Knoll Park player.
That's a good run from Dale. The run from left to right.
Just, Andy, talk to me about it. We saw it there. The game just opened up momentarily for Susan Wood. How will the game change as time goes on and stamina becomes an issue for any teams throughout today?
Well, teams they've got a squad of 12, so 2 goalkeepers, 10 field players, 6 on the pitch at any one time. Some teams will rotate a lot, so you'll see a lot of substitutions being made. Others will stick with a senior group, if you like, 6 or 7 who'll play the majority. There are 2 things really. The first thing is you tend to play on adrenaline on days like today, because this is a big event in the hockey calendar, and that keeps you going. But the other thing is, yes, the game will get more and more open as we go.
Walford, lovely ball cutting across. And I will just say, you clearly, if you're watching this, if you're hearing this, you're watching on the England Hockey YouTube channel. But if you live within the vicinity, and I mean, the final of the men's an open competition is what, 5:10 p.m. tonight. If you live close enough to make it down to Derby Arena, there are still tickets available on the England Hockey website to come and watch some fabulous indoor hockey. As the drive by Charlene Mason, long corner given by umpire MacArthur, and Wolford again steps across and will take her time here, the former Birmingham University team captain. That's a very good tackle indeed.
And that was the drill. We spoke about it earlier with the defender set there, with that shot going at goal. But with the defender set, you can't play the ball through the body of the defender. And the shot coming in. So from Enya Collier.
At the end of the first quarter, it is Sutton Coldfield 0, Holcombe 0. It's been a quarter where the two teams are just working each other out, Andy, and working out how they can stamp their authority on the game. If it was a boxing match, I think you'd feel that Sutton Coldfield probably won the first round on points. Is that a fair reflection?
Yes, they've had the lion's share of possession. Interesting to see that the game opens up when the teams attack down the left foot of the defender or outside the left foot of the defender. So I think Charlene Mason for Sutton Coldfield attacking down that right-hand side, trying to open out that Holcombe defence, and for Holcombe, Dale finding space, running left to right with the ball. So that's the thing. Can you attack the backhand of the defender?
Charlene Mason will restart. Sally Walton sets herself, as Andy referenced earlier. She works at RGS Royal Grammar School in Worcester.
I think there are a load. She was saying there's a load of them going to be here today watching her.
Of course, the Royal Grammar Schools tend to be very good at hockey generally. Newcastle and High Wycombe are very good at rugby, as Worcester would be as well. Walton it is, down the line. Collected by Parkinson Mills on the reverse, pulls it back towards Charlene Mason. Now Walton, that's a great example of how a defender can be really offensively aggressive, just stepping through and not offering anything. Evie Smith comes forward, wins the free hit, and Holcombe there, Andy, dealt with that well, despite how Sally Walton positioned herself in mid-court.
Yeah, they did. They're protecting the middle. They're defending well. The big thing about indoor hockey is you've got to protect the middle of the pitch. Allow the team to play down the outside. You can't lift the ball over sticks. So once it gets into the corners, it's very, very difficult to get anything out of it as an attacking team. So you've got to recycle it, get it back out, start again. Try and penetrate the middle of the pitch. As you can see Holcombe here, the way that they've set up, they've got Evie Smith in the middle of the pitch there. So trying to open up this Sutton Coldfield defence.
Very good from Walford into Emma McCabe. McCabe, oh, it was dribbling towards the bottom corner. It's dealt with well by the captain, Robin Hodges, and it goes back stick against Sutton Coldfield. Andy, you know I like a daft question, and please bear with me, I do know the answer to this. Indoor hockey, pitch or court? This is for people that may never have watched, of course. The ball just lifting up and going Holcombe's way.
Pitch.
It's a pitch.
It's a pitch for me, I think.
I would agree with you on
a court is for badminton, one-to-one, maybe doubles, but for me this is a pitch. Hockey pitch outdoors, hockey pitch indoors.
Completely agree. The only reason I asked it is, of course, people watching at home may think, well, basketball's on a court, it's not on a pitch. There's the turn from Evie Smith. She looks lively. Parkinson Mills caught in possession by the younger player. And she moves it back. And Butterworth, just a little bit pensive in her delivery. Right down in the corner is Younger, waiting for the ball right on the baseline. And just as I say that, she moves even closer to the baseline to really try and drag Sutton Coldfield's defences out.
Ball pace too slow at the moment, both teams. They've that left to right run we spoke about.
And of course, you saw it there with the pitch, as we just defined it as, not being watered as it would be outdoors. The ball can occasionally just stick a touch, as it did for Parkinson Mills, and that's just totally normal in indoor hockey. The touch of the players has to be absolutely perfect.
It does. You have less time in indoor hockey, so the first touch has got to go exactly where you want it to go for the next movement. And currently Holcombe, they're just not moving the ball quick enough.
Error from Bethan Hodges. Chance for Charlene Mason. Line ball was played towards that baseline, and Mason's pass just didn't quite find where she wanted it to go.
So give the receiver of the pass more time. Good use of the boards there, and another double bounce of the boards.
Well played by Saka. Davids, good save. And the save coming from Becky Batsford-Webb. Batsford-Webb, long-term stalwart and veteran of this team.
Yeah, that's the best indoor hockey move that we've seen so far in the game. The double bounce of the boards, really effective. And the Sutton Coldfield zone just pulled a little bit out of shape, which allowed them, Holcombe, to play that ball down the boards and create the shooting chance.
23-year-old Layla Davids, who has World Cup experience, of course, played in the World Cup for South Africa in 2025. Andy, you see European, you see world-level indoor competitions. Where is England within that structure at the moment, and how's the game developing in England? As Davids drives through on the ball. Come back to the question in a moment. Andy is led to goal post and just goes safely out of play of G.
So we have a strong base in indoor hockey here in England. Club and schools are playing from a young age. We don't play internationally. We don't have national teams. We withdrew in 2018, and that was around funding issues and the schedule of the outdoor game with the Pro League and with the amount of competitions there are. I'm a great believer that indoor is a brilliant development tool for outdoor hockey. You get less time, there's more pressure, the skills, the number of touches that you get with the skills on the pitch. And I think when you look at the Europeans who've got ready-made handball pitches and gyms, it's very easy. The infrastructure over there is designed in many ways for indoor hockey. That's where it started in Germany in the 1950s. Our infrastructure, we struggle a bit with it, with bookings and hall bookings, and generally you can't book for a season. Well, they want people to book for a season, they end up booking for a weekend. So that we have a number of challenges, I think, in this country. But as a sport, brilliant, and there is so much enjoyment with this version of the game.
I don't mean to be a pedant, Andy. On our pitch versus court conversation, handball is played on the court. The drive down the line from Beaton.
Yes.
I've actually commentated on handball at Olympic level, which is a bizarre addition to my CV. And I must admit, it took me away from a lot of hockey.
Do you know, when I said that, I said that, Dan, and thought immediately, it's a handball court, isn't it? But,
I love that sort of nuance, Andy, as you know. And Davids picks up the ball. No intention of going forwards there, and none wanted either from Saka. She wasn't looking for the ball at all. Holcombe happy, as we said, just to sit deep on the ball. It remains, at the moment, 3 minutes 13 left in the second quarter, and it's still goalless at the moment. It's a good drive forward. Saka was in there offering.
It's a good tackle from Sophie Manning there. Last-ditch tackle again as she was driving left to right. You feel that this game, we've seen one brilliant move from Holcombe.
Collier, good save. And now a chance to turn defence into attack. Tilly Tillings for Holcombe.
You feel this game needs a little bit of individual brilliance, something to just... Two teams very respectful of each other here, but I think one goal may well really open this up.
It's one of those games, Andy, isn't it, where you said about individual brilliance. It'll either be a piece of individual brilliance or anti-skill that brings the opening in this game, because both teams are trying so hard in front of goal. And there, that one by Tillings, just trying to put any shot on target, which, as we said there, slipped by the goalkeeper, Batsford-Webb, and that could have been the opening, but instead it was off target, and it remains 0-0. Clever ball. Enya Collier through on goal. Great save, and Dale is tripped. But the lifted ball coming off the goalkeeper.
Dale playing that ball in the air, which is why that was given. I thought she controlled that, but kept it on the floor. But Abby McCarthy seeing differently.
And the ball off the goalkeeper, as long as it's safe, it can come down out of the air, as it were, correct?
Yeah, goalkeepers can make natural saves. If they start propelling and kicking the ball in the air into players, that's a little bit different. But it's the reaction of the players around the goalkeeper. So you can't effectively play the ball in the air as it's bouncing.
Parkinson Mills, good save again from Abby Cox, and she rushes out just to block the line to goal for the player McCabe, who shot. Butterworth comes away, weaving. Tillings is up ahead of her. Butterworth wanted the call. Parkinson Mills instead gets hold of the ball and just Sophie Manning for Sutton Coldfield, who sits in the position that Sally Walton has given up for the time being.
Yeah, both teams defending well. The double team defending from Manning and Wolford there, stopping Butterworth.
Not deliberate. If in doubt, get it out. As the
So
Holcombe player hobbles their way off the pitch, and it is Madeline Newitt who exits stage right for Holcombe. Wolford, clever ball, cutting. No movement from Parkinson Mills, who acknowledges she should have made that move.
Yeah, Vicky Wolford playing that ball early. That's what makes the difference. It's the pace on the pass, it's the first touch, and it's also the number of first-time passes that we'll see.
Half-time. And Andy, this is meant to be goals. We promised people goals, goals, goals today, and at the moment, it's a stalemate. It's 0-0. It hasn't been short on action, maybe just slightly short on quality in that final 10% of the pitch.
I think that's a very fair assessment. I think the game is open, so it's not two teams who are defending very deep and closing each other out. It's two teams who are on the front foot. Holcombe a little bit more on the front foot than Sutton Coldfield so far. Sutton Coldfield with more opportunities, probably 4 or 5 shots saved by Abigail Cox. A lot of the shots in the air, Abigail Cox has found it quite easy. They maybe should be shooting a little bit lower, but an open game that really could go either way.
So let's have a look back then, as we see one of the first shots saved again well by Abby Cox. She had a really good game. Mason it was with that shot. And there's been chances.
There has been chances, and yeah, we've seen again that there's a low shot and a save, but it's mainly been in the Holcombe circle. Maybe they look to try and find that extra pass, and this was the move of the game so far for me. The double bounce of the left boards and the shot at goal.
Just going back to that previous chance, I know we're seeing the highlights running through. Should Davids have put the ball back across the goalkeeper, where her player who actually injected the ball to her was? Because Walton's there might have got a stick on the ball, but Walton could deflect that into her own goal, and if she doesn't, she's got a player coming in.
Yeah, quite often you see, and this we spoke earlier about how much we play the game. Quite often we tend to find you will tend to see that in those areas of the circle we are looking for the extra pass. So you're looking for the extra player, maybe to widen the goal, to go on each post for the deflection into the goal. So honours even.
Just to mention, honourable mention, the volunteers. Without them, these type of days, the Super 6 finals, hockey's big day in, wouldn't be able to happen, and there's a cluster of them stood in the middle of the pitch. And it is a crucial role they play, isn't it?
It is. The events would not happen, and whether it's Lee Valley for the Pro League or the internationals down there or our national club finals.
Or the Stoop.
Or the
Euro,
Stoop.
Euro
Well,
Champs 27.
isn't that fantastic news?
Yes. Excited?
I am excited. Euro Hockey Championships.
Euro Champs 27.
Yeah.
Rebranded.
Yeah.
Just to put that in context as well, the Euro Hockey Championships as they were in the past, Euro Hockey Euro Champs 27 as it's been rebranded, is one of the strongest regional championships that there is going. So London, Lee Valley, and then the Stoop in the knockout stages of the competition will literally welcome the creme de la creme. Okay, forget Australia, they're not coming, forget India because they're not in Europe, obviously. But you've got Germany, you've got the Dutch, you've got England, you've got the real creme de la creme of Spain. Don't forget Max Caldas. Max will be on to me, having a go if he's listening, if I don't mention him. It really is. It's the most sellable event what we've had since the 2018 World Cup in this country.
It is, and I remember when the Pro League went to Harlequins, and they laid the pitch there for the last Pro League game.
2019.
I think we played New Zealand. Great Britain played New Zealand the year before the Olympics were due to be held. But what an impressive event! Big crowd, loads of hospitality, and a real bubbly atmosphere around the whole day. And you know, the atmosphere at somewhere like the Stoop, Harlequins Rugby Club, is going to be fantastic for that event.
It's a bit like today. It's hockey trying to sell itself. If hockey doesn't try to sell itself, it will not step forward in line with other sports. And this event, if you've never been down to Derby, and you know, social media throws up people that are for events and against events, but this is hockey trying to put on a big show. The idea of the Stoop as well is hockey going, hang on a sec, let's take ourselves out of our comfort zone. Let's not be at Lee Valley where we're used to, where everyone expects a certain style and brand. Let's go somewhere different, let's raise it up a level. I think for the sport in general, if you look at places like India, where they build stadiums like Rourkela, the Birsa Munda, that's trying to step outside the box. This is England's version of it.
Yes, and coming back to here we are in Derby, the fact that we are going around the country so hockey fans can see. There's plenty of pink there. The Sutton Coldfield supporters from their club. But
you would expect that, it's only up the road.
Yeah, but I'm sure we'll see later on those teams that come from around London are going to bring a fair old following as well. The EG faithful,
they're opposite,
as they're known.
Yeah, they're just there watching on. Welcome back to the action. Half-time is done and dusted, and it is Holcombe in the black nil against Sutton Coldfields, who finished first in the league stages of the Premier Division overall. Nil. The fourth place team may have been under pressure, but they're definitely holding their own, Andy, and they equally could have stolen a goal as Butterworth just plays the ball across.
Yes, they
to
are.
And
having lost the league challenge between these two, 2-1 to Sutton.
Ball back from Collier. Return.
Advantage being played
By
there.
McCabe. Penalty corner given. First penalty corner you've seen.
Yeah, so that ball just popping up off the defender. And Sophie Parker, they're trying to play the advantage. Doesn't accrue. So penalty corner given. Now, Sally Walton, top scorer, is for Sutton with 11 goals. I would expect her to flick low and hard. Probably to the keeper's left.
She sits equal on 11.
Trademark.
From the league stages with Victoria McCabe of Clifton Robinsons. Just a couple ahead of Butterworth on the other team here. Now that goes wrong off the top, and Walton doesn't even get the opportunity. The players obviously get rid of the protective gear, which even more important potentially in indoor than outdoor protective gear on the line for the defenders, Andy.
Yes, it is, yeah. And the penalty corner defence, yeah, it's as important as penalty corner attack. As a coach, I would be absolutely pulling my hair out there after that. You've got to get the injection right, you've got to get the stop right, and the stop. How many hours you spend practicing penalty corners time after time. Few opportunities, and that's one that's wasted.
It's a Parkinson Mills ball for Sutton Coldfields. The top of the circle, Parkinson Mills still going.
Again, we're seeing the same sort of pattern to the game as we saw in the first half here, with Sutton Coldfield with the majority of possession, trying to build scoring opportunities.
Collier nearly finds Walton, who overran it slightly and now finds herself out of position, but immediately her attention turns to being the centre forward and then just drifts back. Of course, you mentioned earlier Sutton Coldfield and Jane Six-Smith winning in '87, Andy. It was, of course, their only indoor national title.
It was, yeah, nearly 40 years ago. I mean, they've been resurgent.
How many did you win in the end?
Years.
Sorry that I can't remember.
8.
8 indoor titles.
8 in 11 years, yeah. We were quite dominant through that period.
Work by
St
Butterworth.
Albans team. But different venue. We never played here. It was always it was either Sobel Centre, Islington, and Crystal Palace on a Friday night. slightly different sort of atmosphere.
I remember watching a different event, but the school version at Crystal Palace. Kate Richardson, Kate Walsh as she was back then, playing back in about 1993, 1994. A 5-hour gap in the day, and me and my father went off to watch Crystal Palace Leeds. Neither of the teams we support, but just to get out, having watched, what, 5 matches during the day or something like that. Walton really was a fabulous venue, as this Derby Arena is very different, and Manning will restart for Sutton Coldfield.
Yeah, they certainly originally Crystal Palace was, they used to have the women's competition, the men's competition separately, with one Friday night, one Saturday, and quite rightly so, wanted to get the 2 competitions together.
Younger, oh, it just clipped up off Manning. Good save by the goalkeeper, and play on, says Abby MacArthur. Parkinson Mills is happy that that was the decision, and Sutton Coldfield almost look a little bit surprised they got to play on as the ball played by McCabe and then out at the other end. Well, that was very good goalkeeping by Plattsford Webb.
Yes, very good. That opportunist shot, but it was a quick reaction. But I think looking at the umpire there and saying, well, hang on, was that lifted through the player, through the defender? But it's come off the top of the defender's stick, and the keeper's had to react really, really quickly to that.
Just clipping up off the stick of Newitt. The turn by Collier. Oh, was it a pass? It's deemed as, and lifted ball given.
It's just outside the circle there. It must be inside the shooting circle.
You can, of course, as you say, lift the ball as long as it's a flick inside the circle, but never tempted to lobby for an aerial indoor, Andy, as Younger bursts through. Could be interesting. Lovely skills from Evie Younger there. And then she misses the essentially regulation reverse stick pass. Newitt, patience and composure on the ball, finds Davids. She bursts down the left-hand side. Walton with a very good tackle once, twice. Gets the ball, Sally Walton. Davids and Walton battle for possession. And the Olympic bronze medalist comes up with the goods in the end.
Yeah, Walton and Mason doing well over on those boards. That was being closed down by 3 black shirts. And still, this game really could go either way. Just over halfway through this 3rd quarter.
Here's a question. Which coach will be happier at the moment?
I would think Richard Lane in the Holcombe camp will probably be happier. You can see Sutton Coldfield getting a little bit frustrated. Oh, and that was could well have been a penalty corner there, with the Sally Walton running back down the line with the Holcombe player as they carried towards the circle. And
in the league stage, it was Sutton Coldfield 2, Holcombe 1. So this low scoring and tight encounter is kind of franking the form, really, which suggests, and you said this to me off air as we were enjoying a coffee and a wander around the arena, as we tried to do every year to get an understanding of where we are. The women's section today is so wide open, as the turn by Cannon, taken off her by Walton.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly expected this game to play out the way it's playing out here, in that it will open up the longer we go.
Beaten.
There may be errors could creep into it. I hope they don't. I hope it's more about skill. But certainly the game it's a little untidy at the moment. It's end to end, but that final touch, that incisive pass, that shot, and the goalkeepers really haven't had too much to do in this 3rd quarter.
Cannon just missed on the reverse. That's a good touch by her, to be fair. Double team between her and Davids. Davids into the circle. And it's a long corner. Save off the goalkeeper, Becky Batsford Webb, the 37-year-old.
Good steal that from Davids on the right boards. And you'll notice that generally teams are doing well when they are creating, getting down the sides, but particularly down the right-hand side. So that left to right, down the outside, the backhand, the reverse stick of the defender is where the goal-scoring opportunities tend to come from.
That shot was from Tilly Tillings, and it wasn't far away. There's the spin out by Mason. Well watched by Newitt, and she just pivoted really well. A low base and was strong on the ball. Tillings at the other end got it wrong, and didn't need to put some chalk on the cue after that one because it didn't go where she intended.
It was like a snooker, a little bit like a snooker cue, the angle of the way that one came off.
More controlled than my snooker, sadly, Andy. As Mannings sits deep and on the pivot. Down to Walford. Walford's had one of those games where, a bit like a flanker in rugby, you don't really notice her because she's playing well.
She is the one player, she sees the game so well.
Oh, and it's in! Oh, no goal. The
Initial
touch
lift
was from Molly Beaton, but no goal given.
I think the question is, was that a shot from Molly Beaton straight away? Was the ball coming up off a stick going towards the goal? I would say it was miscontrol. That's what Sophie Parker thought. And the shot came after Beaton's touch. So the ball in the air, so disallowed.
She sits down on the bench with a wry smile as if to say, oh, what could have been? And Sutton Coldfield, from the hopes and dreams as Boadicea Cannon collects the ball. And back to 0-0.
Molly Beaton, I can see James Smith is in amongst those pink shirts, supporting her daughter.
Return from Walford. Poor pass from her, then on to Collier. As Butterworth tries to go through Walford, who knew exactly what she was doing, just made sure that she didn't move out the way if she wasn't going to be asked politely, and the captain...
I need a quick breather there, is what she was saying. No, Vicky Walford is the one player who really reads the game well. So her touch, she's looking for the first-time passes, and her touch is so good on the ball.
You've got me now trying to pick out Jane Sixsmith in the crowd, Andy.
Yeah,
but it's 0-0 at the end of the third quarter.
I can confirm she's definitely up there. Yeah, 0-0. So we go into the end of the third quarter, and it's tight, it's tense. We haven't seen a great deal of shooting opportunity, and I think Richard Lane is going to be saying more of the same there.
You literally took the question out of my mouth. I was going to say, Holcombe aren't going to change anything. They just want to get a bit of fortune, score a goal. What does Sutton Coldfield change? And they're taking notes just next to us now on the blackboard. What do they change to spark this into life?
Well, they've got to try and open up the middle of the centre of this Holcombe zone that they've set up. So can they play the ball through the middle, which will then give them space to play round the outside. So currently they are playing down the flanks. They need to try and penetrate the middle of this Holcombe defence.
So we've got 10 more minutes to go in the first semi-final of 4 today, and make sure that you're tuning in straight after this one. East Grinstead against Surbiton. Well, that's a rivalry, isn't it? South-West London for Surbiton, and a bit further down below the capital for East Grinstead. Good save again in the goal for Batsford. Webb penalty corner. It was originally the shot from Evie Younger, who's down on the floor and in pain, as Evie Smith goes across to check her teammate.
Yes, Evie Younger going in there, getting low onto the ground to try and play that shot. The ball coming off goalkeeper Batsford Webb and into the foot of Charlene Mason. Nothing they could do about that.
I think it came back into the face of Younger, who wears the glasses. Potentially, fortunately there, that she had them on.
So Butterworth is the threat here. They go to the right-hand side with the injection. 3 around the top on the castle.
9 goals in the league stages. Anthony Butterworth, the 19-year-old.
Is Butterworth going to shoot, or will she slip it?
Top of the circle it comes. It is Butterworth. And it bounces down off the save and out to play for the long corner. Walford just watched the ball drift away.
Again, the execution of the penalty corner was just a little too slow. You want that injection to come out so sharp onto the stick to give Butterworth more time and then get that ball going at the goal as quickly as you can.
If it's level at full time, no extra time, shootout time. 3 players from each team take part. 3 metres outside the circle. Keeper behind the back line, they've got 6 seconds to score. Nerves will be jangling. Butterworth does really well to turn out of 2 players, Mason and Parkinson-Mills, and then gets clattered into by Walford as well. Forward goes Evie Younger. Younger on the reverse. Oh, it's a beautiful ball across, although I think it would have been blown for lifted had Evie Smith got a touch, because it would have been considered probably Andy a pass.
Yes, ball not going at goal. If it's in the air, you would normally, it would be blown. But I think with the ball just rolling off the back line there, Abby MacArthur, no need to use the whistle. Game opening up. You mentioned earlier a little bit about fatigue. I think some of these Sutton Coldfield senior players just starting to feel a little bit of fatigue there. As Younger with the stick, just putting a stick over the top of the ball there.
Bit of an obvious stick block, that one. Great spin from Parkinson. Mills, the 29-year-old, another former University of Birmingham player, joined from her local rivals to play for Sutton Coldfield. Correction from Butterworth, who turns again.
See, this is the difference. Sutton Coldfield allowing Holcombe to have the ball, whereas at the other end, Holcombe will be pressing, stepping forward and pressing.
Can't see it on our screens, but blimey, had Davids just drifted into the danger zone at the top of the circle, and Butterworth turned down the pass, but it was a gorgeously timed, it wasn't a run, it was a saunter from Davids, who has the ball now, but it came up off a stick before it reached Layla Davids. High intensity player with this international pedigree. Here's McCabe, offers it back to Walton. Walton and Walford. Andy, very similar players, those two, in a very different way, if that makes sense. I know I've just contradicted myself completely. As Walford comes forward, it hit the boot of Butterworth, and the umpire agrees with me.
Yeah, I think no argument there for that penalty corner. The ball popping up off Butterworth with 2 pink shirts around her now. Here's the opportunity. They mistrapped the first corner. The importance of these set pieces. Can Sally Walton give Sutton Coldfield the lead with a little under 7 minutes to go?
Walford will stop. Walton will try and do the damage. It is Walton, down low, post and back. Parkinson-Mills, good tackling. And Parkinson-Mills is penalised for danger as Butterworth gets rid of the protective gear.
Yeah, 2 defenders set there in front of Parkinson-Mills as she immediately tried to get the ball going at the goal. Nothing malicious in that at all. It was just the attempt to get the shot in.
Parkinson-Mills has been so industrious for her team today. Several Midlands Premier League titles. Outdoors for her team as Newitt waits for the ball. Forward is a useful one. Robin Hodges. You seem almost frustrated, Andy. And I know what it is. It's you want the game to burst into life.
Yeah, I'm looking at both teams and I'm thinking.
Now, huge call. Parkinson-Mills with a real mistimed reverse stick tackle. She doesn't query Abby MacArthur in the slightest. Davids fouled and gets the penalty corner from outside the circle. A massive moment potentially in the game. Excellent umpiring from Abby MacArthur.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect that from Parkinson-Mills, but I think there's a bit of fatigue creeping in. She's an experienced player. Now, no Butterworth. And Holcombe go again to the right-hand side. 3 sticks on the castle.
Good save again as it's Hodges with the flick, and it goes Sutton Coldfield's way. They can breathe another sigh of relief, and the penalty corners for neither team so far having the desired effect. Walton with the post struck, the closest so far.
A very savable height, that.
Crumpling to the floor goes the number 9 for Sutton Coldfield, Susan Wood. And across, and Wood off the back line, and Holcombe. Well, I think if they had the option of a video referral, Andy, they would have taken it there, wouldn't they? The way they responded on the bench.
We don't have that in indoor hockey. We'd be here till midnight, wouldn't we?
I saw something very unusual the other day, which I was watching England versus Wales at Bisham Abbey, men's outdoor match, and the ball is clattered away by Batsford Webb, and Holcombe continue to search for just an opening of any sort. And they actually had video referrals as part of a friendly international match to help the players, I'm assuming, make crucial decisions in the training environment.
Yeah, we used to do that, certainly when I was part of the international squads, because it's a skill in itself, the video referral. You tend not to try and refer early.
There's a young and exceptional umpire up in the booth who actually works for England Hockey as an analyst now, a guy called Charlie Reimer. I believe was enjoying the experience of essentially video umpiring at the top level. He's only about 20, if he's that. There's a nice turn again from Wood, and David steals. It's a 1 versus 2 here. David's on her own. She does well to go round Manning, well to go round Walton, and then kicks the ball. It's end-to-end stuff. Collier plays it to the right-hand side. She offers in the middle. And it's a long corner.
Well, we knew it would open out. That's with Webb having to be sharp there off the line.
If it goes to a shootout, who do you think, as Davids picks up the ball, moves it forward, and it's lost in translation to Tilly Tillings? Who do you favour at this point? The experience of Sutton Coldfields
It's a tough call, that one, because I think what Holcombe have is a little bit of individual skill and flair, because you've got to make the keeper work at shootout. 6 seconds, obviously very much like outdoor, but it's not just a case of using a bit of brute force and getting in there and getting a shot in on target. You've got to work the keeper.
Lovely. Oh, that was a gorgeous ball. Really well played by Beaton. She sold it one way, she went the other on the V-drag, and no one else on her team took a risk and went to the back post. And Annie, I don't think it was lifted either. I think if someone had got there and put it in the goal, it would have stood.
Yeah, just looking for that extra pass. Player on the post we spoke about earlier, widening the goal, supporting the ball carrier.
Butterworth on to Evie Smith. Smith into the circle. Free hit just outside. The Holcombe fans behind the goal. Bedecked all in black. Risers one.
Well, it's tense.
Lovely hands from Dale. One way and the other. And then she moves it back to Butterworth.
We just haven't seen this. Neither team has been able to, I talk about elimination, to create clear goal-scoring opportunities by elimination. So left to right, individual skill, running around a defender, quick passing, first-time passing. And that's what it's going to take. And you feel that one goal is going to win this game with less than 2 minutes to go.
Dale. Weaving like a slalom skier, but she's not off to Milano Cortina, and she's also not off towards the Sutton Coldfield goal because Abby McCarthy's whistle is gone. MacArthur, excuse me. Walford, offer and carry on. The captain of Sutton Coldfield nearly drilled the ball into Dale and stopped herself there. That was clever play from Vicky Walford. And that's good defending from Butterworth. Mason just doesn't quite get hold of the ball, and it's collected by Robin Hodges.
Good play there by, and they've won the corner. And that could be the third penalty corner. We're just inside the last minute here. Is this going to be crucial? And again, it was Wolford and Walton down the left-hand side, using their experience to just open up that Holcombe defence.
The clock will restart at 59 seconds, 58.3 in the venue. It's a 0.7 less than we've got on our screen. Every millisecond counts. Parkinson Mills waits to inject. Sutton Coldfield, Walton and Wolford look on. The latter, the stick stopper. She stops Walton, and it's in! The clatter of the backboard, and it's the experience that comes to the fore in the final 59 seconds of the game, and it's Sally Walton. After the great work of Vicky Wolford to win the corner, Walton then puts it away, 1-0.
And Holcombe have now taken off their keeper, so they're 6 field players, but they've turned the ball over in the Sutton Coldfield half as we count down. Trademark Sally Walton. Cometh the hour, and she finds that penalty corner to give them probably the game.
A huge moment from a bronze medalist at the Olympic Games on home soil in London. Nearly 14 years ago. Where's time gone, Andy? Dale into the circle. Good save again from the goalkeeper. Crucial save from Becky Batsford-Webb. Sutton Coldfield have gone the distance, bar 59 seconds, with 4th place coming in Holcombe. And it came down to the crucial delivery, with ice running through the veins of Sally Walton. And the pink of Sutton Coldfield, who last won in 1987, make it to the final in 2026.
Well, they defended well. They found it very difficult to break down this very stubborn Holcombe defence, but in the end it came down to a set piece from their 3rd penalty corner, and it was Sally Walton who stepped up after good work down the left boards to win the corner. And Walton flicks low and wins it in the last minute for Sutton Coldfield. Well, tension, as we see the highlights here. David's going in and forcing the save from Batsford-Webb, who had a good second half.
She had a good game overall, didn't she? She made some real, not overly difficult at times saves, but very important saves.
She did. She was the busier of the two. And then in the end, the first corner coming off the post and out, and again Batsford-Webb making the save from the corner. And Sally Walton, I think, is now with Michael Kern.
Well, let's grab a quick word then with that winning goal scorer, Sally Walton. Sally, you left it a little bit late there, didn't you?
I know, we don't like to win games like that, and also it's a very hard way to lose a game, so props to the opposition. They put on an amazing
You've got through to that final. I know there's been a lot of heartbreaking semi-finals before for the team. What does it mean to you all to get one step closer this year?
I think for a side that's it blends age and experience, shall we say, it's really nice to be able to develop a squad that can get all the way through to the final. Finishing first in the group stages it only buys you a place here, it doesn't guarantee you anything, so we know we had to turn up and do a job, and it'll be exactly the same for the final.
And just finally, in moments when games are tight, you need that experience. We were talking before about how many times we've been here on finals days. You've been to a few as well. It's important when you've got that mindset and you've got that experience that when it matters, as a team, you've got a few of you in there that know how to do it, know how to win, and you can, those pressure situations, you know how to get across the line.
Yeah, like I say, we've been here before, we know what it takes, but it's cool heads in moments like that, and that's what you train for. Big moments in front of big home crowds. The support was excellent, yeah, and we really look forward to the final, so thank you.
Amazing, well, best of luck, and we'll see you there.
Sally Walton, Michael Kern doing the interview as he always does, so eloquently. Great questions asked, and it couldn't have fallen to a player with more knowledge of that sort of, the Americanism term is clutch moments in the game, Andy. Not a term I overly enjoy, but clutch.
I think that's a very fair comment, Dan. I think quarterback role, if you like, as well, to bring another American sporting phrase into it. I think that was played by Sally Walton really well alongside Vicky Wolford at the back, and they generally controlled the game, but Holcombe, the chances that they had in that second half, they could have actually stolen it. Performance from Batsford Webb in the Sutton Coldfield goal, and they sneak it.
From 2 years ago, when the player was just walking across the middle of the pitch, limped out in the semi-final playing for Buckingham with the most horrible of, I think it was a hamstring injury, it was that sort of injury. A lovely moment that it's her that takes Sutton Coldfield into another final. Can they break this run that's gone back to 1987?
Yes,
Walton was, what, 6 at the time?
I just think there's such this lovely story around Molly Beaton, the Sutton Coldfield #2 on the pitch, and Mum, Jane Sixsmith, Jasper as we knew her, watching on from the stands, and it just goes to show that I guess in many ways the nature of our sport, that it is such a big family event. So yeah, well done Sutton Coldfield, much better organised, and obviously they fell at this stage of the competition last year, but they've gone one stage further.
Confirmation then, Sutton Coldfield 1, Holcombe 0 is our first semi-final concluded. Sally Walton with the goal with 59 seconds left to take Sutton Coldfield 1987's winners, with Jane Sixsmith, who won that day's daughter, playing today. They are our winner of semi-final 1 in the women's competition going into the final. Who they play is Grinstead or Surbiton. We will see at 11:45 local time, and then we're into the open and men's semi-finals of Georgians against Oxted, Surbiton against Wimbledon, to see who play the open men's final of 2026. Andy, thank you so much for your analysis. We'll be back with you ahead of the women's semi-final between East Grinstead and Surbiton to see who joins Sutton Coldfield. Congratulations to them, because they're our first winner of the Super Sixes 2026. Welcome back to the action here in Derby. Laura Seeger and the other umpire, Viv Carpeth, are taking their place for the second women's semi-final. The first saw Sutton Coldfield. It took till the 59 seconds to go. Andy Halliday, alongside myself, Dan Strange, to sneak it against Holcombe. Holcombe should be really proud. We'll come back to that in a moment, Andy, because this is Surbiton. Surbiton stepping forward against East Grinstead. A massive match between these two teams. They know each other very, very well indeed. EGs, one in 2024, one in 2025 in the Super 6 is Surbiton. And this will be something that doesn't sit well in southwest London, have never won an indoor title. Looking for a hat-trick. East Grinstead Hockey Club. In 2024, Andy and I stood and watched this team, and they looked a different level. They've enjoyed European hockey, Andy, as Surbiton have outdoor in recent seasons. This is a high-quality couple of teams. What
yes,
is that
definitely.
mascot?
I think.
So I just saw the mascot, Andy. Excuse me. It's different.
Is it a shark? But it looks like a very friendly shark, anyway. High quality, yes. These two. This is a good matchup. They've been rivals in this competition over the years. Both teams carry a lot of quality, a lot of goal scoring threat. For me, you look at these two teams, and it's all about the threat of Bieber Mills, and I'm sure we'll talk about her there, number 9, and Erica Sanders, who are the two goal scorers.
Sanders, 21 goals for the season. The younger Mills, 25 goals for the season. But, Andy, just before we dig into all that, the other key players, I believe, on pitch here today are Tilly Woodhead in goal for East Grinstead, and Gemma Woods, who last season I remember making some ridiculously awesome saves. Just watched her warming up, where she was practicing her agility, doing the splits to make sure she can make those in-close saves. The quality of the goalkeeping in this semi-final, we've already seen some really good goalkeeping in the first semi-final, could be a different level here.
It could be, and when you've got a strike force that you have on both these teams, the goalkeepers are going to be called on to do a little bit extra. They will have done their homework on what they're likely to face, particularly at set pieces and penalty corners. But
you mentioned the Sanders and Mills effect, and when we break down the statistics for you, Mills, 25 goals for the season, 9 field goals, 12 penalty corners, and trust me, the post that Tilly Woodhead, the right-hand post Tilly Woodhead stood in front of, has probably got a dink taken out of it because Bieber Mills absolutely clattered it in the warm-up. 12 penalty corners, 4 penalty strokes. Sanders, who wears number 8 for Surbiton, 15 field goals, 4 penalty corners and 2 penalty strokes. So it's interesting when you look at the statistical breakdown. East Grinstead with Mills, if they get penalty corners, a genuine threat there, but all around those two players, ones to watch. It's the back-to-back champions of 24 and 25, East Grinstead, underway here at Derby Arena against a team that they know very well but haven't yet won an indoor championship in the Super 6 is Surbiton. My name's Dan Strange, and indoor legend, general legend, Andy Halliday is alongside me to see Andy, who takes their place against Sutton Coldfield. Who would you put down as the favourites in this one?
Well, I put East Grinstead down. I won't say flattered to deceive. They normally win the league competition here. They didn't this year. Sutton Coldfield pipped them. They were still unbeaten. But I still think the experience that they have, Chloe Brown there at the back on the ball now, away with Ireland at the European Championships 2 weeks ago. You know, she is their quarterback. She will control things.
It's good to see, of course, Izzy Petter on pitch for, I need to say for England there, on pitch for Surbiton as the chase is on for Swain. Claudia Swain. Sharp is offering. Here is Alice Sharp.
I'd expect to see a more open game than we've seen in the comparing it to the first semi-final, which was quite tactical, very tactical. Not that this is not tactical, I just think two teams are going to be very much on the front foot in the way that they press. So if that is the case, we're likely to see a more open game. These two teams drew 3-all in the corresponding league fixture.
Petter's been playing her outdoor hockey overseas this season. If it goes to Sharp, I believe anyway. Information was given to me the other day. Sharp, lovely look and then go. The pick up and move forward by Julia Balcazak. World Cup player for Poland, World Cup winner for Poland. European player as well. Into the circle it goes. Good hands from Sanders, and she pauses just momentarily. And then the pass isn't the best, and it's taken away by Carlota Gomez, former Club de Campo player in Madrid, one of the most stunning sports clubs in the world, I would say. That's great from Petter, and she then drills it into Bieber Mills.
Yeah, for those watching who, a slight nuance in the indoor rules versus outdoor rules, thinking, well, what did Izzy Petter do wrong there? Well, you're not allowed to play the ball through a set defender. You can't try and drive it through a defender's stick, and that rule was brought in about 10 years ago, I think, maybe a bit longer, around safety rules, protecting the players.
Good save from Tilly Woodhead. Tilted to be an outstanding international goalkeeper at senior level for the future, as the ball was played across by Zach, who missed the league stages due to injury. Here goes Mills, scorer in the Junior World Cup, 25 goals in the Premier Division, and doesn't get her opening goal here today.
Did exactly the right thing. So she cuts back in down the left foot of the defender to create herself the space to shoot off the right foot, but sees it go wide.
Just going back to the Izzy Petter new chapter, as it was termed. She joined Harvesthude in Hamburg this season. A great opportunity for still such a young player with so many international caps.
Well, there's a team, a club with an indoor pedigree. In fact, they will be playing in the men's side of the European competition in 2 weeks' time in Barcelona in Spain, where our representatives, old Georgians, will be playing against. I think they're in the same pool, actually.
Are you going? You commentating?
No.
Or a holiday?
Probably
a holiday.
I'd love to go. Spain, Barcelona, bit of sunshine in February.
Izzy Key. I'm hoping to be out there in May, but not Barcelona, Madrid. Wait to see. The aforementioned Club de Campo. That and Polo Club de Barcelona are both exceptional overall sports clubs with so much going on, so much going for them. As the ball's played back by Gomez, finds Chloe Brown, the captain, who was so instrumental player of the day in the final 2 years ago. Brown had such an impact on that team, and she really gives East Grinstead their go forward, doesn't she? She's the engine room, she's the passion player, the talismanic player, if that's a right word to use still.
Yeah, she's a leader, a great leader, great heart, great organisation, and her knowledge of the game, her game management, her first touch. You know, you sometimes run out of sort of quality things to say about her as an indoor hockey player. Great shame that Ireland, in fact, were relegated in the indoor European Championships 2 weeks ago.
Long-time captain of the team. Of course, Ireland outdoor celebrated their first home leg of the Pro League. Petter, across it goes, Sanders. Good, it's in. I thought Woodhead had saved it. We're square on to her, but Sanders is the first to strike.
Great indoor here. Petter with the run, but it was the way that Sanders, she realises she can't shoot from that position, so just steps back, creates herself a little bit of space away from the defender and just fires low. That's a classic striker's goal.
Talking hockey about putting the ball into the back space, and it was essentially that, a different delivery that you have to play indoor, because you can't squeeze the ball with a hit. You have to get your hands around and looked almost awkward, but a really well taken goal, as we said there, in the back space, as East Grinstead will have to turn around a deficit here if they are to make their way into another final, as the ball's played down the line by Workman. Sharp. Sharp way back deep for her team, and then it's played on by Izzy Key.
So managed to play out there, Surbiton. I would have, sitting in the coach's shoes, I would have been calling the players to step up and try and turn that over.
Good quick work by Amelie Carter, 25. Another of the young players on this exciting team, 18 years of age, only turned 18 back in November, early November for her. And Irish international Chloe Brown, over 60 caps in the green of Ireland. We mentioned the Pro League for Ireland, and crucial that countries that haven't hosted, okay, we're talking about outdoor hockey for a moment, do get the opportunity at the top international level to host now. Which way is that going to go? A card is going to be shown. Green card. It is the youngster Carter.
So 1 minute, green card in indoor hockey. And I always talk about trying to create one, as a coach, trying to create one scoring opportunity. Almost build a goal. You've got the extra field player.
It flashes across goal then in front of a few, long corner.
Great skill, lovely skill. Claudia Swain playing that extra pass for the shot on goal. We speak about that quite a bit through the day, that actually if you can add a pass into that sort of intricate play within the circle that creates a better scoring opportunity. It's one of the reasons the Continentals are so good at indoor hockey. Always looking for that extra pass. So just under 2 minutes, first quarter. And Surbiton looking dangerous on the break.
Sanders tried to hold up play. Gomez races away, the Spaniard. Lovely skills from her, driving the right-hand side. Has to be careful that she doesn't drill it into Ella Burnley. Doesn't do so, but Burnley stood her ground, the English defender.
Very good defending from Ella Burnley there. Getting her a real strong tackling position, getting set, not showing her feet.
Burnley, of course, a Junior World Cup player for England. Return from Banderac on the left-hand side. Penalty corner. Mills with the touch, and it could be Mills then with the delivery. Burnley is saying it was going off target.
Yeah, I think it's the initial. It's the control here pops up off the stick.
Yes, true.
Off Mills's stick. So not sure that. Yeah, good to see the two umpires coming together. That's the right decision.
Again, the restart will be with Alice Sharp.
Laura Seeger there, the more experience of the two umpires.
Sanders couldn't quite get it quickly enough. Balthazar goes off onto the reverse stick. Penalty corner given. And again, the umpires working together there. A different angle from the East Grinstead end of the pitch.
Balthazar there, the Polish World Cup winner, showing all her skill. And look at this, she just tucks it under her arm. And finds the foot of Alice Sharp there, and very good play. Now Beaver Mills in the middle of the three, and
25 goals for the season. And it comes to Mills. Pace and power. What did that hit on the line? It was Burnley's stick, and it's a long corner, and that was high quality defending.
We've already mentioned, Dan, the importance of the penalty corner defence alongside the penalty corner attack, and how many times you see players go onto the line and they literally turn away. But this, I mean, this is class.
Burnley, it is. A strong start from the Surbiton player, and that post play absolutely crucial. It's 1-0 to Surbiton. Erica Sanders with the opening goal. Ella Burnley with as good as a goal in defence for Surbiton at the other end. A team that have never won an indoor title in England.
Here's that save again. Yeah, you see she gets herself into a really balanced position and her head's up on the line. That's a fantastic save. Balanced off the stick, and Beaver Mills, she'll be frustrated with that one.
You don't have any time at all to do that, and she looked so calm. And like she saw it all day long.
Getting yourself in the correct position, it's important there's no fear. You don't show any fear on the line. You just get yourself set in the correct position.
We've got two very high-quality young coaches on show here in this semi-final. Theo Dowse for East Grinstead, Dave Beckett will be delighted to still be phrased within the young coach bracket. Andy, you know him and Theo very well. How much do they enjoy pitting their wits against each other?
Oh, I think they're, two of the best in the game, in the indoor game, and Theo now with his experience, European and national experience. David Beckett coached him as an international player when he was playing for England. Back in, I think, about 2015 he played, and big fan of the game, and has got them very, very close, this team, over the last few years.
Brown in through the Surbiton player, and then off flies Carter. Already had a green card, offloads it back to Gomez, who tried to work the ball into the boot. In fact, it's Annalise Tevant, excuse me, it's number 8, not number 11, the Australian.
World Cup player.
Just slightly out of sorts there, Claudia Swain. Surbiton really wanted her posting up for the ball, and she didn't offer. Chloe Brown is getting into a brief argument with Izzy Petter. Petter wins. Good save from Woodhead. And Sanders was looking to score her second. Sanders believes it's a penalty corner, and the answer from the umpire against. Tevant comes back as a yes.
I think the East Grinstead players there are saying that did Erica Sanders back into the defender, or was it the defender's physical presence, as we see the replay of that shot from Sanders? And as she comes out here, it's just, what is the physical contact here? Yeah, I think that's interesting, because she's holding your ground. Either way, I'd say.
Out it comes. Petter with the second for Surbiton, who are flying in this semi-final. And we've spoken about international class and quality. It's Izzy Petter with the second.
Well, Izzy Petter will look at that and think, how has that got in? It's gone through Woodhead. The slight readjustment has been, it's difficult for Woodhead to readjust with that ball to going to the centre of the top of the circle. But most importantly, Izzy Petter has got the ball going at the target, on the target. The importance of set pieces already. Penalty corner defence, penalty corner attack, both having a big influence on this game so far.
As Woodhead started at Holcombe, she hasn't been with East Grinstead all that long, known very much for her agile shot stopping, and as you said, she won't have been overly happy with that one going in. Brown, good tackling against Swain once more, and off now goes Tevant. She's got a line to goal. Oh, and she snuck it through as Gemma Woods tried to essentially play the long barrier, and it all went wrong. And a goalkeeping error for Surbiton makes it 2-1. Tevant with the goal.
Tevant there, she's only got one thing on her mind as she crosses that halfway line. I am going to shoot. And I thought she'd actually waited and delayed too long. The shot came quite late. But again, the ball, that's the keepers either end having an influence on this.
Sanders defending in front of her. Brown waits and then just literally wanders away with the ball. Swain positions herself to try and force the ball to the left-hand side, which is exactly where Brown sent it. Balsazak down the line. Then goes Carter, who again sets off one of these exciting runs, puts it on a boot, penalty corner. That's really well worked by the youngster Carter.
Carter does well, spins, gets into that very difficult area on the left boards where you've got to sort of play out and recycle, but it's the skill where she stays upright here, and you'll see her just turn the ball into the defender and find the foot. Defender needs to get a little bit lower there.
was talking to Giselle Ansley not long ago, very well-known Surbiton stalwart and legend. I said, are you going to Derby? She said, no, I've got to babysit to allow some of my teammates to go. That's a lovely flick. Wood saves well from Alexander. Second bite of the cherry. Brown across, Brown again, and it's in, and it's Chloe Brown as Petter argues the case. Let's see what comes back, but the goal's been given. And Chloe Brown had a few, well, East Grinstead had a few bites of the cherry. Brown puts it away.
So we see the recycle here. Brown, yeah, the keeper popping, the ball popping up off the keeper, and then Brown steps in. It was the penalty corner that Surbiton are unhappy about. They're saying that Petter, the ball was lifted dangerously into Petter from the penalty corner. And that's what they were unhappy about. Viv Carver playing the advantage there. And the thing around danger is in indoor, which we'll come on to in a moment.
Saunders save off Tilly Woodhead, who showed some of that agile shot stopping there, just rushing out and making sure. She's a tall goalkeeper. To be fair, Andy, as is Gemma Woods. Goalkeepers always look a bit taller indoor because the goals are smaller, but these two they have genuine height as well. As Burnley sits deep on the ball. Swanson tries to find the boot, doesn't find it. Alexander, former captain of England under-21s at World Cup level, played in Chile.
I think has senior caps as well, played Pro League, I think, in China.
You're absolutely right, and of course, in that group that went to China in December 2024 with an array of inexperienced talent who got a famous win against Belgium and scored loads of goals in the first minute. Every time, I didn't have the chance to settle over my papers, Andy. They were goals, goals, goals.
I do remember that trip because that was very soon after the Paris Olympics, and you're sort of welcome to senior international hockey. Your first trip you've got is a trip to China to play against the hosts and Belgium.
And of course, David Ralph's team go out to Yunfu City, which is just outside Hong Kong, I believe, if my geography is correct, as Tevant goes through, penalty corner given. We'll come back to the England Pro League trip later on. Tevant wins a penalty corner for East Grinstead, and a chance for them to
Swanson there with the tackle. You see the ball gets behind her and you can't play the ball on the floor. There's a rule around you can only have 3 points of contact, and there you can see, sorry, you only have 2 points of contact, but she's playing the ball on the ground there. It's a deliberate foul, it's a penalty corner, no hesitation from Viv Carver.
It comes. Oh, that was an absolute ripper to the right-hand side as Bieber Mills looked at it. She may have not scored from open play early on, but blimey, Bieber Mills sent that home.
What's the skill here? She just adjusts the line and takes the ball outside the right foot. So she's not firing it from outside the left foot. She's firing from outside the right foot, and that line just is very difficult for a goalkeeper.
Youngest scorer outdoors in EHL history for East Grinstead. She played in both those wins 12 months ago and 24 months ago.
Very much front foot now for East Grinstead. They sort of smell blood here. They're putting them under real pressure at the back, not allowing the ball out.
And Andy Petter there, Izzy Petter, the ball just lifted off her stick slightly. East Grinstead wanted the call. It didn't come, but they were patient, and they have the ball deep within Surbiton territory. East Grinstead, as you said, tasting blood here and going for it. As Carter sits deep for Brown. On the point, she is there. Mills in the centre.
And they're leaving, tactically, they're leaving the right boards free here. So they can play the ball into that space there. As you see, you can run into it, run into the space on the right boards.
Carter's pace again, cross goal it goes, and Woods dives across to make the save. Breathless from Emily Carter, who is proving an exceptional forward talent for this East Grinstead team.
And a very obvious tactic here from Theo Dowse.
Tavant again. Oh, what a reverse stick flick. That is one of the most sublime finishes you will see all day from Annalise Tavant. And, well, East Grinstead may have been asleep to go 2-0 down. They've turned it round to 4-2.
Yeah, you can't allow an attacker to have space like that in the circle. She's able to come back off the byline. And you've just got to react a lot quicker, Surbiton defenders. And again, they've turned this ball over. E.g., they are blowing very hot at the moment.
Carter is playing very well indeed. Tevent, who scored 7 recently. She's in good form. And she gets another penalty corner, maybe a stroke of luck. It looked like a little bobble up off the stick, but E.G.'s with Bieber Mills on. With the score 4-2 and 2:49 left in the half.
Well, what a turnaround this has been. As we see that once again, yeah, the ball just popping up off the stick. Nothing Izzy Petter could do about that. The lifted ball, penalty corner. So, Mills once again, and you've spoken about Bieber Mills. I mean, she's an incredible goal-scoring talent. Her ability to just find the goal.
Woods rushes out on Mills. She has so much time, and that was an absolute gun barrel straight drag flick. Woods was quick off the mark. Mills was quicker, and it's in the roof once more.
Well, for any young player watching this, if you want to learn how to convert penalty corners in indoors, look no further. Absolutely high quality execution of that skill, first class.
There's the pick up by Sutton. Back it goes to Burnley, who's very watchful as Beth Alexander steps out from a Loughborough player.
There's an interesting, I feel there's a correlation to the way this game has gone around. Bałczak, Polish World Cup player, hasn't played in this team before.
Because of injury.
It's taken it, but it's taken her a bit of time to almost bed into the system and vice versa.
Yeah.
And you feel now that suddenly they are starting to hit their straps. You know, I think Surbiton were, 2 up, weren't they? And have now conceded 5 in, looks like about 10 minutes.
7. Ball across, Woodhead lets it clatter the backboards, no touching. So it's almost as if Bałczak needed the time to trust the players in front of her. Now she does trust them, and playing those balls, she'll sit here. If she gets it, she'll play it down the right-hand board immediately, because Amelie Carter, now she does get it, stroke of luck. Sanders with the ball. Carter stays inside deliberately, Alexander stays inside deliberately to open up the play. As Burnley under pressure. Back to Sharp, forward. Nice this, Southern. Sanders once more offloads, picked up by Bałczak. It's flashed across the goal. I've had the pleasure in the last 72 hours, Andy, of watching both Bałczak's play. Nick and Emma. Nick for England. Emma for East Grinstead.
Good to see Emma back after the birth of their first child.
Who's here in the building. Some of the East Grinstead players earlier having a cuddle with baby Bałczak.
I'm presuming Nick is on the plane to Valencia today, so
they are off to Valencia, aren't they?
Yeah, family members.
England women are off to China. England men
will start the crowd.
10 seconds.
Off to Valencia for the continuation of their Pro League journeys. Alexander, lovely hands, and she squares it, and it's put away, and fabulously so, by Rosie Hope. And at the moment, well, East Grinstead are making sure Surbiton have no hope. It's 6-2.
Well, brilliant skill from Beth Alexander. She touched the ball away from the defender. Now, a lot of players would shoot in that position, but she doesn't. She looks, she gets the pass, gets her head up, far post, and it's the simplest tap in from Rosie Hope. Well,
a half of 2 halves.
Incredible. East Grinstead
Well, I promised you goals, 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 didn't I? We didn't disappoint now. If you're behind us here, we're about to have a bit of fun on the cycling track behind us. We're going to have a bit of a sprint race example of what's going on. We've got some riders from right across the globe. We've got an All-African champion. We've got national champions on the track for you today. Bit of a race predictor. So we have them in the colours of the two teams, East Grinstead and Surbiton. They're going to go round for some warm-up laps. Give them a round of applause as they come past you. They're following the Kearney, the motorbike behind. They're going to do a couple of laps just to warm up and get going. And then when the bell rings, 5 laps, and they'll do a final sprint on the last 2 for that finish line. This right here in Derby is one of the National Sprint Development Centres, hence why we're here in this beautiful venue, and it's got the track as well. So this is where the leading racers and riders who are sprints come to train. They've got the Nationals coming up later on this month as well. So good practice for them as they get warmed up. You can see the steepness of the side of the track. And we'll get some shots just as it comes through. Let's find out who's supporting who then. Who's getting behind East Grinstead today? Who is supporting Surbiton? And who's here just for a great day out? Amazing. Okay, so what we're going to do now, they're going to start ramping the speed up now. They've had a couple of warm-up laps. They've come up to the top to give everyone a wave. They're then going to come slightly down lower onto the blue line now, pick the pace up. So we'll get some good shots of them as they come past. They will go round for a couple of laps on the blue, and then we will start to pick up the pace, and you will see just how quick and how powerful these sprint riders are as they come round for their next lap. Give them a big cheer as they come past. So you can see the team representing East Grinstead, we're going to be in the white and the blue. Surbiton is going to be in the black kit. So it's time to hand you over to the voice of hockey, Mr. Howard Bentham.
Taking everyone through the velodrome element that Derby brings, and you wonder why England hockey hold the Super Sixes in a velodrome. They make the most of it. Sports presentation, Andy, at its finest. Andy, you're going to commentate on this for us?
Well, we're used to seeing inflatables, all sorts of things going on in Lee Valley, aren't we? But I mean, this is just. It
really is. Well, looks like East Grinstead won as well. The hockey players ready for the second half. Who's representing East Grinstead and Surbiton? 2025 National Silver Medalist. Is that the champion? Sheila Woodline, 54th rank in UCI World Ranking. The youth team sprint national champion Sam Woodley.
So we're ready for the second half. I think Surbiton will have been digging very, very deep. It'd be interesting to have heard what Dave Beckett would have said at half-time to his team. I think they were literally, as you said, Dan, it was a game of the 2 quarters of that first half, how different they were.
Now the lights just changed as the cyclists headed off and the hockey restarts. If you're just joining us, it has been a really entertaining. After a little bit of a quieter, I think is the diplomatic way to say it, first semi-final, where it was 0-0 till 59 seconds left, and then Sally Walton did the business. And I think we have lost some lights here, which is why the umpire just stopped the game. Or was it they've changed the lighting between velodrome and hockey pitch? That's what the umpire is just confirming. But if you're just joining us, through Sanders and Petter, Surbiton went 2-0 to the good. And East Grinstead were, Andy, well, struggling at the start as Theo Dowse takes his seat on the bench. And then suddenly it came alive. Tevant Brown, Mills Tevant, Mills Hope, 6-2.
Yeah, I think EG bedding themselves into the game. As I mentioned in the first half, Balchazak has not played in this team. They have their routines, they have their set plays, they have their structure. I think it maybe just took them a little bit of time. And you don't give Erica Sanders the space and the time in the circle. And then they just literally blitzed. Front pressing. I'm a great believer in getting on the front foot and pressing. You're playing a strong man-to-man marking type system and getting on the front foot and pressing, which is what EG are doing now. And then turnover after turnover.
Lovely pick-up. Play on, says the umpire. Sharp is very quick to the ball. Mills in the way. Petter offering deep. Good tackle by Beaver Mills, penalty corner 1. And she just caught Alice Sharp by surprise there with the quality of her tackle.
Yeah, Alice Sharp was sort of given the opportunity to play out across the back through right defender, but Beaver Mills not stepping in, not fouling, and just winning that ball. The ball going behind Alice Sharp. Beaver Mills couldn't get to it. Obstruction, penalty corner, and an opportunity. I think this could be the game if this goes in. Quite early on to call that, but you just feel EG in this mood that they're in today.
Zach will inject the ball. Brown is the first option. It comes off Woods, who doesn't know where it's gone. Mills open goal. Essentially, no, it wasn't, because Burnley has just clipped that round the corner. It's not Burnley, it's Claudia Swain.
So here, the question here around the danger is how close is the defender to the flicker? It's a bit like outdoors, so 5 metres is always given as if the defender is within 5 metres as the umpires talk to each other, then it's given as danger.
Izzy Petter is playing the psychological battle of standing outside the circle, and she knew full well, in her view anyway, that was going to be blown in that way.
Yeah, so the danger, so that was given for danger. Obviously in indoors, 3 metres generally is the rule, although it's very subjective what's dangerous and what isn't.
Petter across goal and into the goal. Izzy Petter's second, and having taken a bruising at the other end, Izzy Petter makes sure and closes it to 6-3.
Well, there's nothing like leading from the front. Petter, who took that ball into the body in penalty corner defence, and she sprints left to right, ball outside the left foot, shoots early outside her right foot, slightly off balance, but shoots low, and nothing a goalkeeper can do about that. And we go from me calling that 7-2 could be it if they'd scored, and we go down the other end, and suddenly Surbiton have dragged one back. Can they get another?
It was well done by Carlota Gomez there. She just stood her ground and made sure contact was made. East Grinstead in the early 2020s. Petter now enjoying herself. Brown picks and goes, driving. Goes back into the strong side and wins the penalty corner against Josephina Hipper. Hipper just couldn't get out of the way.
It was experience there. Chloe Brown knew exactly what she was doing. She just tucks it back, quick hands, almost as if she's going to carry on going left to right and shoot, but she just tucks it into the body of the defender. So brave penalty corner defending from Surbiton so far. They've taken one off the line, a couple in the body. What can they do here?
Mills spinning her stick at the top of the circle. Oh, wow, again! The ball literally has ended up by my left foot. Well, but that on the line, Claudia Swain, that was a different level of pick.
Well, Claudia Swain, they've obviously worked really hard on this, Surbiton, on their penalty corner defence. I mean, that's outstanding. That goes hand in hand with Ella Burnley's effort in the first half. That's an incredible save.
This is how close we are to the action, Andy. That ball ended up a metre from our commentary position, underneath our commentary table. It's luckily, the danger money we're paid to deliver this commentary today. That was some pick, though, on the line from Claudia Swain. It really was incredible, sensational. Save. Mills goes over to collect the ball. It's brilliantly won, and again, it's Swain who does so, and Mills gets in the way briefly. Sanders. Oh, now the substitution didn't help Surbiton at all there, because on came Izzy Key. And there's a good example of when planned substitutions maybe, Andy, go against common sense in-play substitutions, shall we say.
Yeah, it can work both ways. As soon as Erica Sanders cut back in field there, you're sort of thinking, carry on your run down the right boards. But no, substitution, and the ball goes off the end of the pitch.
Played by Hipper. He goes to University College London.
Interesting, compared to game one, both these teams much more dangerous on the counter-attack. So the amount of turnover that we're getting, top of the EG circle, top of the Surbiton circle, the turnovers are more punished.
Alexander gives. Carter finds Brown. Alexander offers again. Her and Carter nearly run into each other, and again nearly run into each other, and then Alexander offers outside the circle. Poor thing can barely get out the way of Emily Carter currently, who gets the ball again. Carter down to the baseline, looking for options and patiently knows she can't drill it into Sharp or Petter. Good hands from Alexander, but now the race is on. Sanders with Key, who came on minutes ago, to the left-hand side. Sanders pulls it back under the arm, and it opens up the play for Carter, who races off. Oh, such skill. Emily Carter still going, unselfish. And then Petter's there to clear the ball away. Sanders 1-on-1, Woodhead. And she kicks her stick away in frustration, and Tilly Woodhead doesn't have to make a save.
Well, what a 15 seconds of play there, real end-to-end. And you would have thought Erica Sanders would have scored that one-on-one opportunity, but great goalkeeping defending, just forcing her wide away from the play.
Again, Carter clattered into just outside the circle. That was an experienced block by Katie Swanson.
I think the EG faithful there, who are standing behind Laura Seeger in their blue, wanted a penalty corner there.
Scottish under-21s player Swanson, 23 years of age now. Brown. Balsazak. Sanders comes through, still going onto the reverse, tries to almost square it in a shot. Woodhead was down low and smothered well.
Some very good defending there from East Grinstead. They didn't allow Erica Sanders to get back across the front of the goal. Forced her wide, narrow angle.
And again, Swanson playing eyes up hockey. Not scared to go back, and here she goes all the way back to Burnley. Finds Petter. Petter with a lovely give and go. Knowing that the boards are there makes such a big difference. Now the drive of Gomez, one way, the other. Brown, look at how she uses a stick handle to keep the ball live.
I just like the way that East Grinstead are controlling the pace of the game.
Balthazak into Woods. And now Petter. It really is genuine end-to-end hockey as Swain just gets dispossessed. It's which team blinks first here. Alexander. Stick block will be given, I think.
Just needed to slip that probably a half a metre earlier, but this is, you know, indoor hockey. We're seeing now the counter-attack game of indoor hockey. Turnover in the middle of the pitch, attack. Turnover, attack. Not turnover, keep the ball, keep possession. It's turnover, look for the opportunity to get forward all the time.
We reference in outdoor hockey, in things like the Pro League, it's turned into a game of basketball. By that we mean it's end-to-end stuff. This isn't a game of basketball. This is a whole different tempo of ball game. As the ball just from Sutton into a player. And East Grinstead will have the ball and get a chance to make some changes. Woodman comes off for them, Lauren Woodman.
It was a delightful ball down the right boards from Alice Sharp there. That first time deflection into the corner.
Mills, poor pass. Played by Burnley. Lovely hands, quick and decisive. Southern it was. Sharp.
So quickly white shirts get behind the ball, so when there's a counter, when there's a turnover.
Oh, the ball just drifted up off Swain's stick and she stopped momentarily, which told you exactly what she thought was coming, and it never did. And now the whistle does go, and Chloe Brown counts her fingers on her left hand, and hopefully in that glove she still has 4 fingers and a thumb.
Well, this is high-octane stuff.
Tevent, oh, Mills, it was just on the toe end of the stick, and at that pace, difficult to control, but Tevent, the right idea.
Great to see an open game. And, oh, what a tackle that was.
Gomez, who then got it wrong and played it back into Southern, who had just tried to pepper the East Grinstead goal. Tilly Woodhead, much more the sort of goalkeeper to stay back on her line, whereas Gemma Woods is wandering, walking around her circle.
Surbiton front foot. They have to be on the front foot, but it's making a brilliant open game.
Mills picks up the pieces off Tevent. Oh, it's snuck in! It hit the left pad of Gemma Woods. It ricocheted between her legs, and she punts the ball against the backboard in frustration.
Well,
7-3.
Mills scores some screamers, but she won't score many softer than this. Little backhand shot from a really tight angle, and if there is a message about getting the ball going towards the goal from whatever angle, that is it. You see that replay. Woods won't want to see that one again off the left kicker or left pad and into the goal, and you feel that this 4-goal lead that EG have now got as we reach the final seconds of the third quarter.
Tevent has already scored a couple, pulls it back, and it doesn't quite find. Sorry, it's Bandrak to Tevent. Very similar height, those two, very similar build as well. Well, Andy, you said that goal could be the difference in the game. We wait to see. Gemma Woods will not, as you say, want to watch it back, and I think Bieber Mills, the first hat-trick scorer of the day, but a stroke of luck to get there.
Well, I just feel that Surbiton have got to play the game on the front foot. If they're going to get back into this, they've got to press high. You would expect a game like this. There's no other way. But the problem is the individual indoor awareness, the skills that this East Grinstead team have, is that any turnover they will punish, as we've seen. So an open game is always going to favour East Grinstead. But there's not much else that Surbiton can do. They have had opportunity. Great goal from Izzy Petter in that quarter. Erica Sanders on the front foot. But EG defending really, really well, trying to get this Surbiton team out into the corners and to the sides of the pitch.
So we come back, it's 7-3. It's a 4-goal difference. And Surbiton here, they need to throw caution to the wind. They don't take, as that ball's lifted, they don't take Woods off yet. And play with an extra player out pitch as the ball lifts up again, this time off Petter, and Tevent restarts. Bandrak's just gone off to the sidelines. Lovely work from Balsazak again. She goes right into the pads of Woods, then tries to lift it over the top. Well worked by Josephina Hipper.
Again, great to see the skill of Balchazak there, just coming down those right boards, just drops a shoulder and eliminates the defender outside her left foot.
Nicely worked.
Seeger just seeing that as a stick tackle, despite the protestations of the East Grinstead bench, who I think were asking for a penalty corner there.
Balsazak has, oh, that's a great leave. Bieber Mills on the reverse, pulls it across. Good save from Woods, who then keeps her hand there, and there's the handle of Tevent locked in battle with Woods. Penalty corner goes East Grinstead's way.
Yeah, good work down the left. Once again from East Grinstead, the leave, and then it's that quick pass from Mills. And she's not shooting, she's trying to find an East Grinstead stick just in front of the goalkeeper. You get the ball down in those left corners, and you've got to fire it across in front of the keeper for the deflection. So, penalty corner chance.
When it's snuck in, Carlota Gomez with the 8th. A 5-goal lead now for East Grinstead.
Well, everybody expecting the ball to go to Mills, who's set up in the middle, and it goes to Gomez, and it's very, very difficult for Woods and the defenders to then adjust. They're all heading out towards Beaver Mills, and the ball off the keeper, and still Surbiton.
We had
their keeper on.
We had to wait till the very last minute of the first semi-final for any goals at all. We've had 11. It's been a score sheet peppered with blue dots. You look at the score sheet I'm looking at, and Carlota Gomez adding her name to that score sheet.
And I think generally the average number of goals in the women's competition has been about just under 7, I think, per game. So we are on course for, well, so far 12 in 2. I think there's probably going to be a few more here.
I think Gomez got goal in the final last year as well. That's a very good tackle from Balsazak, excuse me.
Hazy Petter just running straight into flat sticks there, into that. EG very good at getting sticks, and defenders around the ball, they almost know what's going to happen next.
Petter. Good drive, and then just loses control at the vital time. Brown moves it forward. Hipper. Brown again, working so tirelessly, gives away the free hit against Swain. And now a chance again for EGs to come away. Mills turns onto the reverse and puts it across Woods. It popped up, I thought, into Sharp. Tevant goes across, and Woods with a good save.
Yeah, decent save from Woods there. The opportunist shot from Beaver Mills, drifting to a left.
You're seeing, Andy, as Swain plays the ball into Balsazak, you're seeing the idea of players getting any shot on goal they can, in the hope that a touch in front or an error from the goalkeeper may lead to goals.
Yeah, exactly.
Not always about sticking it in the top corner. Sometimes it's just get something off the pads, essentially.
Yeah, as we've seen, you know, Mills has already scored 1 goal from a very tight angle where it's just forced an error from the keeper. The other thing, we mentioned it in the first game, is that the rules now are that if the ball comes off a defender, goes off the back line, it's a long corner. So you effectively keep possession. So you will see, there is no, if you haven't got support, shoot from tight angles. The goalkeeper's got to do something. And as you say, the ball goes back into play.
Alexander, it was readable. Swanson nearly got it, but not quite. Brown. What have we got there? 5:37 in an expansive, exciting, totally different for second semi-final. Hope across. Workman's there. Alexander, good drift from her, finds Brown. Look at how EGs are just working Surbiton out of their press. Zach.
They're overloading the Surbiton zone on the EG right, which is very effective. Any coaches watching, it's quite obvious that that's the tactic.
Free hit goes East Grinstead's way.
Ball just being played on the floor by Swanson. The knees on the floor there, you can't do that.
Workman drifted inside. The ball off the boards didn't work. Petter. Swanson does well round Alexander, who went to both Loughborough University and Loughborough College in her time up here in the Midlands, just down the road. And Brian Clough Way.
Both teams are, there's a bit of fatigue out there. The game has died a little. It's been played at quite an incredible pace, certainly from the second quarter onwards.
Don't you feel that really suits East Grinstead as well? Because if the life dies out the game, essentially they can save themselves as much as possible as Rosie Hope comes forward for a final, assuming it's against Sutton Coldfield. Alexander into the pads of Woods, who saves well and then goes to the stick, and it's a free out again for Burnley. She finds Sanders, who's had a very quiet game by her standards. Swain, who with those sensational stops on the line has had an impact but couldn't this time.
So keeper off for Surbiton. 6 outfield players, just over 3 minutes to go. I think a little too late for me. I think I would have gambled with that a little bit earlier.
Alexander gambles, gets the gamble wrong this time. Swain, penalty corner as it clips the foot of Emma Banjarak, who can't hide the pain, and maybe poker wouldn't be her game.
No, of course, East Grinstead will have 1 hour less rest ahead of the final, assuming they win this. Sutton Coldfield will have the extra hour playing in that first semi-final, which I think they will probably be pleased about. But as I've said, it's about adrenaline these days.
Good from Sanders, good from Woodhead. And then what does it hit? Well, Surbiton thought it a penalty stroke. It is a penalty stroke. Balsazak on the line. I tell you what, Andy, she was not looking at any umpire anywhere. She was
on with it.
Straight on, I think, knowing full well what had happened, but if I don't look at them, they may not give it. We'll see it again here.
Yeah, into the body. I'm not sure Viv Carver she's looking across at a colleague, and then, yeah, good teamwork.
Lovely finish. Fabulous goal for Surbiton to close the gap once more. Sanders it is.
Erica Sanders just fires low, very, very simple. Hardly takes a step. The backboard rattles. And Erica Sanders gets another one back.
Just 2 penalty strokes in the Premier Division in the run up to these Super Sixes, and Surbiton, well, they're rallying here.
Yeah, just a little bit of a wobble, maybe a bit of fatigue. Surbiton pressing really, really well. And another penalty corner opportunity. 4-goal deficit, just under 3 minutes to go. Probably a little bit too much for Surbiton, but you never know.
Sanders clatters the post. The ball was dinked up over the stick.
See that corner again. The slip. It's all a little bit slow. And the ball popping up, bouncing up off the Surbiton stick. But I just feel that you know, this is this press. They've got a high press now. They're putting EG under pressure. Just a bit too late. Probably should have come 3 or 4 minutes earlier. You know, 4 or 5 goal deficit with 7 minutes to go. You've got to try and score a couple of goals to start EG just worrying and wobbling a little bit.
Cross goal it goes. 1 minute 58 left in an absorbing game of indoor hockey. And so, okay, assume Surbiton aren't going to score 4 goals in 1 minute 50, which would be sensational and we're in for a treat if they do. Assuming it's an East Grinstead going for a hat-trick versus Sutton Coldfield going for a first win since 1987, who do you favour with how the semi-finals are broken down?
Well, I think it's going to be a case of East Grinstead trying to break down a resolute Sutton Coldfield defence. That's how long can Sutton Coldfield hold out. And they will need to be dangerous on Sutton Coldfield will need to be dangerous on the counter-attack. They need to take their chances. You know, you have to favour EG with the quality that they have in their group. But they haven't played against a tight defence. They've played against Surbiton, who've stepped out and front marked and tried to get really on the front foot. So it'll be a very different battle for them. And they will need to break down a very canny Sutton Coldfield defensive 6.
Well, there are a number of teams who have done the hat-trick. Slough a couple of times. Hightown as well.
Yes, I think I was coaching Slough through that period.
I wouldn't doubt it, Andy.
was fun.
How different is coaching? We only got 34 seconds left. How different is coaching from playing? Which did you enjoy more? I think I know the answer to this, but which did you enjoy more?
Well, it's funny, I was having the same conversation with Surbiton coach David Beckett around. It's very difficult as a coach because you feel you can't influence the game as much, so you get frustrated with things. I used to love playing. The adrenaline of playing in this day, particularly, whether it's Crystal Palace, whether it's here, it's just such a great atmosphere to play in.
Well, that is the end of the game, a 12-goal thriller. And it goes the way of East Grinstead. And this dream of a hat-trick continues. The first since Slough back in 2002-2003. Beat Loughborough Students in back-to-back finals. They will face Sutton Coldfield, who are looking to win their first final since 1987. We've got some history, potentially. Well, we have got some history, Andy, to be made, and you felt in the end after a slow start, EG's deserved it.
Well, that second quarter was just a blitz. That was some of the best hockey you will see East Grinstead play. Their counter-attack, their clinical nature of their set pieces, and after going 2 goals down, they just hit back and blew them away. So the game was really, for me, was won in that second quarter. But we saw some fantastic indoor hockey, some great counter-attacking from both teams, some good skills, top defending, yeah, all round. Impressive game, and East Grinstead deserved winners.
Very much deserved winners. Theo Dowse goes across to congratulate the Surbiton players. It's his team, as we better hear from Bieber Mills and Michael Kern. Bieber with a hat-trick. She scored the third in fairly fortunate circumstance. Over to Michael. Bieber and Michael, they're in the conversation. Bieber Mills and East Grinstead head into another final, looking to become one of few teams in the women's side of the game to do a hat-trick at Super Sixes. Sanders started Surbiton off, and in such flying form to make it 1-0 past Woodhead. And at this point in the game, with Surbiton 2-0 up, you really felt like it could be a little bit of an upset.
Body language, I think, from the East Grinstead team. They were never going to panic, but they were sort of looking at each other thinking, you know, this is an outstanding start. Erica Sanders leading this team, and I think Theo Dowse said to me, the big thing about Surbiton is you've got to keep Erica Sanders quiet. And they hadn't, and they didn't. But then suddenly, it just turned. The second quarter, the counter-attacking, and that clinical penalty corner finish. And it was just a really special exhibition of indoor hockey from East Grinstead. And they blew them away. And they just did not have a hope. It was all about a high press. It was all about putting Surbiton on the back foot, winning the ball high up the pitch, turning it into penalty corners. And they did it for the whole game. But then Izzy Petter, second half, Izzy Petter, good game. For her, I think she ran out of puff a little bit near the end, but did well counter-attacking. And then EG, you always felt EG were in control of the game, and you know, there's a lesson there. Do shoot from anywhere. If you're on your own in the circle, get the ball going at the goal. Beaver Mills sees the inside of the kicker. And then Erica Sanders fires that late penalty corner in. But in the end, East Grinstead comfortable winners. As we see now the two women's semi-final results. Sutton Coldfield with a last-minute, last-gasp winner from Sally Walton to beat Holcombe. And in a much more open game, East Grinstead, current champions, playing Surbiton. So those two teams will face off in the final of the women's competition at 15:40. But now we turn our attention to the men's competition and just looking at the two men's semi-finals coming up. So in a little under 15 minutes, it's the first of the men's semi-finals. Oxted against Old Georgians, and that's followed at 2:15 by the men's semi-final, Surbiton against Wimbledon. So plenty of hockey to come today, and hope you will join us in just under 15 minutes for the first of the men's semi-finals. We'll see you then. Well, welcome back to the Derby Arena, and it's the England Hockey Super Sixes, and you join us for the first of the two men's semi-finals. And this is very much a David versus Goliath battle between Old Georgians, the current holders, and Oxted, who are here for the first time. They managed to finish fourth in the league competition, which finished a couple of weeks ago, and with Old Georgians winning unbeaten, winning the league once again. Oxted finishing fourth. This is the semi-final matchup. This will be followed by Wimbledon and Surbiton, and that'll be up next. But we're going to focus on this one, and it's a really interesting challenge. These two teams met in the final game of the league programme, where Oxted raced into a 2-goal lead in the first 11 minutes, but the class of Old Georgians, and they came back and they won 8-3 in the end. So the Derby Arena filling up as the day wears on. It's a real feast of indoor hockey we've got today. 6 games, the 2 women's semi-finals that have just taken place, and now the 2 men's semi-finals, and our 2 umpires, Jake Charles and Isaac Charles, umpiring together, the 2 brothers. It's great to see that, and they umpire quite a bit together. In fact, later on in the commentary we'll chat. There's a lovely story from when they were umpiring together as in an outdoor game, outdoor league game at Teddington, but we'll touch on that a little bit later on. But the 2 Charles brothers, both international umpires representing England, and they're in charge of this first semi-finals. We welcome Oxted, very much the underdogs, in their white shirts, blue shorts and blue socks as they come in. Their first appearance at finals day here, but very impressive throughout the league competition, which was held over 2 weekends. 9 teams in the Premier League, 2 weekends up at Old Whitgift School down in Croydon, as Old Georgians, the current English champions, led by their captain Dan Shingles, and goalkeeper George Pinner there, a side brimming with internationals, as the teams go through their final high fives. Oxted, a great opportunity for them this. They have absolutely nothing to lose, and they've managed to get here alongside a very similar outcome in the last year's outdoor competition, where they finished fourth and got into the final playoffs at the end of the outdoor season. So it's a really, really good opportunity, and they will test Old Georgians. Charlie Axford there, player to watch, goal scorer, as the 2 teams just go into their final huddles. There's Oxted. What will they be saying? Give it your all, nothing to lose. And Old Georgians with a trip to Europe on the horizon. 2 weeks' time they'll be in Barcelona, representing England in the European top division competition. Both East Grinstead women and Old Georgian men have got English club teams back into the premier competition in Europe, which is great to see.
Well, Andy, I'm back. What people at home won't know is between the semi-finals and actually after the second semi-final, I have to rush off and do some really, I actually love it. I forget how much I enjoy them. Hospitality interviews. Today first one was Sally Walton, scorer of the winning goal for Sutton Coldfield. What a fabulously interesting career she's had. And the thing that always stands out for me at the Super 6 is, again, something people, it's just a behind-the-scenes thing, is there's a short time frame to do the interviews, and I always walk away wanting more from the interview. It's a lovely way to leave an interview, wanting to ask more questions. But it is a highlight for me. This is going to be a fabulous semi-final. Welcome along, Andy Halliday. Fabulous filling from him. Thank you to him. Alan Forsyth, former Scotland and Great Britain international outdoors, will get us underway, and he slaps the ball to Dan Shingles, and Shingles will want to be celebrating once more alongside him. Wearing the number 5 shirt for Old Georgians, Sam Wood, who has changed his number from the one that was published, which was 151.
5 is easier for us, isn't it?
5 is easier, and your old mate
and
Chris.
a precocious talent as well, St George's School.
They've only provided a few
College.
decent players, haven't they? Tyndall and co.
So interesting already from a tactical perspective, the setup. Nick Giles here is set Oxted up defending deep. So they're saying to OGs, we're going to compress the space that you can play in, you open us up. So it'll be interesting to see the gauntlet sort of laid down.
John Stephen, who was not originally in the Oxted lineup, wears 30. In fact, sorry, no, he wasn't in the Oxted lineup. Wears 30. The ball across to the captain, Thomas Finnegan, and it's picked up by the precocious Wood, as you said, and finds a, well, he's a bit less of a precocious talent now. I think Chris Griffiths, he very well known and been there and done that, albeit still a great talent. Into the circle goes Wood. It was a good tackle, a good save by Max Christopher. Proctor tries to find a way down the line. He had a phenomenal final day. Super Sixes last year, didn't he, Andy?
He did. Chris Proctor, he's a former Beeston player who he knows the indoor pitch and the indoor scene.
Scored as well in the league game between these two, which was an 11-goal thriller.
He's one of these players who you sort of look at him play and you think, was he ever an international? Because he sort of should have been. And I know he played, 21s, England under 21s, but he was never really. Oh, there's a sharp save from George Pinner. That's the first sort of snapshot opportunity.
You've sent me to the Hockey Data Hub, which will take me a few minutes because I need to sign in, but I will do, and I will double check Chris Proctor. I don't think he played senior international, as Wood does really well, as the ball just squeezed to the handle of his stick. Lovely work from Griffiths, and then clips the crossbar, and dropped in the crowd, sir. Nearly took it, wasn't far away.
Forsyth and Griffiths. Now there's a pair of forwards. Incredible goal scoring, 22 between them in the league so far, indoor league this season. And in the women's game, you have one Bieber Mills, but then when you look at the men's game, you've got Griffiths and Forsyth together in the same team, and you know where your goals are coming from. Lovely pass from Shingles, just that first time, open-chested skill as he just opens his body.
No, I'm getting nothing back on Proctor.
No, I think he was certainly in the under-21 squads or around the under-21 squads when he was playing at Beeston.
Forsyth drops under the shoulder, and there is Chris Griffiths. And he scores the opener. Really nicely taken.
Well, this didn't happen when the two teams played in the league. It was Oxted who got ahead, but they're sitting deep and allowing Old Georgians to have the ball, and there's a lovely finish that from Griffiths. He just flicks high, takes his time, picks his spot, flicks high into the net.
And at the other end, a lovely finish from Chris Porter. And Porter makes it one apiece. We said about end-to-end stuff earlier on. Well, Porter, who didn't score in the league game against Old Georgians, has scored a really nice goal here.
Well, no fear from this Oxted team, and pretty used to that with the experience they've had both in the outdoor playoffs and here, and obviously playing in the league. The team that were promoted last year from Division 1 into the Premier League. The first time here, they've done really, really well.
And Porter's a player who's been at Oxted a long time. He's very much been there through the club's rise. Won regional indoor titles for them. He gets his chances. Wiltshire plays the ball across to the captain, Finnegan. And a good start from Oxted. Inside it goes. And certain Mr. Ashley Jackson has come onto the pitch. He'll have been watching interested as the Hockey India League ended last week. The former Ranchi player, I remember him getting beaten up something rotten in the Hockey India League final back in 2015 by a certain Simon Orchard. Orchard with a massive smile on his face, and I can't say that Ashley Jackson had a smile on his face that day, Andy. Punjab and Ranchi played that year's final. Lovely spin. Good defence and controlled and composed. Wiltshire will restart. Lewis Wiltshire. Finnegan.
Been really impressed with Finnegan so far. He's just like his confidence. He looks really happy on the ball.
Wiltshire comes away, right-hand side, drifting, driving, cross-pitch it goes, collected by Isaac Dale. Dale plays the conservative route, and it allows a stooping Carson to come across and nab the ball away. Tom Carson it was. Of course, 3 Carsons in the team.
Oxted need to make the right choices when they counter-attack. That's a good example there, where they've played a right to left pass, but it's just stopped the counter-attack. They need to carry down the boards, rather like Finnegan has done here.
Pinner just blocking. Goalkeeper that definitely, well, his head literally just underneath the crossbar.
He does. And big congratulations to George, who's become a dad for the 2nd time. Leo, who was born last week, and I know that Joe is at home with the 2 boys. George allowed, well, apparently...
Congratulations to Joe as well.
Congratulations to them both. And George was saying to me that it's interesting, Joe is saying, was encouraging him to play and get out the house. I saw him this morning, he suddenly said, I've had a night's sleep in a hotel. It's marvellous, I've had 8 hours. But, no, congratulations to them both. And wonderful family. I know that Nicky and David, seniors, Pinners, are here today.
Interviewed Joe here last year or the year before about the return to the game after the birth of her first child. And again, we spoke about interviews at the start of this game. Really insightful and interesting, and the extra challenges, of course, of being an international hockey playing mother as opposed to father. But the challenges on both sides, as it's collected well by Josh Nurse, brother of Tim. Tim, of course, playing for Surbiton later, back from a broken foot earlier in the season, Tim Nurse. We'll see him later on as he makes his way back into playing. Dan Shingles steps forward. That's a play missing. Griffiths.
They're finding it, Georgians finding it frustrating. I know Ashley will be sitting there now thinking, yeah, Ashley Jackson, how are we going to break down this deep block, this low block? And the answer is to try and overload one side or t'other of the pitch. So you, particularly if you can overload the left, put extra players within their zone. But if they then sort of start to go man-to-man, players will then drift across and space will open up on the other side. So it'll be really interesting to see how they open. Because obviously Oxted looked at this and thought, the best way for us, the chance that we've got to win in this game is to sit deep and hit them on the counter-attack.
Collected by Proctor, works it inside, finds Griffiths, who tries to work it past the goalkeeper, Max Christopher. And quickly away. Come Oxted, saved by George Pinner. That's what it was with the shot.
Doing well. Good defending that from Dan Shingles. To be really careful in that position with the Oxted player trying to get around his left foot. As you see, they're set. They're deep, they're set. They're not giving Georgians any space.
Alan Forsyth, and he's such an intelligent player, isn't he? He's got real hockey IQ. You can see him constantly thinking about where the game's going to open up as through drives Axford once more. Axford spins on his axis and pulls it back across. Pinner into trouble. Pinner, good save. Bennett with the shot into the body of big George Pinner.
Wonderful double save that from George Pinner. Didn't really see the first one, but he just managed to get enough on the ball to get it away from the goal. And then, of course, the second save just shows he's not been playing outdoor hockey this year. He always said he was going to play indoor. Great to see him looking sharp.
Penalty corner goes Old Georgians' way.
Tough one, that. That's Damien Knott, the ball popping up off... it was coming onto his stick and up in the air. Chris Proctor just playing that first-time deflection into the body of the defender. So first penalty corner of the game.
They scored 3 in the league matches against Oxted. Griffiths with 1, Jackson with 1, Forsyth with 1. Jackson it is, he offloads, he moves the ball to Carson, and Carson of the Tom variety gets a second goal for OGs.
And just going back to that corner, we see again, see Ashley Jackson, he's opened his body. You can tell he's not going to shoot because his body is open. But the extra slip through the player in the middle and Oxted defence couldn't adjust. So first quarter, and it's a slim lead for Old Georgians, who I think, and you won't see on camera now, but looking down at the tactics board here, and I can see exactly what Ashley Jackson is trying to do. He's trying to talk to the team about how they're going to overload the zone that Oxted are putting up in front of them.
Alan Forsyth takes the weight off for a moment. I tell you what, they've got some bed. Ed Carson goes and sits down. Griffith sits down. Proctor sits down. They really have got 2 phenomenal teams as Henry Weir comes on. Pablo also as well.
Yeah, Club de Campo.
Yep.
I think his father used to.
Yeah, famous
Spain.
hockey playing family. Yeah. Strong defensive presence for the team from a dynasty. One of many in Spanish hockey. Aren't Spanish hockey going places at the moment? Bama host the Pro League again. Both men's and women's playing very well. The men under Max Caldas and Carlos Cuenta for the women's team.
Well, I was fortunate to be in Heidelberg for the European Nations event, indoor hockey, 3 weeks ago, and Spain, bronze medal, first medal for 20 years in European indoor hockey. Max Caldas was there with them, and they are obviously looking to take this game very seriously as a development for their outdoor. So, Old Georgians, who travelled to Spain in 2 weeks for the club competition.
Lovely hands, Carson inside James Carson's Tom Carson.
Great indoor hockey goal, classic, down the left boards, the deflection in the middle, Carson to Carson, and he knows exactly where that ball is going. He's not going to shoot, he's not going to dwell on it, he just plays it first time for his brother to glance it into an empty net.
Ed Carson is still looking very lackadaisical on the bench currently, not pulling his weight. And the Carson, well, we spoke about dynasty, and it's a joke, by the way. Ed Carson is a very good player. Very different. All 3 Carsons are very different players in the way they play. James, of course, Wales international. But him and Tom play in a very different style, although both very effective. And Ed has that sort of almost merger of the 2, I would always say. They're very, very distinctive styles of play between them.
Yeah, I've described, I mean, I was lucky to work with Tom when England were playing international indoor back in sort of 2015-ish, and Tom was part of the group. Defensively, outstanding player, and I just love. It's almost like he's sort of on rubber stilts. His reach and his ability, a bit like Spider-Man. I think I've described him as Spider-Man before.
Inspector Gadget, almost, yeah. I completely. I know exactly what you mean. He reaches things you don't expect him to reach.
Yeah, incredible. And reads the game very well. And that's
ball across from Ashley Jackson. And Jackson responds, moves away.
Talking about somebody who reads the game very well. Yeah, Ashley Jackson, he's
I find it interesting with Ashley Jackson, Andy, and I'd like your thoughts on this. Young players watching the game, watching Ashley Jackson now at the very latter stage of his career. I don't want to write him off quite yet. But I don't know that they'd know the player they're watching. Does that make sense? Because he plays a very different role to what he did back in his heyday. And I mean, you know, genuinely one of the most skilled and sensational players I think I've watched in my career. And I think a young player would watch him and have a clue of the levels of greatness he achieved. Lovely pick-up towards goal, and Pinner lets it go from Isaac Dale.
Absolutely agree. I think as he leaves the field, his reading of the game of hockey, indoor and outdoor, his contribution around coaching and coaching points when he was a player, he used to see things that others didn't.
Yeah.
And that's why he's now part of the England and Great Britain men's coaching setup. David Ames and Ashley have joined to support, and it's great to hear that. And the thing with Ashley is he was always, say, just a bit different in the way he did things. And I remember him going off to warm down with the rest of the group after the practice session. When Ashley warmed down, he took a hockey ball with him and dribbled around the pitch. So everybody else is just jogging and warming down. Ash would go around the pitch with a hockey ball. And I remember having a chat with Bobby Crutchley, and Bobby saying, maybe we should all be following him and jogging around with a ball each.
Griffiths into the circle. Good, just about a good save from Christopher. Sorry to cut across you there. But, you know, he's a player, was he? Record goal scorer. Sam Ward then took the record. He had a gap in his career to play ice hockey.
Yeah, and was playing ice hockey a couple of seasons ago. He was still playing for Romford.
The caveat I will put in there, of course, is Ward himself has had gaps in his career, but due to injury, nasty injuries, of course, the eye injury back in 2019. Great to see him back in the England fold, going out to Valencia after his time with the Hockey India League Council out in India.
Yeah, I mean, Ashley's struggled with injury as well. He had a long period out. One of the reasons he missed the Indoor World Cup with England in 2011. But he has retained this hunger and appetite for the game, which he's now showing as both coach and player for East Grinstead. For Old Georgians.
Ultra into shingles. Griffiths finds Proctor. Those two work well together. Good save again from Christopher, and he just watches as Charlie Axford steps in, and Axford patiently tries to manoeuvre the ball away from trouble.
Axford cool there. That was a good bit of skill. There's an interesting difference between these two teams, and it's the speed that Georgians are moving the ball. So stick to stick, the simple passes. The ball is just being moved lightning quick, particularly in the important areas of the pitch. So yeah, they're now set up with the two forwards in front, sort of setting in the middle of the pitch, and then they can spring either side with this Old Georgians as Oxted zone.
Griffiths.
And the problem is Oxted are able to reset their zone.
Nice offload by Griffiths. Works well to get the shot away. Floor to score, doesn't quite get it exactly how he wanted. And Axford again can use his physical presence, which the umpire says slow down. Umpires in this one, Isaac Charles and Jake Charles.
The brothers, and in fact I mentioned in the intro, it's great to see them umpiring together. There's a funny story from an outdoor game. There's a shooting opportunity there, but off the post. George Pinner just watching it onto the post.
Josh Nurse it was with the shot. I just go back to that leave by Pinner. He does have a way of leaving a ball in an almost arrogant way. And I'm not saying that's a lovely finish. And it's James Carson with the touch on the right-hand side, as we were just reflecting on how Pinner left the ball alone. Well, James Carson doesn't leave the ball alone, and it's 4-1 OGs.
First time, glance towards the goal, get the ball going at the goal, and that's real class.
And I don't mean, Andy, that George Pinner is an arrogant person. I just mean the way he leaves it, almost winding a forward up, saying, oh, it's easy. He just has that look about him, the way he goes about it. It always makes me chuckle as
he does.
Carson and Carson.
I mean, we always used to take the mickey out of him a little bit because he would shout leave after it had gone wide. You never hear him shout leave and the ball went in, though. That was the thing. So his judgment was good. And I was going to say, so 2 umpires umpiring together outdoors at Teddington, and somebody in the crowd turned around and said, oh, 2 umpires, Charles on the back. It's great to have a father and son umpiring a National League game. It's the taller one, the father, obviously referring to Jake, which was great. But I think, again, we have a lot of young umpiring talent coming through. They are a great product of the system, what the MPUA have done for the indoor and the outdoor game, and you're seeing it now.
Hamilton found Josh Nurse. Nurse back again to Oliver Bennett. Bennett always off Pinner, and it comes down safely, and the umpire allows play to continue. Pinner did really well with the save. Did well to keep it safe as well as Carson. And Carson back to Jackson. Old Georgians being made to work. A high press put on by Oxted here. Oh, and that wasn't far away. Coming off the stick of Oliver Bennett.
So the rules around, you've got to allow a path out for the defender on the ball. That's why Ashley Jackson was able to play the ball along the byline. You can't pin him in the corner. A little nuance on the rules that you get from that you don't have in outdoor hockey. So if the ball got trapped in the corner, we'd end up with a. Oh,
what a finish and a lovely goal from Pablo Azoz, the Spaniard, making it count, and just a snapshot from him, and it's 5-1.
It's first time. So the thing that Georgians are doing in the opposition circle, they get the ball going at the goal straight away. There's power on it. They don't stop the ball and then try and flick it up in the air. They are just getting the ball going at the goal at speed straight away, and Christopher can do nothing about that.
And again, Axford. And there goes the hooter. Half-time. Well, Oxted will be pleased that they got the goal through Chris Porter to make it 1 apiece. But then the Carson show. Tom with a couple, James with 1, and then the Spanish touch as well of Pablo Azoz to make it 5-1. A really professional first half from Old Georgians, because you can't take it away from Oxted. They've taken their chances when they come.
They have, and that early save there coming from George Pinner. But then Chris Griffiths steps up alongside Forsyth. And there's Griffiths. So Forsyth shoots the first one. The second one he tucks under his arm to Griffiths there. Flicks high into the net. But then straight back down the other end. And opportunity for Chris Porter to equalise.
You mentioned about Forsyth shooting the first one. Look at the confusion for Max Christopher as well. I think that would have helped in terms of his uncertainty of where to go for the first, or the Griffiths goal.
Yeah. But the simple nature of the connection between Old Georgians in the opposition circle. It's the first touch. They know exactly where the ball is going to go. If there's anybody watching this, you'll hear people talking, coaching about pre-scanning, knowing where the ball is going to go. So currently, it's Old Georgians are in complete control in this one.
It's going to be a bike race. Of course, if you're nearby, there are tickets available. Come down to the Super 6 at Derby Arena. There are also, of course, on the England Hockey website, there are tickets to the FIH Pro League in the summer. You've got India-Pakistan. You've got all sorts going on there. I mean, to tell you what, I've commentated on India-Pakistan in the past. There's Rich Beer, CEO of England Hockey, sat there having a conversation about all the grand plans going on. Of course, Euro champs, 2027 Euro Hockey Euro champs to come. And if you're lucky enough to be on the early mailing list on that one, I believe the tickets, if they haven't gone live, they're very much near going live if you're on that early release. To get your tickets to Lee Valley and the Stoop in 2027, there's a lot of opportunity to watch high-quality hockey right in the UK right now as the half-time entertainment looks like a penalty stroke competition into a small goal. How were you at penalty strokes, Andy? Were you a penalty stroke taker at this level?
Yeah, I was a taker, but then gradually, I think, as my career blossomed, I missed enough for the coach to turn around and sort of find someone else. But
it was coach power, not player power. No,
I would,
no, not
well,
me.
not at all. No, but I was always volunteer. I'd always be the one that stepped up, and because there were many that didn't. But no, we're obviously getting further and further away from the goal here, which is.
I'd love to see Michael Kern take one occasionally.
You know he's a very, very good football goalkeeper.
Goalkeeper, yes,
yeah.
I did know that, yeah.
I think he used to play for Sholing, who play in the sort of, I don't know, 4th or 5th tier of.
Well, he's very connected to Southampton Football Club, isn't
Yeah.
he? And presents or presented, I know he did, for Premier League productions. A very good standard of football presentation, the world feed for the Premier League.
Yeah, he has. He plays in the
Clever.
Southampton Legends games in goal.
YGS mentioned them earlier. Proudly represented. Alan Forsyth's taking notes here. He sat watching. Doesn't really need notes on where the goal is, Alan Forsyth.
Is this Sally Walton's group from RGS?
I'd assume so.
Yeah.
Long conversation with Sally earlier on. 15 times she reckons she's been to the Super Sixes. And the history, she said, we don't really care about EG's history of becoming another hat-trick. We only care about our own, but very much aware of the Sixsmith-Beaton conversation. 1987 said actually they had ummed and ahed about giving Jane a spot on the bench today. I don't know whether that was serious or not, but either way, it's a nice recognition to even be considering it, isn't it?
Well, certainly for those who didn't see the first women's semi-final, which Sutton Coldfield won with a last gasp penalty corner goal from Sally Walton, with Molly Beaton playing for Sutton Coldfield and her mother, Jane Sixsmith, MBE, sitting in the crowd watching. It was a lovely moment.
So at half-time here, it's Old Georgians 5, Oxted 1, and kind of going with form of the league match, which finished 8-1. Hat-trick that day from Christopher Griffiths.
So this is an interesting point here from a coaching perspective. It's so what do Oxted do? They've sat back and sat deep and allowed Old Georgians to have the ball, and they find themselves 5-1 down at half-time. So do they do that? Do they deploy the same defensive setup, or do they go a little bit higher up the pitch and start to press? I would, as a coach, be thinking the latter, and it looks like that's what we're seeing. But the chances are Old Georgians can exploit that space that will create.
Forsyth, Proctor just backed away and squared up in the centre, wanting the ball. There was no way through for Forsyth without breaking the rules. He finds former Loughborough player, former East Grinstead player as well, Chris Griffiths, who retired internationally, 2 or 3 years ago now. Had a great reception at Lee Valley, alongside the likes of Ollie Willers, to recognise their international careers.
Yeah, played a number of indoor internationals for England, Chris Griffiths.
Bounces off Scott Forsyth, and Axford can come away in possession of the ball for the white and black of Oxted. Lovely ball. Forsyth, great pace. It just popped up. Not how we wanted it to be.
Good defending from Dan Shingles there, deep in his own circle again. He just got his poise, his barrier in exactly the right position. Oxted leaving the right-hand side free, so they want to try and create a situation where they can play into that space that you see. Don't go and stand on the right boards. You see Wiltshire moving forward now into that space.
Finnegan, you mentioned Loughborough. He was at university too. As Proctor leaves the ball alone for Sam Wood. Wood restarts for his team. 21 years of age, turns 22 in May. Dancing down the line was Griffiths, but he couldn't find a way through. Forsyth, good work, and finds Griffith. Oh, that was travelling, and the goalkeeper, I tell you what, Max Christopher did very well there, Andy.
He did do well. He had to adjust very, very quickly. There was real pace on that shot. He just managed to, in fact, nice to see Chris Griffiths there out of shot, acknowledging that save with the goalkeeper. Alan Forsyth getting angry with himself around his touch there, the ball popping up off his stick. So Georgians happy, they're now happy to sit a little deeper. I think when you've got, this is obviously the first of the two men's semi-finals, but with another game several hours later, you do think about conserving a little bit of energy when you've got a comfortable lead. As I mentioned earlier, this day is, a lot of it is about adrenaline.
Finnegan gets caught in possession there, and Griffiths suddenly dances and weaves and tries to offload. Goes through the foot of Dan Hamilton, or so he believed. Hamilton now, though, okay, and will restart. Back to Lewis Wiltshire. Wiltshire back to Hamilton. Winner of several Bucks titles, university.
You see a bit of a trend developing in when there is elimination in the game, when it's a one-on-one, when a player is trying to beat an opponent. Very much about going round outside the left foot and not going down the forehand. Don't run into contact, go to space, but go to the left foot of the defender.
Carson, Tom Carson, what a ball. Looking for James, who played at the 2023 World Cup in Bhubaneswar and Rourkela. Carson again to Carson, and a lovely goal. Tom to James, and James just slots it in off the handle.
That's real class. And Tom Carson, his body position, so he shapes to shoot, and it almost commits the keeper, Christopher, but then just throws it under his arm and rolled into an empty net. And great to see that.
Jackson, lovely offload. Carson again. Jackson, good save from Christopher. He's having a good game, despite the scoreline.
He is. It's, I mean, very difficult against a team like Old Georgians, who, you'll notice what they're trying to do. They get the ball in the corners, and then as the ball comes out, it's the first time shot at goal. So they're not even taking it onto the stick and dragging it in. It's just first time. It just goes so quickly off the stick.
Can I ask a question, which I genuinely don't know? This is not me playing dumb and asking questions to try and help people that have never watched the game. In indoor hockey, are you allowed to deliberately leave the pitch and then re-enter it? And I ask because John Stephen has just done just that in front of the umpire's nose over the Oxted baseline. And I know in some scenarios that's not allowed in, well, it's definitely not allowed in basketball, which I'm just briefly comparing to indoor hockey.
I think if it's all part of the play, I think that's fine. I don't think, because I remember going back. No, you've thrown another brilliant curveball at me, and I've no doubt that there will be a bit of a social media reaction on this. But I can remember a long time we had a player who played for St Albans, German player, who at defensive penalty corners, just lifted.
Pinner had to work hard to save it. It wouldn't have counted anyway. Sorry, Andy, carry on.
No, defensive penalty corners, he would run behind the goal.
Yep.
To get to the far side. So instead of running in, so the keeper goes out and you get your defence running in behind the keeper, he would actually set off and run behind the goal, which I'm not sure whether that is legal, but he used to do it.
Well, I will. What I'll do at the end of the game, Campbell Riemann, a very good old Wickham hockey friend of mine, is reserve umpire here. I'm going to have a conversation with him. Lovely ball from Griffiths, finds Proctor. Sorry, Carson. Ed Carson it was with the attempted shot on goal. Forsyth couldn't pick up the pieces. Look at the speed of, just like a hungry hippo. Chris Griffiths is in there grabbing onto the ball. Aged reference, yes, but I think it's a fair analogy.
Hungry hippo. So we've got Spider-Man and a hungry hippo in the Old Georgians lineup. And it's just got such fast hands.
Henry Weir has a sit down. There must be some stories on that Old Georgians bench. of the accolades won by this team. And they're not the only team like that. Wimbledon playing Surbiton later. That's going to be an interesting match, and it's interesting to see essentially Wimbledon weakened by injuries and players out for other reasons. Good turn by Bennett, and free hit goes the way of Proctor, who opens up the play to Forsyth. Good save.
Again,
by
you see
Christopher.
that first time.
No block.
The shot is first time. He swivels his body. It's such a difficult skill, that.
Forsyth tries to put it between his legs. Christopher comes out to smother, and you may think, to the untrained eye, the way the goalkeepers go about their movements is not deliberate, but there, as you saw there from Christopher, a number of different techniques, and we need friends of ours like Simon Mason, don't we, Andy, to explain them, but there are so many different techniques within goalkeeping.
And it's a wholly different game indoors to outdoors.
Yeah.
Do you hold your ground, do you commit, do you go out to the top of the circle?
Forsyth and Griffiths wait. It will be Alan Forsyth. It's into the pads of Christopher, who had to look up and work out whether it was his player stood in front of him. It was. And now Axford has cornered himself. And then Wiltshire, oh, hints of a foot from Wiltshire, but play continues. Bennett drives. He's going all on his own, and Wood lifted the ball. Restart from Bennett. Tries to go three before going into the circle. Does so. Back onto Griffiths and out of play. And the restart for Oxted, who are, I tell you what, giving it their best here. They may be 6-1 down. This is David versus Goliath. Oxted as David doing their utmost to stay in the game, as we've seen in both first semi-finals. Very different this one though. Oh, Georgians definitely have the position in the driving seat, but Oxted not stepping back.
No, they're not. And there's enough individual technical brilliance in this Oxted team to constantly pose a threat. Here's Axford on the ball. He epitomises that. Really impressed with him. But you just feel OGs have got a little bit to spare, a little bit in the tank here in this game. There's no front foot pressing. They're sitting back, quite happy for Oxted to have the ball and break them down. I think we might see a different approach from them, assuming they get to the final. Well, they will have to. You see no way out in that corner, so you recycle.
Ball out towards Wiltshire. Ball across, Pinner watches. Proctor lets it go. 6-1, Old Georgians lead.
Yeah, they've just been comfortable, haven't they? I think there's a problem with the goal here.
The goal's just off its marker.
Yeah, you just sense that OGs are just doing enough just to stay ahead, to stay in control. Connection there between Jackson and Carson. So the end of the third quarter, and it's more of the same really from Old Georgians. They're in complete control here, and despite going ahead and seeing an equaliser from Oxted in the very early stages of the game, they've got themselves ahead with some clinical finishing in the second quarter, and Nick Giles have got a lot. They've got a lot to do, Oxted, if they're going to get back into this game, and I would suggest they're just going to have to change it, do something a little bit different, maybe take a keeper off, try that for a couple of minutes and see what Old Georgians do as a result, whereas for Georgians it's just all about the same. They are, as I mentioned, a little bit probably third gear, not really in fourth gear at the moment, because they don't need to be, so they're in control of the game. George Pinner has dealt with everything thrown at him very adequately, and it's now down. What can Oxted offer that is going to give them a glimmer of hope?
6-1 the score. The white and black shorts of Oxted against the maroon and light blue. Back it goes to Wiltshire.
And they're still using this tactic at Oxted, trying to create space, so leaving the right-hand side free. Tactic we see quite a lot in German Bundesliga hockey.
Now, Andy, I've got an apology to make to the Oxted fans. I accused Josh Nurse of being Tim's brother, and it didn't come up in Josh's bug, it did come up in Tim's. I genuinely thought it was the case, and he's not, and I apologise. I hold my hands up. Sometimes us commentators get it wrong. I've got my facts wrong on that one. I'm glad to say it doesn't happen often, Andy. I hope you would back me up on that, but I will openly apologise to Oxted fans.
Well, there's plenty of nurses in hockey in southwest London and South London, Surrey.
Jackson, hope it doesn't detract from the enjoyment of the day as Jackson looks forward. Carson, who definitely does have two brothers playing, finds Ed and James are there, all three of them on pitch at the same time.
So this is interesting. The game is, I wouldn't say the game has died, but it feels like Georgians have won it. So they are comfortably ahead here. And obviously saving energy for probably the tougher task that is going to come later on. But I just feel if I were Oxted, give it a go. You know, let's just see if we can put them under a little bit of pressure. Maybe take the keeper off. A little bit of risk, try and unsettle them.
Tom Carson. James is up high at the moment. He's trying to get high. Tom just spins around back to Weir across to Ed Carson. This is nice and expansive from old Georgians. They just left that left board wide open, but then the ball forward and no power in it at all. James Carson drops deep, collects and uses the right board to his advantage and falls down. And Finnegan can restart for Oxted.
That hurt Carson, I think, on the hip. And again, he is another exponent of the skill that you see from the top players, where they, in order to create space to shoot, they shoot off their right foot, so they create space to get away from the defender.
Oh, that was very good. Lovely spin.
And there's Axford demonstrating that, but the other way, so going right to left, because you've got to create space in front of the defender to be able to shoot. Oh, great pass.
Griffiths, and across in the way goes Christopher, long corner given. Griffiths couldn't quite direct it where he wanted. I think he was looking to lift it into the top left-hand corner as he looked. Proctor hints of a bobble from him, pulls it back. Griffiths just allows the ball to run onto his stick, and Wiltshire and Christopher between them decline access to the goal. Proctor back to Shingles.
Oh geez, once again, the ball down the sides, first time into the middle for that first time deflection at goal. Very continental way of playing indoor hockey.
Oh geez, looking to do the hat-trick for the first time since his Grinstead did back in the Wembley days. Good work from Isaac Dale. Penalty corner, Oxted's way.
Well, another great double save that from George Pinner. Firstly from the deflection, and then the next one, the deflection, the one off the post, and then getting down at his far post at the feet of the Oxted attacker. Really good defending, but for the first time for a while, Oxted find a way through that first line of Georgians defenders. First corner.
Up to the top it comes again, the offload from Axford. Where is it? Oh, it's gone in. Lovely on the left-hand side. And it is Josh Nurse, right on cue.
Wide slip, pretty wide slip, and the ball coming off the Georgian stick but going over the line. So can they get another?
Proctor puts pressure on Forsyth, it just comes up off his stick, and the restart from Bennett, who just waits and waits and waits and then draws the run, which creates the space. Out goes Pinner, sweeper-like, trying to sweep the ball with his stick. He stands up and puts the kicker on it, just allowing the ball to ricochet off the baseline. Wiltshire again restarts. Oxted aren't backing down here. A real proud, charismatic performance from them. And a free hit goes Old Georgians' way as the ball was drilled into Proctor.
Proctor set as a defender there, and I think looking at Isaac Charles and saying, you're not going to give any more than that. For me, that was the correct decision.
Proctor goes in to try and win the ball. Bennett got it instead. Axford cuts it inside. It clips up off the stick of Forsyth, who goes back for seconds and gets the ball. A little nudge in the back by Axford. Forsyth spins around him like he wasn't there, and away comes the goal scorer Nurse. Back to Axford it goes. This is good from Oxted, finishing the game very strongly into the last 4.5 minutes of the fourth quarter. Well, Georgians might think that the game was done and dusted, but Oxted have got different ideas here. Lovely ball under the up max. Oh, gilt-edged chance. It was in from Finnegan to Charlie Axford.
Great defending from Shingles. Just got his stick in there. He does that so well, Dan Shingles, reading the game defensively. He's very much, I think last year he got the player of the match in the final because he scored a couple of goals, but and defensively he just marshals the group, but his individual one-on-one defensive skills are of the highest order in indoor.
Forsyth into the open goal, but from outside of the circle. And
is that, I don't know whether Alan Forsyth there is trying to sort of convince the umpire that he played that in the circle. You know how hungry he is for goals.
That's Christopher. Has come off. Inside it goes to Ed Carson, James Carson, rolling around. Oh, that was a brutal but very good piece of tackling by Oliver Bennett.
Ollie Bennett, son of Wayne, who's the team manager.
Wiltshire gets the ball back. If it goes to Finnegan, he's had a really good, a lovely ball and a lovely penalty corner one. Nurse with the touch. Weir, I think it was, with the foot, but Finnegan's deception on that ball was a different level of good.
Yeah, I think from a defensive perspective there, Henry Weir needed to be a little bit lower, a bit stronger. That deflection. Old Georgians have been, you know, that's what they've been doing to Oxted that first time, deflection, and now they've had it done to them. So Axford again, wide slip again.
Good from Pinner. Really out quickly, and that was a mixture of getting down very low and keeping himself as big as he could, which again I know sounds like a contradiction in terms of it. Very good goalkeeping. Definitely doesn't lack height, George Pinner. He had to be so clever in how he set himself there. Jackson showing some of that skill that we spoke about earlier on. And
the tackle, once he'd lost the ball there, Jackson, did you see he just managed to hook his stick over and take the ball clean. Gave away a long corner, but you spoke about the ice hockey skills. That's that coming out. We've chatted a lot about Ashley Jackson in the first half, but his ability with a stick and ball, the eye
again
for the game and for the ball, and it's just outstanding.
Wiltshire. Lovely ball through by Bennett. Played away off the wall and out of play. And back rushes Finnegan to restart.
We've seen in Europe recently some quite interesting approaches around keeper coming off. So there's been quite a few international teams who would take their keeper off. So we play 6 outfield, v 6 outfield.
Good save again, Pinner. Again making himself so big and immediately gets across to another really clever and quick save from the veteran in goal from Old Georgians. Finnegan up off the stick of James Carson. And here Oxted, with the extra player, are enjoying a purple patch in the game. They are thwarted by the saves and saves and saves again. of George Pinner, who takes every second he possibly can to get that one back to Ashley Jackson. No point in rushing at this stage. At 6-2 as Old Georgians are. Back to Shingles. Proctor's just been dumped on the ground by Finnegan. It might be the last laugh because those two have had a little bit of a battle all day. Nice offload by the number 14, Chris Porter, who scored the opening goal for Oxted.
Tired spin that from Axford straight into the stick.
Poor Nurse wore that on the instep. He's only got to last another 20 seconds or so under that now. You're not selecting player of the match, Andy, but if you were, who would it be?
I think it's a tough one, isn't it? Probably Griffiths,
yeah, I agree.
But I think George Pinner has played brilliantly.
Yep. Well, it finishes Old Georgians 6, Oxted 2, and the reigning champions were very good indeed. But didn't Oxted play their part? Porter to make it one apiece. Josh Nurse to close the scoring at 6-2. And Old Georgians were made to work hard, but it was a champion's performance from them. Oxted, a rich addition to this Super Sixes, and I'm sure we'll see them again, if not next year, very soon again indeed. The likes of Finnegan, I felt, really stood out for them. The captain's performance, Max Christopher in goal with some excellent saves. But it is Old Georgians who are our third name into the final today, Andy.
Yeah, for a team that have come up, been promoted from Division 1 into the Premier Division, and in their first attempt they finished fourth. They've managed to get to the finals here. It was always going to be uphill for them. It was always going to be a real tough challenge, and you feel that the quality that Old Georgians had, particularly in the attacking circle, you know, the likes of the Carsons, Griffiths, Forsyth, it's a quality above and a step above, I think, a lot of the other teams that we're going to see here. So comfortable victory for Old Georgians. They will have a tougher test later on when they play against the winners of our next semi-final.
Our player of the match, Tom Carson. Tom, first of all, congratulations through to the final again.
Yeah, thank you very much. I guess every match is going to be pretty tricky when you're here, and at Oxted causes a lot of problems. But yeah, nice to get over the line and another final.
Obviously, Oxted, we noticed towards the end, then taking the goalkeeper off. Was that something you expected from them?
I guess when you're down a few goals, you're going to try whatever you can to get the upper hand. And yeah, it caused us some trouble. And they got some really nice players, good dribblers, good indoor hockey players, good passers. And yeah, they caused us problems. But if we'd got one chance into the goal, empty net, would have really killed the game. So you got to prepare for everything. Amazing. Obviously, yourself on the score sheet as well. Always nice to score at the final day. Yeah, of course. It's always nice to score when you're forward, right?
Tom, best of luck for the final.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Here from Tom Carson. And that concludes as we see Surbiton and Wimbledon work their way onto the pitch. Our first men's and open semi-final. Old Georgians 6, Oxted 2. The first name into the open men's final is Old Georgians, the reigning champions twice in a row. They join Sutton, Coldfield and East Grinstead, who made their way to the women's final. Surbiton and Wimbledon to come next at 2:15 p.m. local time. We'll have all the action for you in, 20 minutes time. But for now, from me and from Andy, it is a goodbye. Rather an eerie, mystical moment falls across the Derby arena as this haunting music plays out and the lights cut through the darkness. We're about to see the last semi-final of the day. We're about to find out at 2:10 p.m. local time as you join us. 2:15 is the second Open men's semi-final. And it's a local battle and there's no love lost. Surbiton and Wimbledon, the southwest London derby. In Derby, Andy Halliday, you've been coming out with facts galore off comms ahead of this one. You've got a few, no doubt you'll share with us, as here come the umpires. Onto court. Max Davison and Nick White. The umpires for this one. Andy, a very interesting second semi-final after we saw Old Georgians book their place in the Open men's final.
Yes, I think Old Georgians showing their class against Oxted. This, I think, will be a bit tighter between these two. A resurgent Surbiton, who come back into the Premier League this year against Wimbledon, twice winners.
Teddy Reynolds-Cottrell in goal for Wimbledon. Played in a friendly international the other day at Bisham Abbey for Wales. Wales lost that 3-1. A slightly depleted Wimbledon team. Max Plenavo, the Belgian international, wearing 36 at the end of the line. And here comes Surbiton. A team who won national indoor titles in 2017 and 2020. Scotland international goalkeeper Callum Douglas wearing one for them. Captained by Johnny Gall. His brother James playing for England out in Valencia next week. Tommy Austin, their leading goal scorer. An exciting young player. 11 goals for the competition so far. In the league, it was Surbiton 5, Wimbledon 2. For Wimbledon, no Jack Turner. Big loss for them because he is the sort of player that can control the tempo of a game.
Yes, they will miss him. And it's interesting that Wimbledon, despite the setbacks, the injuries, not having players available, you know, they're still turning out an incredibly high standard quality in their indoor game. And in Ed Haller, they have somebody who can score. Open play, penalty corners, he could be the difference. Max Plenavo, so much experience there as a Wimbledon team come out the huddle. Belgian experience, played in a World Cup, and is some of his skills, his vision of the game. Keep an eye on him, number 36. But for Surbiton, well, it's Barry Middleton led, so you know that they are going to give absolutely everything.
Just confirming whether it's his ball or not, Kai Kepler, the American who played in Germany, of course, for a time. Exciting player. Played in the Indoor World Cup. Andy Halliday with all the facts and figures on who's played in that in this game. Go on, Andy.
Well, there are three. There's an obvious one. Barry Middleton. I bet people didn't realise that England played in a 2011 World Cup in Poznan. Barry played for England there. And Plenavo and Kepler. So there are your three.
Plenavo spent a long time with Leopold and went to Barcelona, HGC, back to Leopold, Royal Oreille and Hukel as well. 32 years of age now. And started with Waterloo Ducks. All down the line. Welcome along into the circle. Goes Surbiton. to Ed Hawler. He's an important player. Had him on commentary a couple of years ago.
We did, didn't we? Yes, we. He is a pivotal player, and it's not just about the goal scoring; it's about his discipline, because he can, if things go against him, he can drift out of the game and almost also spend some time on the sidelines. You know, we've seen him. I think he's a much more mature individual now, but I think I remember seeing him get 3 yellows over a weekend, a league weekend. But he is a incredible goal-scoring talent, and he will lead this team from the front.
Here is Hawler. Reece Smith. Oh, here is Smith. Great opportunity straight into the pads of Douglas, and that was gilt edge from the former England international.
Yeah, Reece Smith, just the ball just ending up behind him, and his balance took him sort of towards the goal. I think the ball had popped up off his stick there anyway. But not seen by Max Davidson. Young umpire on the far side. Was part of the big charity cycle that umpires did last year.
Save from Douglas. And the captain of Wimbledon.
Yeah, a group of NPUA umpires went on a fundraising cycle across and visited all the National League clubs.
Rob Farrington.
Last year he was part of that.
Carried away, well done by Kai Kepler. Smith. Kepler, lovely spin from him. Across to Duncan Scott. Penalty corners wanted by Kepler and given by the umpire.
Great work from Kepler there, showing his experience and guile as well. And he had to rather robust challenge as he ran into the circle in the middle of the pitch, but he rode it and carried on. Lovely slip, and then the ball just onto Austin's right foot. So Hawler, 18 goals to his name in the league so far.
Goes to Hawler on his reverse stick. Not sure that was where it was meant to go. Kepler with Patterson on the left-hand side. The drive from Kepler is a good one. All the way back, Rory Patterson waits on the left-hand side for his team. And out it goes to Hawler. Hawler calm in possession again. Just then spinning and almost drilling it into the player as Nurse dives through. To Buckle. That's good calm play from Austin. Tempted ball down the line was rather forceful from Johnny Gall.
Rob Farrington, lovely skill. He has been a real mainstay in the Surbiton indoor campaigns over the years. Real high quality.
Here comes Gearing. Middleton played it down the line. It's an absolute pleasure to see the likes of Ashley Jackson, the likes of Barry Middleton still plying their trade, and said the same earlier about Sally Walton as well. Veterans of the game still enjoying indoor hockey at the highest level in the country. That's a lovely piece of play by the Belgian star, Max Plenavo.
Well, that's the ability to get the ball from one side of his body to the other and then going at the goal. Hit the sideboard in the end, but he's playing his outdoor hockey at Brussels, I believe, this year, Racing Brussels.
Plenavo gets the ball down the line. Back by Rogerson towards Plenavo. He's had plenty of clubs in his time, including in the Netherlands and Spain, as well as his native Belgium. Wandering back into defence. Plenavo that time. Drive on down the left by Tommy Austin. And a long corner, a silence, sort of hum, almost Lords-esque hum, falls over the Derby Arena. Ball across, Austin is there snooping. The ball was from Ollie Shelton. It comes back and Middleton steps in and holds the ball, almost twisted really nastily actually. And good save. In fact, it's given us a free out over and away. And Wimbledon restart, we'll see it here.
Just over the bar from Austin. Surbiton's top scorer with 11 goals so far this campaign.
Toby Reynolds-Cottrell did well there to get out of the way. Like a prize fighter ducking underneath a swift uppercut. He's a good goalkeeper, isn't he? We've got two exceptional...
And believe it or not, he's got England indoor caps before he moved across the Severn Bridge.
He's Bristolian, isn't he?
Yeah.
Isn't he Bristolian? Toby Reynolds-Cottrell, lovely guy, played for Clinger Lancers in the return of the Hockey India League.
Last year, I think.
Placed in with Jed Snowden this year, the Australian who played well. Back it goes to Middleton once more. Surbiton controlling the game at the moment. Wimbledon doing some good work though in defence. And
I like the way Wimbledon have set up defensively. They're playing a man-to-man system, but it's almost hybrid. So for coaches watching, they are flitting a little bit between the man-to-man marking and the zonal system, and it's very difficult for Surbiton to cope with it. Whereas Surbiton very much in the man-to-man marking mode.
Ball up, back to Patterson. Patterson offloads to the right-hand side. It comes immediately back to him, and good work in Vallely. Oh, lovely finish, and it is a really nice turn by James Vallely. Callum Douglas beaten. Wimbledon have a 1-goal advantage.
So Surbiton asking there for a drill. But I think Max Davidson has got that right. As we see, it's the initial shot. You see the ball come in. The initial shot, spinning into a set defender. I'm not sure. Very subjective, that rule. I think he's got that one right.
And Kepler, who just apologises to Haller. Who's looking for the captain, Duncan Scott. Infield. All a nice clip ball down the line. No pace on it. There's pace on that ball to Scott. He looks for Haller again, and it's well out by Buckle, making sure.
Scott needs to play that ball earlier. He waited and dwelled. He needs to play that first time. That's what Old Georgians did so well in that first semi-final, was the ball coming out of those corners immediately, not getting stuck. But you can see exactly what Wimbledon are trying to do when they get in those corners. They just need to do it a little bit quicker.
Down to Haller, who works in the City. Well, at least did 2 years ago when we commentated. I believe he's moved jobs since, but still in that similar field. Patterson in and out, and Scott, who used to, of course, wear a rugby scrum cap, easy for me to say, in his England days. Apologies for the slip of the tongue on that one. Well, it's still 1-0. Wimbledon still leading. Lovely pick from Buckle, and he's got a 2-on-1 here. If he can use it, and that is really good defending by Patterson. Long corner given. Patterson wanted it his way, wasn't given.
With Patterson, had a very good European Championship with the Irish team. Sadly, they were relegated, but he was a real standout. Played very well. Farrington with the snapshot off the backhand there, but Reynolds-Cottrell equal to it.
Haller collects, offloads. Oh, well done, Callum Douglas. Scott back to Haller, and Haller wins a penalty corner. He says there should have been more.
I think it was the stick. Was it the stick tackle this was given for? You see the replay here. Patterson bounces the boards. Hall with the first touch. Yeah, I think he just took the stick. I don't think that. I think that's a correct decision. I don't think a penalty stroke was correct there. I know they were asking for more Wimbledon, but for me, yeah, just taking the stick, then the ball. Correct decision.
Scott out to Haller. Lovely finish. Patterson it is, and it's 2-0 Wimbledon.
Yeah, Rory Patterson steps up. Simple routine. You're probably expecting Haller to shoot, but he just tucks it under his arm. Scott with the power and the injection, that's really, really important. And Haller moves it on very, very quickly.
Wimbledon come forward yet again, looking for Haller again inside. Unable to find him through the pass of Eddie Harper. Well, Wimbledon, after the first 10 minutes, have taken a 2-0 lead. They only scored 2 against Surbiton in the league stage. A dream start, really, for...
Yeah, it is a dream start. I think the way that Surbiton have set themselves up from a man-to-man marking, in a man-to-man marking system, means that there's always going to be space on the pitch. What Wimbledon have done very well is their counter-attack, their movement off the ball, their movement ahead of the ball. Some of the first-time passing has been very, very good. They just look really sharp. And at the moment, Surbiton's threat, they don't have the Haller, they don't have the Duncan Scott in the opposition circle that is really going to cause Wimbledon any damage. But look, we're only 10 minutes in. As we know, a 2-goal lead is nothing in indoor hockey.
Nothing indeed. Surbiton scored 5 in that league match, with Nick Nurse scoring multiple. Farrington, Austin and Shelton, the other scorers. We're back underway, and it goes to Adam Buckle, and Buckle gets the ball back. Good press from Planovote. And alongside him, Rogerson. Patterson, goal scorer. Lovely offload. Kepler, good save from the goalkeeper Douglas. Exceptional goalkeeper Douglas. Kepler, great ball across. And then the player you mentioned, Rob Farrington. And Reynolds Cottrell was... well, he stood back on his line and bounced up and down as if to say I had it covered, but I'm not sure he felt like that in real time.
He's seen 3 go over his head so far. That's good
Oh no,
skill
stumbled,
again
fair enough.
from Rob Farrington, but just didn't have the angle.
Save Douglas again. Planovote it was in that almost Tom Bone manner, trying to generate a shot anywhere he can in the circle. Pick from Nick Nurse is a good one, and the turn from Tommy Austin, who posts up really well. Farrington, a lovely collection and put away on the reverse from Rob Farrington, and Surbiton get their first goal of the day, and it's come from a veteran hand.
Great play down the left, lovely. It's just he's got no time, no space, but he just gets the ball going at the goal so quickly here. The tuck in field, and then the snapshot through the legs. How many have we seen those so far today, going through goalkeepers' legs because the shot is taken so quickly?
Smith, of course, the organisation he runs has a really amazing thing it does, promoting hockey in inner city schools. He's done that for a long time now, Reece Smith.
Yeah, it's no longer part of the funded programme, Reece Smith, but as you say, he's having such a big impact.
Always, to me as well, Farrington works the ball to Buckle. Buckle in towards Toby Reynolds Cottrell, and away it goes for a free out. He always seems to be having so much fun with it as well, which I think is crucial in those sort of organisations. You've got to enjoy your work to inspire the children, as he and his group, his team, so much do.
Yeah, they do, and I think it's just what is needed in our inner cities giving this opportunity to a lot of state school pupils who maybe have never seen the game before. And he's a role model as well. That's the other thing. They love him. They absolutely love him. He's a Streatham boy.
Ball across to Reese Smith, and Kepler slightly ran it out of ideas. Back it goes to Middleton. Oh, lovely from Barry Middleton. Just dinked up off the stick as the ball went into Tommy Austin, who then falls and almost, I think, hurt himself as he did so. Scott loses possession, or nearly loses possession. His quick hands go back to Reese Smith. Kepler still going.
Interesting here, Mark Haycroft, the number 2 goalkeeper on the Surbiton bench, constantly, almost as if he's playing, talking about marking, where to go and stand.
Of course, potentially understated to people that don't know or always understand the sport of hockey, the communication skills goalkeepers have to have. They have to be talkers. They have to, even if they're not talkers, they're going to have to make themselves talkers, because they are moving the chess pieces in front of them in defence.
Exactly, and they can see the whole pitch. They've got the angles exactly right. And I mean, there have been some goalkeepers over the years who wouldn't say boo to a goose, yet there's others. We saw one in the last semi-final playing for Old Georgians who just doesn't stop talking.
Penalty corner. It goes Surbiton's way. Max Anderson, number 5 at the top of the circle. Reese Smith has to retreat to get the protective gear.
See that ball coming into the circle again. It just, yeah, nothing. It's very difficult, that Reese Smith. He can't. He's just trying to get his stick in front of the defender, but when the ball hits the handle, high up the handle, it's very difficult to defend.
Oh, Reynolds Cottrell was so fast out there. It actually looked in real time to me like he got it off the lower part of his pad. The flick from Johnny Gall, going wide though, off the stick of Gall.
Oh, Johnny Gall will be ruining that. You've got to hit the target from there.
Haller. Douglas came out well and it hits Haller's boot, and Gall will restart. And James Gall, speaking to me the other day, said his brother's definitely the better player indoors. Good save, Douglas. Haller made him work, and Callum Douglas made that look so simple.
Yeah, meat and drink that for Ed Haller in any situation, and brings out an excellent save. Haller firing low. Middleton Haller, I love seeing this at the back here. There, Haller on the ball.
Johnny Gall it was who collects and sends it away up pitch to Ollie Shelton. Shelton gets out muscled by Haller, brings Duncan Scott into the play. He's got Haller ahead of him. The rest of the Wimbledon players sat very deep indeed in a very conservative manner at a 2-1 lead with 3 minutes and 50 seconds left to go in the second quarter.
You're exactly right there, Dan, with that observation. They need to get players forward ahead of the ball. It's something the Surbiton are doing well. You watch Barry Middleton when he gives a pass. He ends up, you see where he is, he's at left attack now, having given a pass.
Lovely ball from Scott, didn't quite find Haller, and in an instant went Tommy Austin with a brilliant piece of defensive play. If you're not going to get there quickly, I will.
Yeah, great work there from Austin. Oh, a lovely spin.
Here goes Austin talking about attacking play, and Wimbledon can come away with the ball. Surbiton might disagree, but the umpire very clear in his decision, and he just confirms why he made that decision as Haller. I don't think it was Haller actually doing the questioning, but it was a point made to the Wimbledon players. Kind of has an issue with his shorts.
Nick White, one of the most experienced on the circuit.
With hands, Reynolds Cottrell comes out, the ball clips away, and Austin Turns beautifully. Great hands, good save. Plenevo now a chance to break. Still going, Plenevo. Offloads, Kepler.
Just seeing little glimpses of what Kepler and Plenevo can do. A little tuck under the arm, off balance from Plenevo.
Plenevo very nearly with a very bad tackle, but it wasn't a very bad tackle at all.
You and I think we're both going penalty corner coming here,
Yeah.
but yeah, he just managed to get his body out the way. Really open game we're seeing here. And it's the way the two teams are setting up defensively that means there's lots of space to play in.
Top of the circle, waits Rogerson, Kepler. Here is Rogerson, and he lifts it straight into the player, and he's going to get a card for his trouble.
Yeah, a player was there, green card. Slightly different to the one in the first quarter there. So 1 minute for Surbiton to try and open up.
Just explain to the layman why that was given as a card, because you wouldn't see that in an outfield game, but in an indoor game you do. Drilling, I'm assuming?
Yeah, drilling. I mean, defender is set, so it's danger. So if a defender is set in front of a player anywhere on the pitch, whether you're shooting, whether you are in your own circle, if the player in front of you is set in a low, ready position, you cannot play it through them. And the reason that is obviously to protect the players. It's an injury, it's a safety thing, particularly around fingers. Fingers get broken in indoor hockey. Obviously, we don't see that in outdoor hockey. That rule doesn't exist. The problem is that balance between what is you genuinely want to try and get a shot at goal if you've got a defender in front of you versus a deliberate drill. And for deliberate drills, it's an automatic yellow card straight away because you're putting players in danger. Thankfully, we haven't seen any of those today.
Rogerson's back in. It's so quick a minute, isn't it? Off and back in. 28 seconds left to go in the second quarter. Surbiton 1, Wimbledon 2. It's the last quarter final of the day, off the woodwork, and out it comes. Oh, what an offload by Plenevo. And the referee just checking that Plenevo was okay there.
Yeah, just the free given here.
It's just...
And there's that great work from Farrington to create that chance.
Rogerson, it goes against him. The hooter's gone. Plenevo and Rogerson arguing the point, and lovely little bit of sportsmanship between two old-timers, Middleton and Plenevo. In moments before, I'd almost had a set to, because Plenevo was very against Barry Middleton touching his stick. As the cyclists get ready, it's Surbiton 1. It's Wimbledon 2.
Well, a better second quarter from Surbiton. They changed the way they were getting players ahead of the ball, but as the cyclists take over, velodrome.
Be a point in a moment.
Is it Surbiton against Wimbledon up there?
Michael Kern will take over on the tannoy, potentially.
With the match as tight as this, Surbiton 1, Wimbledon 2. Perhaps the cyclists know something we don't. So representing Surbiton in the white tops, we've got Jack Pearson, the 2025 national silver medalist in the tandem sprint. Sam Grundy, 2025 youth team sprint national champion. And we've got Will Flatter, junior national double podium in keirin and sprint. Wimbledon in the black, Sheila Lugnay, 54 ranked in the UCI World Rankings. Lewis Fletcher, 2019 BMX junior national champion, ranked 5th in the world. He's now changed to track cycling. Connor Thorpe So the riders do 3 laps around the top, then 2 laps around the blue, and then 3 laps around the black. All paced by Phil Brown. Our motorbike pilot is an ex-professional superbike rider. The riders really getting up that head of steam here. We have the cream of cyclists here to entertain us at the Derby Arena. Remember the Sutton predicted right in the women's semi-final. Will it predict right in the men's Holcombe men's semi-final? The race is underway then, with Surbiton leading the way. Wimbledon coming round the back, and this is the bell ringing the last lap. Wimbledon look like they're firing in positions 1 and 2. Look at the speed of these guys. Unbelievable. But can Surbiton fight back on the line? Has he got too much to do? No! It's a win for Wimbledon. Let's hear it for our banners, please, everybody. Jack, Sheila, Sam, Lewis, Connor, Noah, Will, and Phil, our motorbike pilots.
Well, as the half-time entertainment comes to a close, we will pick up the action again. 67 seconds left until the start of the second half, and this game much closer than the first semi-final in the Open and men's competition. How do you see the game changing in the third quarter, and who do you think might come through on top over the next 20 minutes?
Well, Wimbledon had a very good first quarter. Surbiton, I think, have just adjusted a little bit. Well, firstly, the way they're marking, but secondly, they're getting ahead of the ball when they win it. They're getting players ahead of the ball, which is causing more of a threat to Wimbledon. I sense that Wimbledon have the power to get goals ahead, but so long as Surbiton can hang on to those coattails, it could stay tight to the end. I'd pick Wimbledon at this stage, but I certainly would not rule out Surbiton. They have enough about them to get themselves back into this game.
I'll tell you something for free. If it goes to a shootout, I wouldn't fancy going up against either of these goalkeepers. Reynolds Cotterill, does he slightly have the height advantage? But Callum Douglas so far has been sensational. Goal, and we're back underway. Welcome along to the second half of the second Open men's semi-final of the Super Sixes 2026. Rory Patterson, goal scorer, gets the ball for Wimbledon. And away comes Buckle in possession for the team in white and green, which is Surbiton. Lovely work, popping it back.
Both teams getting into the corners, but getting nothing from it. And you'll notice how well. So when the ball gets into the corners, or very wide in indoor hockey, you won't see defenders going in and making tackles. They just put their sticks flat and allow them the ball because they know they can't be threatened from that part of the pitch. And it's happened quite a lot, particularly in this game.
Attacking from Buckle. On the right-hand side. Hall across goal. A lovely touch from Duncan Scott to just guide it in past a forlorn-looking Callum Douglas.
Wonderful craft from Haller. You see, he picks the ball up here, and everybody thinks as he spins out, Ed Haller is going to shoot. He doesn't. He continues to spin with the ball in the hook of the stick, and is able to find Scott, who gets himself into the correct position to get the deftest of touches on his backhand there. Lovely goal.
Haller played it back to Patterson. Away comes Austin, and then the quick drive on. Ooh, pushed goalwards on the reverse stick by Ollie Shelton. It was a brave effort by Shelton.
Shelton again carries into the circle. You know, the very best players in the world can shoot as hard on the backhand as they can on the forehand, and that's very much the difference between the top nations and the top clubs.
Austin
players of that calibre.
all the way back. Buckle. Oh, clever goal in towards Austin. I think he thought that Shelton was closer to him, and he sadly wasn't. As back into the game comes Rob Farrington, who'll score for Surbiton.
I think there's a very obvious step up and press Reece Smith from Rob Farrington. You can see him. Not so much Patterson, more around Reece Smith.
But this
great play from Patterson. Wow, what skill!
Good save, Reynolds Cottrell. Of course, it goes from Kepler, and there is Haller. Arms in the air, but it's Kai Kepler, the American, with the assist.
Well, being part of the defenders' union here, you don't see the pass and the skill from Patterson. He sets that one up, and then brilliant play between the two, Kepler and Haller. Haller indoor international. Makes no mistake from a metre.
Well played, quickly done by Gearing. Oh, now where's that gone? It literally falls down in the front row. It ricocheted off the glass of the velodrome.
It's not like, so the ball ends up in the crowd, not like baseball where you get to keep it. You get a player to sign it. Ed Haller, can you sign that ball for me, please?
Saw one the other day where it was caught in the crowd and they knew the history of the game. It was the player's first home run, so they threw it back because the sort of ethics of the game are you always give a player in his first major league game home run the ball back. And he bought the fan, I don't know how long ago it was, he brought him a bat out as a thank you. Well, at this, Surbiton have won themselves a penalty corner. Surbiton 1, Wimbledon 4, and Surbiton need this at this stage in the game.
Yeah, the ball just popping up off the stick there. Bellelli, I think it was.
Gall waits top of the circle. Austin to his right-hand side as he looks at his goal. Out goes Douglas. Oh, now the break of Pleneveau was stopped by the fact he had to rid himself of his protective gear, which really put the really scuppered Surbiton. Middleton sat very deep indeed. Austin, lovely ball pace. Gearing, Gall across, and as Cottrell says, not on my watch. Austin, so low to the ground, Austin, and jumps his way off the court, which you were right, Andy, in your thought process earlier that the only thing you can't do is run deliberately into the goal or around the goal. Everything else in terms of running off the pitch is absolutely fine. Thank you to Campbell Riemann for completely clarifying that. We were just double checking it with him. He's a reserve umpire here today and a very well-known National League umpire. And a player as well in his day. One corner given. It is Surbiton 1, Wimbledon 4. 4:45 left in the third quarter.
I think Surbiton ruining that last penalty corner miss. Johnny Gore bringing out a save from Reynolds Cottrell, but not really troubling him. Leading the press from Surbiton, but the problem is they need space behind them.
Good patience from Eddie Harper, and it finds Johnny Gall.
I thought Rogerson had sort of run out of space there, but he managed to tuck that ball back.
Carl Stagno gives the instruction.
So, no Haller. Pleneveau, Patterson.
Pleneveau and Bellelli very close together, or they were. They've split a little bit now. Go to Pleneveau, then to Patterson, and he scores again. And Wimbledon make it 5, and Patterson with his second.
Little shimmy here from Plenavau. You see he receives it outside the right foot. He looks like he's going to shoot. He's almost, you see his body weight is going back towards the goal, but then just tucks it under his arm. It's a very subtle skill, but it adjusts the way that the defenders are running. High-class goal.
Collection Nick Nurse would save Reynolds Cottrell, and Eddie Harper believes he was fouled, and the umpire gives the ball Wimbledon's way, and Harper can restart for his team. Here he is. Good work by him, just gliding his way through. Then he's stuck. Farrington, the nearest to him. Stick tackle. Kepler, I thought was going to take the ball himself. He doesn't. It's been a very impressive Wimbledon performance, Andy.
It has. Yeah, the phrase workmanlike, it's been a bit more than that for me. I like the way they defend this mix, this sort of zonal man-to-man mix that they have, because they've got the experience to be able to do it and play that way. But then, of course, they've got that little bit of flair that comes from Kepler and Plenavau and Horler's goal-scoring ability.
Anderson offered back and offered back really nicely. Harper was there. It was unseen by Farrington. Then Anderson spins in towards the circle. Just outside. Couldn't have been any closer. And then the boot of Horler as poor Kai Kepler just cleans the floor briefly with his shirt. Farrington, great from Kepler.
Yeah, Rob Farrington just trying to, that shimmy, takes the ball onto the right foot and then quick drag outside the other foot. Can't get round the defender.
Farrington, very clever, still going. Very good save, Reynolds Cottrell again, and he kept it flat and he kept it clean. Austin. Oh, it's hit Patterson on the line. It was always going to be a stroke because Reynolds Cottrell had been beaten as it was spun back inside. Reynolds Cottrell trying to claim it was going wide. I disagree, Andy.
I disagree as well. Wonderful skill from Rob Farrington. The long drag, the ability to play that pass. Pick out this man on the far post, who now steps up. Austin. Take the penalty stroke. Again, Rob Farrington's skill there, brilliant.
Good save, Reynolds Cottrell against the youngster who started his hockey at Kelburn. And Scott.
Yeah,
straight
Austin,
at him.
Yeah, down the middle.
Winner of the Sultan of Johor Cup, of course, with Great Britain under 21s in 2024. He looks like an exciting, I was going to say player for the future, Andy, but nowadays 18 is time to be really making an impact. Maybe 19, 20, coming into their own in international hockey now. Penalty corner given as Middleton, who's definitely not 19 or 20, but still a wonderful player in his own right.
Great connection that between Johnny Gall and Middleton. Middleton starts wide on the board and then tucks himself inside. Johnny Gall throws the ball with disguise down that diagonal channel, and the ball up off the Wimbledon stick.
Gall, Buckle and Austin are there.
So just over a minute to go in this final quarter. Need to score this.
Oh, and they do. It is Tommy Austin with an absolutely gorgeous drag flick into the left-hand top corner of the goal. And it's 2-5.
Lovely finish. Austin takes his time and slings it high into the top corner of the net there. Nothing the defenders can do about that.
Had 3 penalty corner goals in the league stages, Austin. What I was actually alluding to with Austin is the excitement outdoors for Great Britain as well as Scotland, of course, because Scottish players do have the opportunity of playing for Great Britain and doing wonderful things like the likes of Lee Morton and others. Oh, wow. What a spin, Nick Nurse. And good save again from Reynolds Cottrell. Kepler still going. And there is the hooter.
Well, we're seeing some outstanding individual skill, aren't we, from that spin there, the work from Rob Farrington, Kai Kepler, some real individual brilliance out there. And as I think I mentioned at half-time, that spin again, and the shot, comfortable save. You feel Surbiton are just hanging on to the coattails at the moment. And if they can do that, maybe drag one more back, then you never know. There's a chance that this Wimbledon team could wobble. We've seen that before. They go through phases where they really struggle to break teams down, and then they go through phases where they're playing brilliantly. But with a quarter left, it's a 3-goal cushion for the two-time winners, which will take them into a final against Old Georgians.
Austin's goal makes it a 3-goal cushion now for Wimbledon, which does. And if Surbiton score again and score quickly, this game it's not quite wide open at the moment, but if they score in the first minute or so of this fourth quarter, wow, this game is blown wide open, especially with the creativity of the likes of Tommy Austin that we've already mentioned, and the way Barry Middleton can pull the strings. Kepler pulls it back, tries to find the boot of the Scottish player. Can't quite find Reece Smith, who restarts. Rogerson, Planavo, and it is Wimbledon who score, and it is Maxime Planavo.
So Surbiton saying there that this was a drill, that initial one on the backhand with the shot at goal, but then the Surbiton stop and the ball slipped, and Planavo slings it into the net to restore a 4-goal lead.
Shelton collected that well, kept it in phenomenally. Kepler, Farrington under pressure from Planavo. What an addition the Belgians been for this Wimbledon team. Smith. Hutchison wins the free.
Rob Farrington just trying to step up there and get ahead of Smith.
Good work by Planavo. And here's a chance for Farrington. He thought about spinning. He had the work of Ollie Shelton ahead of him. Shelton will pick it up off the boards, off Tommy Austin. And a query over the drill into Rory Patterson's hand, but Patterson had a glove on and I don't think felt anything of it. Buckle does excellently and wins the free hit as well. (6-2) the score. Smith comes across.
Surbiton are going to have to find something here. They're going to have, whether it's a high press, whether it's keeper off, 4 goals, just under 8 minutes. Whilst it's a gamble, you feel that they just need to, a little bit like Oxted in the last game, they've got to try and change something.
Changes. Anderson comes in. It's Anderson for Surbiton. He works really hard, picks up the ball well. Farrington, good skill from him. And there's Cottrell, 2 up. He found the ball beautifully there, and the ball literally kissed off the board and flattened itself. It was almost like Toby Reynolds Cottrell. Oh no, you say he did it deliberately, but it's almost like he did it deliberately. As away goes Planavo. Oh, what hands. Lovely V-drag, then the other way, and then can't quite get the shot on target at Douglas.
But that's individual, that skill, that drop of the shoulder. You think he's going one way and then comes back inside.
Farrington All he was going to do is shoe up there. I think he was trying to catch Reece Smith off guard and make Smith drop his guard briefly. Middleton. He was played originally as a youngster. It's like Doncaster. Have I drawn you into a story there, Andy? You looked at me like there's a
story. It's Plenavow with a chance.
Plenavow. Oh, well, Callum Douglas had to save because he wasn't sure quite where that was drifting. I think it was drifting wide, but the Scottish goalkeeper, who has been on great form today, despite the scoreline.
So, yeah, I'm not quite sure what this shows, but I have played a National League game against Barry Middleton. I was playing St Albans, he was playing for Doncaster.
And he was how old? Here is Middleton?
18, I think.
So I played divisional at under 15s level against the North East that he was playing for. He was pretty decent, I'll be honest. I remember everyone being like, this lad Middleton's very good. Yeah. And it turned out that the world found out as well. Yeah,
and,
very good player.
You know, trips to Doncaster Hockey Club. I mean, the Yorkshire grit.
Anderson, out goes Reynolds Cottle and spreads himself brilliantly. Long corner given. Nurse. Middleton tries to sneak it in the near post. Reynolds Cottrell says, no, that's not happening. You said you played against Barry Middleton when he was 18. Who won?
Oh, I can't remember that. All I can remember is I played against Barry Middleton. Probably Donny, I would think. We were up there, and I don't think it certainly wasn't the golden days of St Albans, put it that way.
Anderson causes a nuisance of himself and wins the free for Surbiton. Right-hand side, what's left in the game. 4:44 in the fourth, all the fours, and it's a 4-goal advantage for Surbiton. Middleton down the line, finds Farrington. Onto the reverse. Reynolds Cottrell is just like a brick wall at the moment for Wimbledon. Scott. Clever ball forward, but probably not quite direct enough towards Haller because it kept the Surbiton defender in the game.
Well, who is it that jumped back and got the touch?
Probably Middleton.
Middleton, oldest player on the pitch. The work rate, incredible.
Farrington, into the circle he goes. Rogerson. All the crosses are nicely played. One Kai Kepler doesn't hit the target, and he's had one of those games in this semi-final where he set the tone for Wimbledon, Andy, without really having the most outstanding game.
Kepler.
Yeah.
Yeah. He has the individual ability to, as a match winner. And we've seen that in the past. Yeah, quietish game. I think the way Surbiton have defended, they always get players really tight to him and force him wide. So it doesn't allow him to play through the middle of the pitch, which is his forte. When he can turn a defender, attack down the middle, get a better angle to shoot at goal.
Goal. Picked by Eddie Harper. He's had a good game. Rogerson. Sorry, Plenavow. It was Rogerson. Smith into Plenavow now. A mop of similar coloured hair between the two. Lovely, lovely skill from Maxime Plenavow. Makes it look so. He makes it look like there's more space than there is.
Languid, isn't it? Just here we see the skill again. Just the drag just leaves two players standing. And Rob Farrington has a similar skill set on the Surbiton team. The ability to drag that ball out of the reach of the defender, but keep moving.
Smith, a 1-2 with the boards, and then goes around Austin, pulls it back in. Can't quite link up as he planned to do so.
First time we've seen a rampaging run, really, from Reece Smith, but
not the first time we've seen one from Plenavow. Douglas comes out, tries to, or aims to make the save, doesn't need to make the save in the end. And 1 minute 45 left in a game which Wimbledon have done really well to lead 2022 and 2023 winners. Of course, Old Georgians cut them off at source in 2024. Cut off that opportunity of the hat-trick. Finished third in the league stages with 18 points.
But it's good to see them back. You know, they were relegated season before last.
And Nurse with the finish, and finally Reynolds Cottrell late on is beaten. And there's going to be a change in goal as well for Wimbledon. As the white pads of Harry Bosselman come in.
I'm surprised Surbiton haven't bought the keeper off and changed that. Whether they haven't trained for it, or they've, because obviously it's always part of your training ahead of tournaments like this. Play with the extra player down, all those scenarios that you go through. So a little surprised that they haven't done that.
Smith. What I like with Plenavo as well, Andy, is he's always playing right on the edge of the rules. Doesn't seem scared to pick up the odd card. There, that tackle, he very easily could have got a green card for that, and he's not scared to get those.
No, absolutely. And he, Tanguy Zimmer, who he played with at Leopold, watching the two of them, two Belgian internationals playing together over the years, I mean, it's a joy to watch.
The game is done and dusted, bar the celebrations, and all the players know it well. Barry Middleton is the first to offer congratulations to Smith and Patterson. But Surbiton were undone by Wimbledon's quality overall in that semi-final. A 9-goal thriller. And despite Surbiton pushing all the way with late goals from Austin and Nick Nurse as well. It is Surbiton 3, Wimbledon 6, and Wimbledon will play Old Georgians for Super 6's glory in 2026.
No less than Wimbledon deserve, I feel, over the 40 minutes. Some wonderful individual skills on show from Keppeler, Plenavo, backed up by a really solid defensive performance from Wimbledon. Surbiton just not quite enough quality, particularly up front. They got themselves back into the game, but then Wimbledon almost sort of stretched their legs after half-time and got another one to get 4 goals ahead. I think Michael Kern has got Duncan Scott with him.
Well, let's go for a quick word then for the player of the match, Duncan Scott, the captain. Duncan, congratulations first of all, through to the final. You've been really pleased with that performance.
Yeah, very happy with that. We knew it was going to be a really tough game. Obviously, Sutton's worked a bit better with us in the group stage, so we had to come here with a game plan and do the next few minutes. So yeah, very happy with ourselves.
Put that place in the final again. They won the club's final for it. Obviously, we spoke before, it mean a lot to the club to win it again. Where's the mindset switch now then? You've got a bit of rest before that next game, but got to switch it up for next time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pretty quick turnaround now, so yeah, kind of debrief that game as quickly as possible maybe. Now it's pretty much before that time. But debrief games are the keys of the last few years, so we're looking forward to
Best of luck and wish you luck.
Scott happy with his team and how they progress. The women's final will take place at 3:40 p.m. local time, which is half an hour. The men's 5:10. Andy Halliday delighted, because in the commentary, it's an intense old day, isn't it, Andy? It's an intense old day in the commentary. I'm not moaning, it's not 12 hours on the coalface, but it's an intense old day, and we actually got a bit of a breather here. Sutton Coldfield will play Grinstead in the women's final as Sutton Coldfield look to win just their second Super 6 ever. The first since 1987, and stop East Grinstead doing the hat-trick, which they would do, the first team since 2003, which was Slough. And in the Open men's final, Old Georgians looking to do the hat-trick will play Wimbledon, who Old Georgians stopped from winning 3 in a row back in 2024, and the 2 fabulous finals to come.
Looking forward to them both. I think the Sutton Coldfield experience against the holders East Grinstead will be fantastic, and Old Georgians against Wimbledon, mouth-watering. always is, that game. So yeah, looking forward to it.
We'll be back. The women's final starts 3:40 in the Derby Arena in the Super Sixes of 2026. Welcome along to the final. The Super Sixes 2026. Derby Arena is the venue. That is what they're playing for. And there is some history at stake, some new, some older. This is a massive game between two teams that contrast greatly in style. The umpires wait excitedly. Abby MacArthur and Viv Carveth bobbing along to the music. Andy Halliday alongside me. What is the feeling in the tunnel at this sort of time ahead of a final?
Well, it's tense. You play on adrenaline, but suddenly it hits you that you're in a national final. You're about to go out there in front of a couple of thousand. And it is tense, there's no doubt about it. People will be going through, in their minds, the first play of the game. But this is the top of our league, indoor hockey, the best you can be. And a European place at stake, not that the teams are thinking about that at the moment. But there'll be quite a bit of tension, and they just want to get going at this point.
Very much do. Slough under the tutelage of Andy Halliday, the last women's team to do the treble. Here come the umpires who've been excellent so far. Abby MacArthur on the left-hand side as she ran out, Viv Carveth on the right. We wait the two teams. Chloe Brown will lead out East Grinstead. Vicky Wolford will lead out the pink team of Sutton Coldfield. But it is East Grinstead who want to win that trophy for a third time in a row. Led out by the Irish player, Chloe Brown, who has had such a phenomenal time over the years in this very game. And the East Grinstead mascot comes out again. Fun in the lineup, Andy. And East Grinstead, to me, look relaxed. A team that won the Super Sixes English Indoor Championship of 1987 with Jane Sixsmith, Olympic legend. And now Molly Beaton, her daughter, goes for the trophy once more. It really is an amazing story, Andy, if Sutton Coldfield can pull it off today.
It will be an incredible story as the teams go through their final high fives. I think it's going to be tough for them. I really do. I think that they, just chatting to their coaches ahead of the game there, I think they've got to sit deep, they've got to absorb the pressure, they've got to hope that they can stop EG from scoring and then hit them on the counter-attack. And that's, I feel, is what the game is going to be about.
Very different semi-finals got them here. East Grinstead, a much freer and more open semi-final. For Sutton Coldfield, it was about staying in the game, and then Sally Walton stepped up to make it 1-0, the lowest scoring by a mile game of the day. 12 goals in the other semi-final. A clash of styles. Will it see a stalemate? Will it see goals galore? It could be the latter, you know. Will an open game help Sutton Coldfield, where actually Holcombe shut the game down very well?
Yes, they did, and for Sutton Coldfield, they are a team with good individual defensive skills, and they're an organised unit that will stop the opposition, or try and stop the opposition from scoring against a team like East Grinstead, who they want to play in space, so that the more space they can play in, the better they'll be. The problem is, for them, how are they going to break down this low block that Sutton Coldfield are going to put up? And that's their real challenge, I think.
We're nearly ready to go for the women's final in 2026 at the Super Sixes. It's East Grinstead We've been there, done it. We got the trophy twice in the last 2 years. Against Sutton Coldfield, looking for their first win in 39. Looking for this lovely little narrative of mother and daughter being on the teams that did it for Sutton Coldfield. Welcome along to the action. Alberto Gomez gets East Grinstead in the white and blue underway against the pink and blue of Sutton Coldfield. My name is Dan Strange. Andy Halliday is alongside me, and Andy, as you'd expect, Sutton Coldfield drop deep and East Grinstead will zip the ball around.
Yeah, that's what we're going to see. They will sit deep, they'll try and defend, they'll frustrate, they'll spoil. And the longer that they can keep this game at 0-0, the better chance they have. And they will be buoyed by the fact that in the league competition they drew. These two teams drew. East Grinstead probably not at full strength in that game, but it was still a draw. So they'll take a lot of credit and encouragement from that performance.
Also, Zach, this Polish exceptional indoor player.
The other side of this, of course, Dan, is how they're going to press when Sutton Coldfield play out from the back.
Good tackling. As the pick up from Parkinson Mills didn't go anywhere. Mason turns out quickly, finds Walton.
I thought Charlene Mason had a good game this morning. She's very creative in the middle of the pitch.
I think what stood out for me earlier is Parkinson Mills with the shot, talking to Sally Walton. She said it's her 15th time at the Indoor National Championships, Super Sixes, as they're now known. She didn't suggest she was anywhere near retiring, Andy. And she even, in the interview I did with the public, had offers of, do you want to join our club to play outfield hockey?
Well,
she didn't actually say she wouldn't either. I think we left it on and she might be open to offers.
she plays
That's a joke,
under the shadow of Tina Cullen, who is actually on the bench, assistant coach with Sutton Coldfield here, who I spoke to this morning. I was trying to remember when it was she stopped playing. She said, I stopped playing at 47.
Wow.
So if that is anything to go by, I think Sally Walton has got several years left yet.
Not too many. She was 6 when they last won it. Or 5.5 when they last won it. As the ball goes across to Brown, who will aim, like she's done in the past, to control this final. And talk about a game of chess here, Andy. The quality of the low block of Sutton Coldfield, and it's going to take a great resilience psychologically of East Grinstead not to get frustrated, but I feel the two players on the ball at the moment, Brown and Zach, will be absolutely crucial as Walton comes away. Oh, that's a gorgeous ball forward in towards McCabe. McCabe still going in the tackle of Bieber Mills, whose parents are in the crowd. They collared me earlier and had a conversation. Good to see them.
They'll be happy with that. Sutton Coldfield, they just, that counter-attack, that's where they will look to be dangerous. Winning the ball in their own circle and then countering as quick as they can.
Tevin was looking to get very deep indeed onto the baseline. East Tevin.
You can see what EG are trying to do here. They'll try and play balls into that, past that front line for the first time ball into the circle for the forward. Traditionally, that's how you break down a deep zonal. Well, I think in other sports they call it parking the bus.
This arena, of course, right next to Pride Park, the Derby County football ground. I didn't look to see if there was a game on today, Andy, did you?
They played on Friday, actually, Derby County. They won 5-0 at Bristol City in the Championship. So, yeah, no game for the Rams this weekend.
Who's your team?
No home. Well, I've always been a season ticket holder at Watford for many years, but I've started going a lot to Colchester United in League Two, because that's quite near me where I live. Good fun, love it. Game of football on Saturday afternoon.
For Zach. Alexander runs into the stick of McCabe, who comes away with the ball, Emma McCabe, and she's flanked by two players. One of them's Chloe Brown. Walford wants the ball right-hand side, and lovely turn from Walford. Then doesn't quite get the shot right, but it goes into eventually Lauren Workman.
Good start this for Sutton Coldfield. They haven't conceded halfway through this first quarter. So far the zone is working. You can hear Andy Fairbrother, their coach, constantly talking to this this zone.
Go, 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 go was a call as Molly Beaton gets away with the ball. Workman the highest player for EG. And now down the line goes Susan Wood. Opportunity to break for East Grinstead. Workman getting up high. Brown, well played by Carter. And the error coming from Beth Alexander. Alexander just failing to keep hold of the ball in the way she wanted to.
Hand on the floor there. You're not allowed to put 3 points of contact down. And she has placed her hand on the floor trying to control that. But Sutton Coldfield will not want that sort of counter-attack situation where East Grinstead can play in space. They are happy to play this type of game where they're restricting the space for them to play in. They won't want a fractured game.
Fractured game, that's a lovely line. After that, plays it to Brown, and again, these two just find Carter. She's not yet been able to show this audacious flair that she has. Nearly gets her heels pinged by Balsazak.
She had a couple of wonderful individual carries in the semi against Surbiton this morning.
Beaton needed that on more of an acute angle onto the wall. She was away down the right-hand side. Had Walton found the pass. Brown gets penalised for a stick shield.
The EG faithful there behind Abby MacArthur, letting her know what they thought of that decision. Abby MacArthur with a smile on her face, as she so often has when she's umpiring.
Walton gets a ball to the side of the foot. We talked earlier in the semi-final about how Sally Walton had a, in our words, hamstring injury 2 years ago, Andy. When she went to the doctor after the competition playing for Buckingham 2 years ago, it was found, she told me this herself, that her hamstring was completely detached. And if you remember, she tried to play.
She carried on playing.
Tried to play.
Yeah.
That shows the warrior. There's a good turn from Manning under a lot of pressure, and she's dispossessed very quickly. Gomez. Suzak. Suzak again. Gomez. Oh, that's gorgeously worked by Carlota Gomez.
Good defending there as well from Sally Walton. Very easy, that ball popping onto her foot from a corner. She did well to protect.
Suzak again.
See, when you're playing zonally, from a coaching perspective, it's very different to playing man-to-man or a marking system. So in a marking system, you're looking to lead, to take the defender away, to create space for the team to play. When you're in a zone, you've actually got to go and almost stand in the passing seams, but you need to overload those passing seams. So it's not about how much movement you do off the ball, it's around how quickly you move the ball into the passing seam. So you'll see EG here will play the ball onto the left board, so they'll be looking immediately to play it into the circle on the diagonal.
Gomez, dispossessed, McCabe. Pops the ball inside to Parkinson Mills, who took a tumble. And she luckily gets back up to her feet. Manning. Sophie Manning. And now Mason. A rare foray into the circle for Sutton Coldfield. I was going to say, Andy, is there an argument when you look at the makeup of this game that actually EG's defenders, Balthazak and Brown, almost being too aggressive in how high they're stepping up in terms of ball. If they sat a bit deeper, maybe they'd draw Sutton Coldfield out of themselves. As Tevin with the shot, and it goes across Gomez, and she can't get the shot away, and it's Sutton Coldfield's ball. Parkinson Mills again.
In answer to your question, I don't think they will. I just think Sutton Coldfield will just sit deep. The whole idea is that they compress the space.
Offload as the hooter goes, and Tilly Woodhead watches it carefully, because you never can be too careful, although the hooter had gone and ended the first 10 minutes of action. And as we've said a few times about Sutton Coldfield, at the end of a quarter, it's 0-0.
Well, they have a defensive plan, which they are sticking to, as we look at Theo Dowse with his counters. So he's looking to overload. As you can see, he's looking to overload. If you look at the board there, the players, the blue players, are on the left-hand side. So he wants that ball played quickly, overloading the left, and that ball then played quickly across the front of the goal. And now looking at Sutton Coldfield, you've got to think they've had a good quarter of hockey. They've defended well. The challenge they have is that their zone was just starting to stretch out a little bit, which they don't want to happen. They've got to keep this low block to frustrate East Grinstead.
Welcome back. Second quarter underway. East Grinstead frustrated so far by Sutton Coldfield, who are sticking to their game plan, and it's working well for them at the moment. They've had chances, they've been up in the circle. Tilly Woodhead had to be on her guard at the end of the first quarter. Balthazak. Tevin Brown pings it off the boards. Carter. Brown again. And again, Sutton Coldfield just adding that little bit from the sidelines, Andy, just to try and unsettle, try and get in the minds of the East Grinstead players.
So I think you look at this East Grinstead team, they will get frustrated if they don't score. I know the coaching team won't. They will just stick to the structure and the routine, because it's all about, as we saw from the first semi-final, it's all about winning the game, and you know, if that comes in the last minute, then that's fine. So currently, it's whether or not will East Grinstead end up getting really frustrated with the situation.
Brown.
I also feel that if they score one, I feel that then they may score 2, 3, 4 fairly quickly, because that's the way these games tend to pan out.
Or just tripping up of Carter's stick, who's been in sensational form today. Emily Carter. Member of the England under-18 squad. Here she is once more. Over to Tevin, Australian player, working it back to Brown, and again just the patience of East Grinstead, but equally the patience and the defensive quality of Sutton Coldfield. No one dares jump out of their low block. Zach, so patient. Brown, big deflection, penalty corner. Penalty corner going the way of East Grinstead. They've got Mills on the pitch.
Ball coming off the defender's stick there, a real unforced error, and after you've worked so hard for 12 minutes, killer blow. Now intensity of their penalty corner defence. Sutton Coldfield will come under the microscope here.
Defensive unit of Sutton Coldfield wait behind the line. Out it comes. It is Mills. A great save. Really, really well done by Becky Batsford-Webb.
She's been brilliant all day, particularly in the second half against Surbiton.
Second and third of May, of course. Andy, hopefully no need for cover. Oh, now Tevin nearly got there. I was going to say is the outdoor finals, of course, which is a return, as it was 2 years ago, to Surbiton Hockey Club after a Midlands-based competition at Beeston last year. Parkinson Mills, down the line she goes. Mills left to right, but all on her own. It goes back to Julia Balthazak. Tevent just waits for the ball to deflect. Walter Gomez is having a game where she causes herself to be a real nuisance to Sutton Coldfield. Mills with the effort into the pads of Batsford Webb. Long corner given, and Tevent just collects the ball and breathes heavily as she does so.
EG thinking there was a foot there in the circle, but
Parkinson Mills couldn't find a way through there and gets maybe a touch lucky in winning the ball back, but Gomez steals and Banjarak waits on the left-hand side. Kazak was in possession of the ball, Tevent. Mills the sole EG's player in the circle. Now Tevent and her both in there.
That's better. That's what they've got to do. They've got to start trying to shift this zone. And if they shift the zone, the gaps will open up. Whether that's running, it's the running off the ball, the running with the ball, just to almost. So Charlene Mason there is sitting in the middle of that zone. You need to try and somehow tug her out of the middle so that you can play into that space.
On Workman, heads into the play. Didn't quite go where Gomez wanted it, picked up, and the shot doesn't quite go in. The shot on target was by Rosie Hope. Michigan State, formerly her university.
I think that was only spin, really, that kept that ball out. But again, Sally Walton getting there. I'm not sure whether it would have actually gone over the line.
Would. Back to Walton. Walton and Wolford.
A great ball from Walton.
Collier tried to walk her way through the defence, but it was more barge than finesse there.
Collier needed to slip that ball. She's never going to get through those two sticks.
Gomez, Brown. Banjarak. Hope sitting on the 3-metre dotted line. Really has her eyes forward. If she gets the ball, that's where she... Oh, that wasn't the kindest of balls off the wall, and this time they leave it to Workman. Workman back to Rosie Hope.
The other thing that EG are not doing that I expect them to do would be to go to a back three. So play with the ball, so Emma Banjarak get the ball in the middle of the pitch.
Gomez, lovely. What a peel. That was sensational, and it drew Becky Batsford Webb out of her goal, and she sent it across the goalkeeper, clattering into the bottom corner.
Well, it's interesting that Charlene Mason is off the pitch, and they've managed to penetrate the ball through the middle into that space that she was holding, and they've done that again there. And Sally Walton sort of sweeping up, but it was really all about that, the penetration of that zone. They just got pulled a little bit out of possession, and Gomez with a great finish.
Great finish indeed. Having moved the goalkeeper, she sent it back to where the goalkeeper was coming from as Beaton lifts the ball. And that just frustrates Sutton Coldfield, who now have to, at some point, be a bit more aggressive because they're a goal behind.
So rather than playing with a 2, East Grinstead go to a 3. So push Chloe Brown where she is now. Push her wide and up. Get the ball in the middle of the pitch, distribute from there. A bit like that. That will open them up.
Also, Zach got that wrong. A rare error from her, but it actually goes East Grinstead's way as Tevent Mills wait to come back on for East Grinstead.
East Grinstead now overloading that left side. They've got to move the ball. It's just too slow. The game against Surbiton, they were moving the ball really, really quickly. You know, they are playing into Sutton Coldfield's hands by just dwelling on the ball, playing slow passes.
Balta, Zach does very well. And then realises she can't go straight in. Now it can. Hope. Thought it hit Walford's boot. Play on. Lovely tackle then from Walford and Wood, and onwards towards Anya Collier, who it wasn't a good enough pass to find. Tevent has come back in now. Zach again waits over the ball. Brown and Hurt monopolising possession. Tevent, pace. Walton, what a tackle. That was a tackle with oh so much international experience behind it.
Absolutely had to get the timing right, because that's penalty corner if she didn't. But you see, what's happened is the game has opened out just a little bit now with that first goal. So the Sutton Coldfield zone is over probably about 25 metres rather than 20 or 15, which makes it easier for East Grinstead to play through the spaces, through the gaps, through the passing seams.
Brown. Zach. Good hands from Rosie Hope. And she'll go off to the sidelines. So international experience in America and Australia. Played, of course, international hockey as well out in China last year. As Tevent loses the possession. She's a very good addition to this East Grinstead squad, the Australian player.
Tennant. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Mills tries to barge her way through. Walford's having none of it from the younger players. And then Beaton scurries off. Low centre of gravity. Fabulous tackle from Arthur Zach.
East Grinstead still getting shirts behind the ball so quickly when they turn it over.
3-on-2. Mills tries to be unselfish, but Walford steps across and denies access. Now Brown, as time runs away, at the end of the second quarter, Sutton Coldfield 0. The only goal of the game in the final here at the 2026 Super Sixes. Lotta Gomez making it 1-0. And a special goal, actually, in the way the game was breaking down, the way the game was going. Theo Dowse with a lot to think through and talk about to his team as he walks off with the likes of Charlie Warren, the reserve goalkeeper, the number 27.
Yeah, the game needed that goal. I feel that Sutton Coldfield have done a job. They've sat deep, they've defended well, they've restricted opportunity, they've made it very, very difficult for East Grinstead. The East Grinstead look a threat when, as I mentioned the phrase, the play is fractured. And it was actually a ball, Charlene Mason, who's held the middle of the pitch for most of that half, was off the pitch, and they didn't quite get their angles right. Ball played straight into the circle to give EG a narrow lead. There she is, Jane Sipsmith, just going across camera.
Well supported, Sutton Coldfield. And we are at the half-time interval. Some inflatable hockey sticks are coming out to the pitch, Andy. Which means it's half-time entertainment time. How then, and Sutton Coldfield have not gone into the changing room, how did they change things in this second half to... They're not going to make it more and more expansive, but they've got to be more expansive in some ways to actually get in the circle and score some goals, because you have to be in the circle in hockey to score.
So long as it's 1-0, and from what I hear from the league game, it was very, very similar in that they hung on in there and got an equaliser quite late. So long as it's 1-0, play the same game. But as soon as you start going too behind, you've got to step out. Do they have the capacity to do that? Well, they're just going to have to do it. If they want to win the game, they've got to step out and press much, much higher. Here's the highlights from the first half. Shot from Mills, brilliantly saved. And then it was the spin, almost over the line there, but Sally Walton rescuing it. And then that ball played through the middle of the pitch, and that was the one we were talking about just before half-time. Gomez with the only goal of the game so far. It's been tight, it's been tense.
And here comes the inflatable hockey, which is a new one.
See the high left elbow there? That's there's only coaches watching that. The carry with the inflatable stick, get the left elbow really high, ball out in front of you, outside the right foot.
Yes. Low right hand's working well as well. Oh, now, who's going to score there? Oh, lovely finish. Difficult to score those goals from a metre out as well. They've been missed.
Particularly when the air is going out of the ball as you run with it.
The match ball's being put back in the middle of the pitch. Must be I'm just looking, and you can see the people right up at the top of the velodrome. That must be an interesting view. You get a real bird's eye view of the action and the structures of the game, and I do find I often get to sit in those sort of seats, but the bird's eye view to understand the structure of the game is a great thing to see from a coaching perspective.
Yeah, it is, definitely, and I always used to like, actually, from an indoor perspective, watching from the end on, so then you can see even more, you can see the lines, the passing seams, the phases, the layers. But, obviously a little bit different in indoor hockey. It's outdoor the same, you know, an end-on approach from a coaching perspective, so you can actually pick out all the running lines, particularly penalty corner running lines, and
20 seconds to go. It is wide open. Is it going to be Sutton Coldfield? First win since 1987, 39 years, or East Grinstead 3 in 3. I was talking to Ellie Rea before the game. She was confident in a East Grinstead scarf that they would do the job. She's here with a relaxed air, because sadly at the moment Ellie is now injured with a calf tear, grade 3 calf tear as well, Andy, which is the most severe. Apparently prognosis is 7 to 8 weeks out, but that's the faster end of the scale. We wish Ellie, of course, the very best of luck in getting back to international fitness, as she'll have to watch this Pro League leg. The East Grinstead team that she plays for in possession through Chloe Brown. Sutton Coldfield 1-0 down in the pink and blue, and again they just get pulled out momentarily. Parkinson Mills it was. Mills hat-trick in the semi-final against Surbiton. Her third goal, a little bit fortunate, but you've got to put them on target to score the goals. Well, sometimes you don't even need to put them on target, Andy, to be fair.
Just get the ball going at the goal. That's always been my my advice as a coach. Even from narrow angles, unless there's a clearer passing opportunity that's going to result in a certain goal, get the thing going at the goal.
Brown. Zach plays it inside. Chloe Brown again, the captain of East Grinstead, just sitting deep and pivoting the action for her team. Where does that end up? It ends up with Emma McCabe. McCabe, 25 years of age. She went to the University of Nottingham Trent.
Better play that from East Grinstead in possession. Finding some possession in the circle, and a little bit more innovative in the way that they set themselves up.
A bit wasteful there. Moulton made light work of Annalise Tevant, who was tapping her stick, almost trying to invite the Olympic bronze medalist to give her the ball. She didn't. And then Mason losing possession down the right-hand side. Balkazak comes forward. Brown.
So I just think the pivot player for
Mills down to the baseline, into goalkeeper Batsford-Webb. Mills again. Oh, penalty corner. It knocked Becky Batsford-Webb off her feet.
Yeah, she was struggling to get across. I think Chloe Brown's asking for a penalty stroke there, saying the goalkeeper wasn't behind. when it hit the defender on the way in. But yeah, the two umpires, Abby MacArthur with Carver, discussing that one on their mics and deciding penalty corner is the correct decision, which I think was right.
Holcombe believed it was danger, and of course Batsford Webb was diving to cover as opposed to knocked off her feet.
And the defender was more than 3 metres away from the shot, so which takes the danger element out of it.
So East Grinstead wait again. Down it goes to Gomez. It ricochets fast back to Tevent, who turns on a sixpence and wins the free hit. Gomez can take again. East Grinstead using that double decoy to go to Carlota Gomez, the Campo player in Madrid. Club which has, of course, a couple of golf courses designed by Sevi Ballesteros.
It's lovely. That would be my today's trivia fact. Dan Strange trivia fact I'd take away.
Gomez. Gomez still going. Another interesting trivia fact about that club, Andy, is the as forward comes Parkinson Mills. Opportunity here. Great save. Saving tackle from Tevent. Mills then with a tackle of her own. Brown turns. Back it goes. It's a linked sport piece of trivia actually, Andy, and that is that the Olympic 2024 show jumping course designer Santi Valera, his daughter plays for Club de Campo in hockey. Into the circle it goes. Brown, it was clattered into her, drilling.
Yeah, I mean, she was down. It was sort of backhand.
And she's really hurt herself here.
Yeah,
she's gone off crying.
Probably on the end of the finger.
She looks really worried. I am concerned that Chloe Brown has done something not nice at all there. Theo Dowse looks concerned, but then leaves his physiotherapist to do the job.
Yeah, we've mentioned it, haven't we, a few times through the day, where we've had this. The rules have been adjusted to try and protect players who are putting their hands down, obviously flat on the pitch. Oh, it's the first time we've seen
In Orient.
Our mop man, although there's no mop, it's just a little bit, well, there's a little bit of blood, I think, there. So, as is customary, we've got to get rid of that before we can carry on. Yeah, I mean, the whole protection, player safety has been, as you know, Dan, over the years, it's been such an important part of our game. And one of the reasons, obviously, they changed the rules in indoor hockey is because everybody gets so low, your hand is on the stick is on the floor, you're going to get ball in contact with the hand, which is why you see the majority of players, well, in fact, all the players play with a left-hand glove because that's the hand that's going to be on the floor. There are some. Great example, Annalise Tevent, who plays with two gloves, and she goes really low in her pressing. So yeah, let's hope that Chloe Brown's okay.
In the time that you played, did you wear gloves?
I wore a little bit of elastoplast around my knuckle.
God, the older days were, I'm not being rude in any way to Andy. The older days, wow, it was a different way, wasn't it? Blimey, it's like going out to bat against Australia with nothing but a box and some gloves.
Well,
and some pads.
There's really so much more, Dan, to that.
That's a great save from Batsford Webb again. It was Rosie Hope with the flick. The whistle goes. The ball has just gone out of play.
So the rules in those days, as well as we see this save again, the rules in those days were that you had to be 3 metres away. You could be on the top of the circle. Now we've got a problem because the boards have actually come apart. We're going to have to put them back together here. So you'd set yourself up on the top of the circle as a defender, go low, and you'd have somebody 3 metres from you who would come up and try and blast the ball, not hit it obviously, but as hard as they could at your stick. knowing that if the ball popped up off the stick, it's a penalty corner. So drilling was, there was no such thing as drilling. You just had to toughen up. And yeah, a lot of broken fingers, obviously, as a result.
The volunteers have done their job and get a rightful ripple.
Goalkeeper protection is the other thing, Dan, that has changed so much over the years. You know, you'd one of those sort of Friday the 13th helmet face masks, and that would be it, nothing else.
Sometimes newspaper, from what I believe, would be like I've spoken to a person I'm thinking of just shy of international level back in the 70s, and he definitely had newspaper shoved down his socks to try and stop anything really serious happening. It's amazing. You now think the level of protection, the cost of the protection, but the value of that cost is massive. Because and also then the investment that's gone on into goalkeeper training. Lovely run and pulled back by Alexander. Penalty corner one. And that all came from a player that is so well known to be so tactically and technically astute in Beth Alexander. She found the gaps in the Sutton Coldfield defence.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure there, and the carry, again, it's that carry left to right down the right boards that does the damage.
Carter's nearest. Hope is there, and Alexander, who just did the damage, doesn't get the ball. Hope does into Batsford Webb, who saves again well, although the ball was fairly straight and at the top of her pad. Alexander tries to spin and gets it all wrong and sees the funny side of life, because that definitely wasn't what she was meaning to do.
Yeah, so long as this stays at 1-0, you feel that Sutton Coldfield will be interested. I think a second goal would just be such a dagger to the heart for them, but they've hung on in there.
Andy, that said, I almost forgot Tilly Woodhead was in goal for East Grinstead. She's had such a little amount to do. The ball going past her deliberately. It was the first time I looked up in the second half to check actually who was in goal for East Grinstead, and she's literally stood right in front of me. There's Banjarak.
A couple of touches in the first half, counter-attacks, but
Alexander.
much else.
Parkinson Mills with the clattering of the stick. Alexander again does really well. Lovely hands. And then it goes against her. But she is starting to show the ability that she has. Penalty corner. Goes Sutton Coldfield's way. Now this is where it gets really interesting, Andy, because we said they've got to get themselves into the circle to score from outside the circle, but inside the EG half, they get a penalty corner.
So critical this. The first one this morning that they didn't stop properly. This is critical. A clumsy tackle from Rosie Hope has given them hope here. And where is Sally Walton eyeing up? I reckon she'll go low.
3:23 left in the third quarter, with 59 seconds left in the game earlier. Walford and Walton linked up to score. Ooh, I don't think that was far away, and Sally Walton believes there was a touch, which Abby MacArthur, the umpire, says no, I don't agree. It is a free out to East Grinstead.
Well, if you get the injection right and the stop right, you've got to hit the target. A few opportunities that Sutton Coldfield are going to get, but will they rue that?
Brown.
So again, East Grinstead with the back two.
Tevant still going. It's onto the boot of Beaver Mills off the save of Batsford Webb. She has been superb for her team today. That ball lifts off Anya Collier, who berates herself for the lack of finesse in that first touch, and Emma Banjarak can look to Chloe Brown as an outlet.
Good to see Chloe Brown back on.
Gomez. It is good to see Chloe Brown back on. Batsford Webb got slightly lost there and was walking around the right-hand side her left-hand side as she looked. One corner given.
Into the last 2 minutes here of the third quarter, and it's tense. And I think until he's going to get a second goal, it's going to remain that way. And Sutton Coldfield certainly are in with a shout here.
Mills goes onto the weak side, pops it back to Bandrak. Bandrak onto Brown. Brown looks up and sees Parkinson Mills for company. Instead, he's Grinstead through. Bandrak goes to Mills, who miscontrols, and the play it goes.
Very difficult when the ball bounces on the board so close to you. You've almost got to angle your stick in a slightly different direction.
Mills, the first touch didn't look completely clean. Penalty corner given. McCabe is arguing that point, as is Walford and Walton, but it's irrelevant at the end of the day because the umpire has said no, penalty corner, and it's their decision, it's their whistle.
I think they can probably feel a little hard done by. There was a lift there and there were defenders very close by. It was the tackle afterwards that the penalty corner was given for.
Stick twirling in the hands of Beaver Mills. She gets the ball. It wasn't perfect, and that does lift that time, and Carver nearly caught it off the pads.
Sarah Parkinson Mills wore that one. I think it was on her right arm, and she just got rid of the mask and carried on running up the pitch. Well, they make them tough in Slough, don't they?
Saw that earlier, didn't we, with Izzy Petter. She wore one at a penalty corner, went straight down the other end and scored a goal against East Grinstead. The ball is with Walford. She goes inside. Gomez, scorer of the only goal of the game. It was really expertly taken. As Tevant thought it was her ball, it wasn't, and Sally Walton says, hang on a sec.
Still a little phase of play here where Sutton Coldfield, I wouldn't say they're on top, but I'd say East Grinstead are wobbling either, but they're enjoying some possession.
Bandrak's tackle was good initially. It doesn't seize the ball for East Grinstead. Collier gets barged as the hooter goes, and it's the end of the third quarter, and it's again as it was earlier with Sutton Coldfield in a game here at Derby. It's close, but the only difference from earlier on at the end of 30 minutes is, unlike in the first game where it was 0-0, they've got the fact that East Grinstead have one goal through Carlotta Gomez in 10 minutes to play.
They've had a chance. You know, that penalty corner, they just those chances, what are they going to get? 3 or 4 chances in the game against a team like this? They're defending so well that they've got to take their opportunities at the other end. Maybe take a little bit more care on the ball as well on counter-attack, but they are very much in this, Sutton Coldfield. Will they tire? You know, the likes of Sally Walt, and, the slightly more experienced players, Vicky Walford, Sarah Parkinson Mills. They've played a lot of hockey today so far.
Walford has actually been replaced, as you say that, by Manning, who collects the ball now. Sophie Manning, who has been the occasional replacement. But as you said, I'd actually love to see the minutes on that for how much Manning has stepped in over the course of the day. Very much a rotation player to allow 2 stalwarts at the back for Sutton Coldfield to have some form of a break. And in fact, what Vicky Walford is having now is a tactical conversation with Andy Fairbrother. Brown again forced into a game of... It's definitely not speed chess, is it, either? As Shilzak plays it. And then Carter, and then Balthazak again.
I just feel that if East Grinstead change their angle of outlet, so come get Chloe Brown in the middle of the pitch here, rather than one side, and then you put your right and left player up high, and it will open up the zone.
All across, lovely finish from Mills. She had essentially an empty net to shoot into because Batsford Webb had dived down to try and stop the cross. She finished very well.
Good carry down the right boards. Very difficult to do anything about that, and Mills in that position is not going to miss.
It wasn't quite an empty net to flick into.
It's a very, very good tackle there.
And now,
Sophie Manning.
Charlene Mason, good save from Woodhead, had to be really on it. Brown, that didn't go out of play, I can confirm, because we have a perfect line. Probably actually better than the umpire there, because Tilly Woodhead's pads would have been in the way, and Chloe Brown just managed to keep the ball in play. Brown again, under pressure from Collier. 2-0 the score.
Chloe Brown, all of her experience there. Just finding the foot.
Touch from Baltazak wasn't a good one, and away comes Charlene Mason. Mason back to Walton and Manning. Walton very deep indeed.
Good ball that from Walton. Excellent play, they've opened them up here.
Mason. Collier the only player in the circle. Now McCabe joins her and it goes East Grinstead's way. Chloe Brown won't be in any rush to get going. East Grinstead have a 2-goal lead. Hit given. We, Andy, talking earlier, weren't we, before the game to Theo Dowse and others from the East Grinstead management team. One thing that came across to me was how much they, and I'm sure this is exactly the same for the other teams, how much they enjoy the adventures that the indoor competition, whether it be the Super Sixes or in East Grinstead's case, European competition, might throw up. It's about performances and winning, but it's about the adventures that unfurl along the way as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And the days gone by, European tournaments, invitation tournaments before and after Christmas. There's
Brown
been a lot of those opportunities, and it was fun. And the indoor circuit. I can remember Dutch, German tournaments. You get invited to at the beginning of the indoor season, the indoor sort of UK indoor season as it was. You get invited to all these tournaments. Real fun. Go and train for a week in Cologne, then play in a tournament, and that breeds so much spirit and togetherness as a team. And yeah, as you say, you can see that with East Grinstead, and it's been like that for a couple of years. And there's a really positive, strong culture within this East Grinstead group.
Gomez tries to throw it under the arm. Away comes Collier for Sutton Coldfield, chasing their opening goal of this final, but it would be the third if they're the next to score. They're 2-0 down. Parkinson Mills takes it 3 metres. It's locked in the corner. Walton tries to play it inside to Workman when the obvious pass was to Walford, and I think that was what she was trying to play on. As Gomez gets caught in possession, Walton out of position. There's one comment was about Julia Balkazak, excuse me, how they're going to her families for a dinner at the end of the European competition in Poznan.
Yes.
And again, that's just culturally another thing that you wouldn't always do. Get the chance to go to a Polish family in Poland and have wonderful cuisine. And
so Poland's have won the World Cup. Their women have won the World Cup, and it's transformed the standing of indoor hockey and women's sport in Poland. It's incredible what it's done.
Brown into the foot of Collier.
Their captain Marlene Rybacher, who's now retired and is in fact expecting her first child, I believe, out in Australia. But she's now a household name in Poland. Just goes to show the impact that success in the sport.
Batsford Webb makes way. As on in her place comes McCabe. In Poland as well, indoor volleyball is huge in Poland. 40,000 people packing out stadiums when they had the World Cup a few years ago now, but it's that sort of level, and it's lovely, as you say, lovely to see, especially women's indoor game getting such good newspaper inches. As Brown, Alexander just offered a floating run. Parkinson Mills steals the ball. What's left? 3 minutes 40. It's Grinstead defending with everything they've got. And Sutton Coldfield, 39 years racked up of not being the top team in the country, and they're trying to throw everything they can at becoming that.
So they need to be patient here. Don't look for this goal straight away. Just try and build it. Try and play the ball around a little bit.
Wolford, good save, Woodhead. McCabe's there, penalty corner, and it does come. Woodhead did well. She jumps up and queries Abby MacArthur, who says, no, I don't agree with you, I understand what you're saying, but I disagree.
I think that was right. See, the ball does get under the keeper there. There is an obstruction. So first one went wide. Sally Walton again.
Did they completely throw it and go short? Completely duping East Grinstead. No, they don't. It is Walton, and it is a goal. And there's 2:54 as the clock continues to tick. And Sally Walton, in her 15th appearance at these wonderful championships, chases another indoor national title.
She's picked a spot there. That's a good finish. Now, they cannot turn the ball over here.
Empty net, of course, for Sutton Coldfield. What a tackle.
It's another one. She's timed 4 or 5 of those tackles brilliantly today.
That's lifted. That's definitely lifted. And been a nice drag fit, to be fair. Low and kissing along the ground.
If it'd been flat, it's a lovely ball.
Yes, agreed. Tevin deliberately taking her time.
Be careful with their press here. Sorry, Sutton Coldfield, if they don't put players all around the ball.
Gomez back into trouble.
Now they've got to go and press at the other end. Less than 2 minutes to go. They need to get their press right here. And it means Charlie Mason's got to step up a little bit to stop that pass.
Goal East Grinstead way, and it's game over. A goal Sutton Coldfield's way, and it definitely isn't. Now, Tevin the quickest to react. She's told to take her time and go back. Zach, excuse me.
So they've allowed them to play around the press, which is just...
Mills. She's got Tevant in the middle for her. There she is. Lovely finish. Lifted ball across from Bieber Mills. It does not count. Wolford at the other end. It didn't count the goal. It's still 2-1. Mills at the other end goes back and wins the ball off Wolford. In the corner. Clash of sticks. East Grinstead's way. 63 seconds left. Slough of the early thousands were all domineering for 3 years in a row at Crystal Palace. That lifted slightly off Mason's stick. It goes Sutton Coldfield's way. 45 seconds and counting. Walton on the ball. They have to go 3 metres.
Plenty of time. They've got plenty of time here to build this goal. They don't need to go straight into the circle. They need to pull this EG defence open so they can play through the passing seams.
But Mason only found Brown, and then, I thought McCabe had stolen it legitimately. The umpire disagreed. McCabe had just snuck in. Abby MacArthur has been excellent in this final. Right under her watchful eye it all happened.
Vouches that there. Cool as you like with that.
9.9 seconds left in the game. Balthazar goes across to Gomez. Gomez tries to spread the play to Bieber Mills, who's running. And East Grinstead have done it again and again and again. Sutton Coldfield came so close to that win that the last was back in 1987. But they couldn't unpick East Grinstead, who were more expansive, who were more aggressive, and in the end, who just about got themselves over the line.
Well, they just hung on in there, Sutton Coldfield. You've got to give them a lot of credit. It was a a dogged defensive performance. They stayed within the game. We spoke about them not going further than 2 goals behind and East Grinstead running away with it, and they didn't, and they kept believing. They got a corner, got a goal back, 2-1, threatening in that last couple of minutes with the extra player on. But in the end, it was the experience of Chloe Brown, Bouchazak and her team that got them through that. I think much tighter than probably I expected, but you've got to give so much credit to Sutton Coldfield. East Grinstead, they just keep finding ways to win, don't they? And as you said, Dan, earlier in the commentary, there's a lot about the spirit in that group. They find a way to win, they believe in each other. They've got a great thing going on.
There was 2 very different teams there who both worked incredibly hard for their end goals. And the end goal for Sutton Coldfield could have been so different. Smash and grab attempt by them doesn't quite come off, but they very much played their part in making that a spectacle in the end.
Yeah, and there was some brilliant tactical indoor hockey going on there. The way that they were able to set their zone and deny such a... I mean, we saw, was it East Grinstead score 5 in 1 quarter in the semi-final? They denied them those opportunities because of the way that they defended. Yes, they weren't quite good enough in the opposition circle. Sally Walton will probably be ruining that corner that missed the goal. I think Michael Caine is now...
Michael Brown. Michael Caine, it's not Michael Caine.
He could be Michael Caine.
Okay, Chloe, let's get some quick reaction. Congratulations, first of all, retaining the title 3 in a row. How does that feel?
It just feels electric. You know, we've talked about this for years, and to actually make it happen is a different feeling. It's powerful.
Yeah, and just looking at your team behind you there, so they're getting their medals right now before the big trophy presentation. And what does it mean to win it with that group?
Oh, I think it's just so good. Like, we absolutely love indoor DG, and, you know, so just great day out.
And how's the thumb? Was it the thumb you caught in that match?
Yeah, a bit sore, but that's indoor for you.
Amazing. We can let you go celebrate now. Thank you so much. Player of the match, Chloe Brown.
Our presentation party, the Deputy Mayor of Derby, Councillor Phil Engle, and the Deputy Mayoress, Councillor Celia Engle, ready to do the honours here of this fabulous venue for that brilliant final. And it's our umpires to receive their commemorative medals. First of all, put your hands together please for Abby McArthur and Viv Carver. Please, everyone here at the Derby Arena, let's make some massive noise here and celebrate with our champions in the Super Sixes Women's Competition for 2026. Let's hear it for East Grinstead. Well done to Tilly Woodhead, Laura Boatman, Rosie Hope, Annalise Tennant, Bieber Mills, Carlotta Gomez, Chloe Brown, Beth Alexander, Emma Banderak, Julia Olsazak, Emily Kilter and Charlie Warren. With the coaching and management team led by Theo Dowse and Barney Furlong, we're all ready to celebrate with our champions, East Grinstead! Grinstead just having enough to get over the line. 2-1 winners. Congratulations to Chloe Brown and her team. Thanks to the Deputy Mayor and Deputy Mayoress for their hard work in the presentation. Before we turn our focus to the Open Men's Final, which starts in 30 minutes time. During the half-time break of the Wimbledon Men's Final, we'll be presenting the Arab Ball of the Women's Final and the trophy to the player of the match as well. That'll be at the half-time break in the Open Men's Final.
For the final time today at the 2026 Super Sixes, hockey's big day in. England hockey's big day in. We say hello as Michael Kern heads off to introduce everyone. Check his Facebook. It's time to decide who will take that trophy home with them. Wimbledon, who won it twice and nearly did the hat-trick before old Georgians stopped them in 2024. Against the team that stopped them, old Georgians looking for a first ever hat-trick for that club in indoor English hockey. And the first hat-trick since 2016 when East Grinstead were all conquering, winning their 8th in a row. That is where we are, Derby Arena, and Andy Halliday is a beautiful venue inside now.
It's a wonderful venue. I think the whole sort of campus, if you like, great place for indoor hockey, lovely pitch, the surrounds, the velodrome. It's been a good day, and hopefully this will top it off.
Shingles just waits behind the scenes as the umpires wait to be called onto the pitch. Nick White and Isaac Charles, the Charles brothers. It's the bragging rights in the final. His brother is the reserve. What's your expectation? We said in the women's final to a clash of styles. I don't think it's as much a clash of styles in this game. I think Jack Turner not being here is a big loss to Wimbledon in the final. You just before some major event in the second semi-final, I can't remember what it was, you referenced the position that Jack Turner would normally take up for Wimbledon, being an area that was being targeted.
I think they've adapted. I think we spoke earlier in the day about the players who are not here for Wimbledon, international players away, obviously outdoor players, that has an impact on both teams, but I think Wimbledon have coped with it really well.
His outcome with White and Charles. So Jay Charles' brother is reserve umpire, and out comes Duncan Scott. Toby Reynolds-Cottrell could be a vast factor in this game because in the semi-final, the Welsh international, 21, was exceptional. Tempo, the Wolf Mother, hopefully mirrors the tempo of the game we're about to see. Bosselman got his chance to come on late on, and Benevo could be an outstanding star, the Belgian former international. Dan Shingles meant so much to him last year to lift the trophy. George Pinner was excellent in the victory for old Georgians in their semi-final, as was Chris Griffiths.
Goalkeepers on fire. These two have been on fire today, and it'll be a major part of this game how they both perform, I think. Oddly, George Pinner's not played a game of hockey outdoors for over a year. He comes into the indoor season and looks so sharp, it's almost as if nothing's changed.
So sharp today, George Pinner. It will be a game where both these excellent international talents, one current in Reynolds-Cottrell and one former in Pinner, will need to be at their brilliant best. And of course now, career in the city, consultancy, pretty much taking up his time alongside his young family. How then do you see old Georgians going about their business to try and get this third win on the spin?
Well, I thought they held a bit back in the last game, understandably so. They got into a comfortable lead against Oxted. They sat back, they defended quite deep. I would expect to see them pressing a little higher against this Wimbledon team. I think this is going to be quite a tight game. I think it's going to come down to two goalkeepers. It's going to come down to OGs have their potential firepower front line. Griffiths, Forsyth, the Carson brothers. If they're on fire, I feel that OGs are going to win this. But I think it's going to be a tight one.
Look out for the quality of Planovo. Patterson on the score sheet in the semi-final. Reece Smith starts at right defender on the ball, trying to get on the ball as Proctor goes out for a long corner. Reynolds Cottrell standing his ground. The Georgians with the initial shot as Griffiths is weaving. Forsyth dropping deep for Old Georgians. Jackson starts in this one. Proctor coming together.
Immediately there, the shot from Griffiths on the tight angle. Well, you might see quite a lot of that. Teams that will get into the corners and they'll try and get something, whether it's a first-time deflection or a shot at goal, when they get the ball in the corners, in the attacking corners.
Scott penalised, and Ashley Jackson happily just leaves the ball because he knows he's being substituted, and in comes young, exciting Sam Wood. I think he said Sam Ward there, that would have been a slip. Sam Wood, slightly younger than Sam Ward.
Slightly different style, I would suggest as well.
Ward not known for his defend. Well, he's actually known for his defending. That's harsh on Sam Ward, but it was a very different position that he defends in. Very harsh to say he's not a good defender, because he is.
And he has indoor international caps. He showed his defending pedigree, I must admit there.
Never tried to goalkeep indoors, though, I'm sure, Andy. Like outfield,
I remember him taking a few off the line. Well, he's a very good cricketer, so I remember him taking a few off the line. Particularly against Germany, if I remember right. Corners on the line. Unsurprising.
Patterson in and out it goes from Smith to Kepler. Here is Patterson to Haller. The nice, clever ball to the American international, Kepler. There's Haller straight into the boot of Wood, and he just used his experience. It wasn't really a drill because it was a cuter ball than that.
It was first time, and Wood was just up off the ground. I just wondered, an interesting, so Ashley Jackson has substituted himself after 1 minute. So we see that again, yeah, he's just not quite low enough protecting the left foot. So Ash was on for the first minute, Ash Jackson has gone off, and Wood's come on. And I just wonder whether maybe they were thinking Wimbledon might press the youngster at the beginning of the game. So yeah, interesting. A few mind games going on, I think.
Patterson, and the opening goal has gone in. Patterson absolutely nailing that one home.
One of the stars of Ireland's European indoor campaign there. The slip, it's very slick, tucked under the arm, and as hard as Pinner and the runner try, they can't get anything on that. And Wimbledon have the lead.
Here comes Waller, one way and the other. Good defending from Wood. That time, no, it's not, because Duncan Scott has scored, and Wimbledon have flown out the blocks here, and they are 2-0 to the good. And a shell-shocked Old Georgians change everyone.
Well, I thought there, Ed Haller, he's dribbled here, and I'm thinking, don't go into the flat sticks. No, don't. And he's just peeled out and played an incredible ball through Shingles' legs. Amazing. And what a finish.
You have to feel for
what a start.
George Pinner on that second goal, because he really was left exposed as a goalkeeper. Right. The ball from Haller, and the finish from Scott. And here goes. And a vote penalty corner. And he asked the question, and the umpire, Nick White, agreed with him.
Yeah, you can't do that. That sweeping tackle is not allowed in indoor hockey. The sweep of the stick.
Uzos it was.
Uzos, yeah, and well, amazing. So if we think back to last year, as we wait for this corner, Wimbledon gave OGs a 5-goal start. If you remember, in the first half, they absolutely, OGs obliterated them. It's almost as if we are seeing completely the opposite here.
Patterson again, and it's a third. And Rory Patterson and Wimbledon have not just flown out of the blocks here. They've got a 50-metre head start in a 100-metre race inside the first 2 seconds. 6:38 left on the clock, it's 3-0.
Slick routine that. The ball slung low from Patterson. As we know, the ebb and flow of indoor hockey that we see, you know, a 3-0 lead at this point is nothing, but what a start. And what will that do to the mentality of our champions, current champions?
He's tackled by Benevo, who's tackled as Oz tries to go away with the ball. Really exciting to see such an international flavour within the teams this year, and some real outstanding players coming into them as Pinner watches that one on the plate.
Well, I think it's a masterstroke for Wimbledon, having Plenevo and Kepelar, you know, two players who've played in the Indoor World Cup, and they bring this individual brilliance. It's not just the team organisation, it's around their ability to eliminate.
Patterson on the ball. Carson went in to try and block him off, and now Patterson.
The slight nuance in indoor-outdoor rules there is you can't block that player in on the board, you have to give him a route out. And that was a rule change that's come in quite recently to stop that ball getting trapped in the corners.
James Carson, lovely tackle from Plenevo again. He goes on his own, down the right-hand side, left-hand side, still going, cutting back, and that's a very good block tackle by Pablo Rizos, just making sure he was low enough and strong enough in the challenge. Ball. International. And here comes Jackson. James Carson still arguing the toss. Saved by Cottrell.
You just can't afford to switch off here and stop.
Kepler doesn't stop. Oh, that's a great ball across. Rogerson was there, Ollie Rogerson, with the deflection.
Carson getting that an important touch as we see Jackson there. Flicks high straight into the midriff of Reynolds Cottrell. Well, already we're seeing this game developing into a real end-to-end tussle.
Tries to get it out. Zos, penalty corner, goes all Georgians' way. With the scoreline as it is, it'll be interesting to see how Wimbledon try to control the game, and if they can contract old Georgian. Very hard thing to do with it. Not only with the quality they have on pitch now, but then you've got Proctor, you've got Forsyth, you've got Shingles, you've got Griffiths.
Yeah, I think the word you're looking for is suffocate. How can they suffocate the style and the flair that Georgians bring to this?
Well, they have Carson and Jackson. It is actually Jackson, and it is a gorgeously placed low left-hand side as Jackson looked right as Reynolds Cottrell looked, and it's blink and you miss it stuff because it's in. It's 3-1.
Transition here. How quickly is that ball going at the goal from Jackson's stick? Straight away, and he knows the height of Reynolds Cottrell, so he's not going to sling it high, and it's absolutely pinpoint in off the post.
Patterson finds Hauler he just pops up off his stick, and he's been more disciplined this year, Ed Hauler. Age is bringing maturity to his game.
I was going to suggest that, actually. I think there is either that or I can't be bothered to lose it anymore.
it was at Surbiton, at the outdoors, we had Ed Hauler on co-commentary, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Very interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think I mentioned in the earlier semi-final against Surbiton how he can be a match winner, but then he can also, with a little bit of ill discipline, it's not normally chat, it's tackling or knocking the ball away, and he ends up sitting on the suspension chair for a couple of minutes.
Here he is, turning.
But we haven't seen any of that.
The idea was there from him, the execution wasn't. Now Hauler wins it back and hits the stick as he does so in the eye line of Wood, who snuck forward, and Hauler knew exactly where the ball should be taken from. Shingles into Scott, who offloads to Kepler. Tries to pull the ball back, and Pinner rearranges his goalpost, which now is nowhere near the line. It's way off the line one side and way over the line the other. Proctor, good touch. Reynolds Cottrell. George Pinner now is going to be an umpire and rearrange the goalpost. He does just that, and play can continue with Chris Griffiths.
Well, we've seen structure, shape in the women's final and a tactical tense battle. Here we are seeing something that is just flowing end to end. Some great individual stuff on show. Chris Griffiths there just finding that the ball popping up off the stick or the foot. No Jackson on this time, but shingles for Scythe Griffiths. That's a fairly good battery.
Shingles and Forsyth, very close to get it. Goes to Griffiths, he doesn't get control of it at all. And just rather disappointingly for him,
millimetres. It's about millimetres, this, so that the slip just has to be in the right place, and it just doesn't quite get that right. He felt. Forsyth did his job there, but I just don't think Griff was ready for it.
He looked like he was slightly more open than he wanted to be. Slowed on and took that bit of a drag. Beautiful tackling by Shingles. Griffiths again. No touch, and here goes Plenevo. It's a very good tackle. Well collected by.
Brilliant from Wood. Brilliant defensively.
Griffiths, long is the call. Back it goes to Wood. He's going to pick up a card here, green card, a minute in the sin bin.
Well, from hero to villain, he tackled Plenevo. He made a brilliant tackle on the left boards, got into the circle, and now he finds himself sitting down for a minute after a drill.
Waits again. It goes to Patterson. Patterson's pass is pacey, and Plenevo now finds himself as the deepest player for Wimbledon. Thought about a spin, the ball didn't quite sit prettily for him. Lovely ball across.
Great build-up play that from Wimbledon. So with 1 minute, they've just almost built that scoring opportunity, created that scoring opportunity.
Patterson fells Jackson, not deliberately. And there is the hoot. 3-1.
Well,
Wimbledon have the lead.
Entertaining. It's been end to end. I think I don't think any of us really expected the start that we saw from Wimbledon. Absolutely out of the blocks flying. And OGs, they've slightly changed the way they're pressing, certainly towards the end of that 10 minutes. But as Ashley Jackson holds court there, literally.
An intense, exciting day. As the volunteers get a round of applause, and they really have done fabulous work today.
As they always do. And it's a lot of the time it's the same faces. They come to all the events, just literally there to help out and be part of.
It must be fascinating because they tend to get. Some get the same role time and again. I think they're the ones who've been there, done it, and can now sort of say, I'd like to do this, it's what I enjoy. But it must be such a varied role as well. Yeah. Of course, with the. No, need to confirm this, Rowan, because we said earlier we weren't sure if the tickets had gone on sale. It's the pre-registration tickets which got emailed out the other day. I saw it and skimmed the email but didn't check it completely. For the Euro Hockey Euro Champs 27. It's in London. It's at Lee Valley, host of the 2018 Women's World Cup, and of course just over the road from Lee Valley was the host of the 2012 Olympic Games. The pitch moved of a few hundred metres or so, and then of course the latter stages of the Euro Hockey Euro Champs. I'm looking literally at the brand new branding pitch side. We played at the Twickenham Stoop, the home of the fabulous rugby club, my rugby club in terms of supporting, but Harlequins. Baller into the circle, well taken by Jackson, and away he comes and offloads to James Carson, whose first touch almost looked off, and then it was very good, and Reynolds Cottrell with the save, and away it goes. Were you a rugby fan, Andy?
Yes, I did when I was living around St Albans, see that attack again. And the shot, fairly easy save in the end. Let's go and watch quite a bit of Saracens.
Yeah.
But haven't done so much recently.
It's a great link-up. Another great link-up as Scott nearly scores. Horler took a risk. It goes against him, but that was the sort of thing as James Carson gets going, gets upended by Patterson. Free hit given.
What I'm really enjoying about this game is the intent. So when there is a turnover, the intent is counter-attack. Every time. We win the ball, let's try and counter-attack. There's none of this, oh no, we'll just keep the ball and pass it around. It's win the ball and counter-attack. And that will serve Old Georgians well in Germany. And there's that save again, and good tackle from Jackson. That will serve, Old Georgians in Spain at the Europeans, because it's European indoor hockey is all about, club level, it's about counter-attack.
Nonchalant take in the crowd. Bill Bramell's one-handed, to be fair. It's at the front row. Scoring the final.
Barney Furlong, the manager, was worried about it popping into his beer.
Yeah, no,
his celebratory pint.
Well deserved by East Grinstead, winning 3 in a row. And Georgians looking to do the same thing this evening. Horler crosses it. They are currently under pressure here, though. Jackson thinking that he could just get going, and
that typifies it there. So Ashley Jackson, all he wanted to do was get the ball forward and play. Not like stop, let the game set, and we start again. It is all about how we can counter, whether we can counter.
It's Cottrell very controlled. But yeah, so the pre-registration, I say, sorry, for the champs is now open to register interest.
If people are at home listening, I think there's a few people probably saying, what, we're going to play the European finals on a rugby pitch? Because I'm not sure that you've mentioned that we are going to put down...
Oh, let's go old school, let's put it on the grass. No, they're putting down, like they did in 2019.
The Pro League in 2019, yeah.
Stadium hockey, putting down a pitch. I mean, going old school would be a bit of a leveller. And the Dutch on the grass rugby pitch, I mean, Twickenham Stoop is a fantastic surface, but it'll still be tough. No, it's not, it's on AstroTurf, just put down at the Twickenham Stoop, as Andy rightly said. Carson was in front of goal. The whistle goes and it's Wimbledon's ball. It's 3-1 to Wimbledon at the moment. They were in a 3-0 lead. Patterson, Scott and Patterson, the scorers, excuse me, Jackson, Ashley Jackson, with a late in the first quarter goal to narrow the advantage for Wimbledon slightly. Shingles. Wood. Side back to Wood, who's settled well into this final.
He has. Really impressed with his reading of the game, defensively stepping up at the right time. Some of the tackles he's making.
Have to wait for that one. The ball pace deliberately taken off by Rory Patterson, and then the boot found of the retreating number 16, James Vallely. Shingles. Wood. Rogerson, but not quite. Full scythe, Scully scampers, and it goes against Old Georgians.
Here we go, straight away. Let's go and attack.
Again from Wood, that was a masterful attack against an experienced Belgian player. Planovo was cut off at source by Sam Wood. Slip by Chris Griffiths. Kind of where it goes, works it inside, and wide of the mark, and Pinner looks up as James Vallely can't find the target. Proctor.
Have you seen a game of indoor hockey like this before, Dan? It's literally, I mean, if I was on a camera here, as we see the replay, just trying to create that space to get ball outside his right foot to get a shot on goal. It is literally just going basketball. Your end, our end. Your end, our end. Great to see. It's all about intent. These teams want to attack.
That's the difference you mentioned earlier. Proctor into the circle again. Out comes Reynolds Cottrell, who has got a problem. He's got a problem with his pad. He's hopping around like he was laying there, and I think he was just trying to adjust his pad as he got back into goal. difference with basketball is the pace of the ball in hockey is that bit faster. Proctor falls to the ground. Love lost between him and Vallely.
Yeah, interesting. I mentioned at the beginning about the importance of Griffiths, Forsyth and the Carson brothers. They're not getting a lot of ball at the moment.
Again, it squirms.
And if they do get the ball, it's not in a clear shooting opportunity. They're getting it very wide, and whilst they're shooting at goal, Toby Reynolds-Cottrell is stopping everything, but it's coming from narrow angles, so they're defending the middle of the D really well, Wimbledon, at the moment.
Georgians' line change has occurred, and James Carson steals the ball off Kai Kepler and plays it off the boards, and then nearly finds a way, and Toby Reynolds-Cottrell stays down and looks across to where the ball he thinks went.
Great skill from Carson, off the boards, and then gets himself into position, creates space to get the ball outside his right foot, but slings it wide.
Stick given. Carson's Tom and James have to step off into the defensive press for our Georgians. Played by Eddie Harper.
Yeah, you always know you're going to get up. When Tom Carson is on, you're going to get a high press.
2-on-1 against Pinner.
Oh, a save from
George
Pinner.
Pinner did so well there. Eddie Harper had the chance and probably should have lifted it higher. Pinner had to get across to it, and he saved excellently.
Incredible agility.
Carson, low, reverse stick, past Reynolds-Cottrell. And it's 3-2. Goal stands.
I think interesting, George Pinner just having a little quiet word in Ed Haller's ear there. The steal on the top of the circle and the backhand shot. The save at one end from Pinner, and immediately at the other end, Carson scores. Well done, James Carson, good finish.
He scored 5 field goals in the division. Led into this Super Sixes. Tom Carson. James Carson, I was talking about Tom Carson in the ball. I love with James Carson, Andy, is as he's drifting around, he almost looks like he's going to drill the ball at any time. Doesn't, deliberately. He's trying to destabilise the defensive player.
Yeah, it's a great skill in indoor hockey. It's just a little tilt of the shoulder. If you can carry in that body position where you're really low with the ball outside the right foot, every time you drop your shoulder, it's almost like you're committing the defender.
Jackson leaves it alone. Kepler. He's a bedrock-type player for Wimbledon. Smith down the line, looking for Plenovo. Weir got his feet around, and Jackson wins the free hit.
Again, Wimbledon, but very much man-to-man with their marking system in this game. Slightly different against Surbiton. And there was a little bit of zonal stuff going on as well, but they are fairly strict man-to-man and marking very tightly as well.
Weir straight, finds Forsyth with the run. And it's Cottrell with another stoic saving goal for Wimbledon, but now the difference is just 1 goal, and there's 45 seconds left before half-time. And Jackson, who scored at a similar time in the first quarter, and Weir, and old Georgians building. Uzos, his hands from Jackson. How many times that's been said in the career of Ashley Jackson. Forsyth wins the free hit, gets going. No, he doesn't find Jackson. And Planovo has a one-on-one against Weir here. Weaves, and Henry Weir. And Planovo's going to be carded here if he's not careful.
He feels as he was impeded on the way into the circle there.
Goes the hooter. So at half-time in the final has been a case of a second quarter where Wimbledon have been pegged back Ashley Jackson just before the end of the first, and then James Carson with the only goal of the second. Wimbledon were 3-0 to the good in very, very quick time. Old Georgians 2, Wimbledon 3. Only this one. What a final we've got.
Well, we have. I think we were both shocked and quite surprised at the 3-0 lead that Wimbledon raced into, but in true sort of old Georgian style, they just impose a little bit of class on the game, and it was, well, great work from Griffiths to win a penalty corner. Jackson deposits the corner low into the goal to bring one back. So we see the highlights here. The first penalty corner, the slip from Haller and Patterson. I think everybody expects Ed Haller to shoot there, but it's that slip. He throws it, and then Pleneval, it was Haller who somehow threaded that ball through the legs of Dan Shingles. And then Patterson slings low to make it 3-0. See that again, picks his spot, the advancing pinner. And then Jackson, look at this, the power on that. The transition is so quick from stick to goal, at pace, and Reynolds Cottrell has got absolutely no chance. And then the steal from Carson, and this was after a brilliant save at the other end from George Pinner that kept them in the game, and then Carson fires one back. 3-2.
Gomez gets the goal of the final. Very well taken goal.
Fast reactions and a clinical shot, giving the Sutton Coldfield goalkeeper absolutely no chance. Well done to our current goal of the match winner, Carter Gomez.
He's ushered off.
I'm just thinking, so if you're an overseas player and you win one of those goals,
he's taken the goal with her.
Yes,
love that.
That's the prize.
Brilliant.
Try and get that one through.
Customs, yeah.
Customs.
That's not fitting your hand.
Well, not customs, but getting it off
yes,
the plane. Sorry, we're going to charge you £160 for your luggage.
Leading their side from the front, leading by example.
I wonder if she's going to take the other goal.
In the Super Sixes women's final goes to Grinstead's captain, Chloe Brown.
She gets a crate of wine.
Well, certainly we feared, didn't we? I think it was the second half when she got that knock on the hand and not looking good, and you're thinking EG's European campaign, and she is such a talisman, such an important part of that team. But thankfully, she's okay.
So she walks off with the Wolfsburg alcohol-free wine.
Will follow the conclusion of this game.
The match, Chloe Brown for the first time. 2-3, 1:31 left before we see the conclusion of this game. George Pinner is trying to motivate the Georgians team below us. Momentum swing in this sort of game is massive, and you really do feel that momentum, in part because of how Pinner's playing, has actually swung back towards the reigning champions.
It has. The interesting phase, you mentioned it on commentary, Dan, was in those early stages. It wasn't a mistake by Pinner because he could do nothing about those goals, the penalty corners. Patterson firing that low corner, the other slip corner, and he could do nothing about the other finish in open play. He has been brilliant, and it's the defending in front of him that I think has caused the issues. But they dragged it back. And it's a tough one to call at this point, really is. You sort of sense with the individual brilliance of Kepler and Pleneval that they can open up this OG's defence.
Waller will reconvene, restart for the team in white as he bounces around like John McEnroe on the baseline. Will restart for Wimbledon. The Georgians sitting deeper, sitting half court. Smith, Patterson, Back to the second half. The men's the open men's Super Sixes.
Yeah, half-court man-to-man OGs are in at the moment. So compressing the space that Wimbledon can play in.
Across. Smith comes to collect. Old Georgians beat the winners again, as they were in the last 2 years. Can Wimbledon bounce back from winning it, what was it, 2023? Lovely from Smith, good skill from him as well. Then he gets slightly caught in three minds. Back to him. Penner again. Cat-like as he leapt across.
And what play from Reece Smith as well to open up, surrounded by three maroon shirts. And he managed to open up to get the ball down to the baseline and back for the shot.
It was a good save by Penner. The one thing Smith lacked was that bite in the
power. The power in the shot.
Final shot. The sort of shot that if Hawler had had it, you feel there'd be a different outcome. Patterson on 2 goals already for this final fight. Smith tries to spin. It's well worked by Proctor, but illegally in the end.
Proctor did well there. I almost thought he'd sort of won that shave tackle. But, Reece Smith, I'd love to see Reece just play those passes with a little bit more crispness and just a bit more sharpness across the back. Give Patterson more time on the ball. And
now to James Carson, who enters a wrestling match with Patterson. And Forsyth just drifting beautifully. Will not get the ball on this occasion. Thought he was going to. Kepler gets going. Old Georgians disagree where he took it from. That's irrelevant now. And Penner stands and it goes just wide of the
I feel they had a point there, because by taking that ball there, he'd taken 2 of the Georgians players out the game. I felt there should have been, if that had gone in, they would have had just cause to be a little upset with that one.
Jackson down towards Tom Carson. He loses possession and almost falls over his own feet in doing so. Kepler. And Smith, lovely lead from Hawler, a really good lead from Hawler, but Henry Weir just left enough space to tempt the pass, and Smith wasn't buying it at all. Jefferson. Into Duncan Scott, who rather tamely offers up possession, and Jackson, almost in a nice hockey style, dribbling one-handed down the pitch. A messy start to this third quarter. Unforced errors coming into the game.
Yes, it has been. But it's interesting that OGs are happy to sit back and allow... I think Max Panavau there is... I think he has a point. Henry Weir, I felt, cynically blocked him just inside the half.
Now Tom Carson see that in the conversation.
But it was a very professional defending, you put it that way, by Henry Weir.
Panavau has to be careful though, because he'd just come off the second quarter where he got rather vocal with Nick White, and okay, he's changed ends, but it's only what, a very short distance between the two. They can still see and hear everything that's going on. Lovely spin, but into James Carson, then Jackson. Jackson one way and the other. Carson still supporting, but the step through was very good from Vallely. Rogerson.
Yeah, as you said earlier, Dan, there are players in this game who play on the edge, and Max Panavau is one of those players.
There goes once more, and a penalty corner goes the way of Rogerson and Wimbledon.
Rogerson carries, and he just tucks that ball around. Very intelligent players. Not much Henry Weir could have done about that. And jump out of the way, but the ball finds his left foot.
Nearest to the ball, Patterson furthest away, top of the circle, wanting a hat-trick. It doesn't go to either of them. Now it goes to Patterson, and it comes up in a way, and Planovo and his team have to think again, because the old Georgians' defence did their job, and they're not rushing to get rid of any protective gear as Chris Griffiths calls the line change.
Great running, great penalty corner defence from old Georgians there.
Jackson offers it to Forsyth. Forsyth's turn, lovely offload. Griffiths, not the connection that Chris Griffiths wanted.
Good, great connection between the two there, Forsyth and Griffiths. They knew exactly where they were going to try and connect and link up in the circle. Just the finish.
Bubbling out, Planovo offloaded, immediately looked around as if to say, where can we go next? What's the strategy to unpick this old Georgians defence? Planovo, what a gorgeous tackle. Jackson ends up on his backside, and Planovo's missed the target as Pinner did brilliantly again, rushing out, making himself as big as he could, and Planovo couldn't hit the target.
Oh, outstanding skill from the Belgian. Winning the ball on the boards and then following it up with that run, taking a defender out and the shot going wide.
That reminded Proctor he was in a fine. Oh, and it's found a way. Alan Forsyth with a goal that just sliced through Toby Reynolds-Cottrell, and it is 3 apiece.
He shoots early here. As soon as he gets into the circle, Alan Forsyth, the ball onto the right foot, shoots straight away, and Toby Reynolds-Cottrell maybe a little at fault there. He squeezed it in.
And now Griffiths finds Wood. Oh, good save. Pretty much straight at him, but he had to be there to save it, Reynolds-Cottrell. The Welshman did his job.
And Wood as well with that really balanced, powerful shot, getting low and moving quickly.
That time, Reynolds-Cottrell wasn't going to let Forsyth do the same again. Really stubbed the danger out. Reynolds-Cottrell was just... Oh, he's going to get the ball. I thought there was already a ball there. Pesky right post keeps moving in this game. Ball across to Griffiths, who tries to get it out from... It was into his fingers, as it were.
It's really tough, that, when you get that ball at the high part of your stick on the handle, particularly if you're defending. There's nothing you can do about it. If it pops up in the air, you're going to wear a corner.
Comes back to Horler. Protective gear behind the old Georgians goal gets a clattering. Pinner sends the ball forward, but the Georgians aren't in a rush to play hockey, because again they're subbing their whole bench, as is their way.
That's a good little phase of play for old Georgians. They've just looked a little bit more dangerous than Wimbledon, aside from the Planovo counter-attack.
Carson and Kepler share a joke. Wide open for a moment is Tom Carson. James Carson comes to take it off him. Cleverly done, had to be careful not to obstruct, and good defending in the end. Patterson for Wimbledon. Wimbledon pegged back here from 3-0, and they were absolutely rocketing into a lead, the third of which the goals came in the 4th minute. 3-0 after 4 minutes. Stuff dreams are made of in the final. Kepler, Harper offering deeper, doesn't get the ball. Kepler, the American international, sends it back to Patterson.
Feels like there's quite a difference between the two Georgians front line, the way that they're pressing. So some will sit, sometimes they'll sit deep, other times they'll step up and get high and press and put this Wimbledon defence under pressure.
Patterson. It wasn't the kindest to Eddie Harper. He dealt with it well down on the reverse stick, and Kepler this time go back to Patterson and try and move Carson and Carson and Carson. And Tom Carson wins it, plays it behind his brother James, and then Kepler tries to find space down the left-hand side. Sam Wood steps out well, wins the ball. Carson into the play.
Very good defending again from Wood. How old did you say he was? 18? Showing so much maturity.
Now a penalty corner is given. Hawler doing some umpiring of his own, and eventually the umpire agreed with him.
I feel a bit for Henry Weir there. He'd made a really good, you see, he defends really well here. Gets his feet out the way, gets it on his stick, and then as he tries to clear the ball, he flicks it over the boards. Don't buy a lottery ticket tonight, Henry. So Scott, the captain, will inject with Patterson and Hawler.
It is Hawler, and it's a clever ball back off the post. Kepler it was with the deflection. Penalty corner again, right on the hooter. So nothing left in the third quarter. 3-3 the score, and a chance here for Wimbledon to go into a 4-3 lead.
They've kept that one up their sleeve. We'll save that one for the final when we need a goal. And it's interesting, you know, Hawler has he shot from a corner? I don't know that he has. I think it's almost as if he knows that Georgians are going to expect him to do that. So they're either Patterson is shooting or they're slipping.
Patterson. And now they really do pull one out, because it's Patterson, it's Kepler with the stop, and it's Hawler high into the net. They moved Old Georgians, and after the hooter, Wimbledon go back in front, 4-3.
Well, great finish to the half for Wimbledon. A lovely routine, lovely routine. We saw a variation in the corner before with Kepler going for the deflection. This time, it's the slip back. And Hawler fires high into the net. Nothing Pinner can do about that.
18 goals he scored in the Premier Division this season. 8 of them from penalty corner head Hawler. Charlie Axford was nearest to him, and then Tommy Austin and Forsyth alongside with Chris Griffiths on 11. But one thing Old Georgians need to do again, and one thing we know they can do, is they need to find more goals. The way that they're playing and rolling so many subs all the time is playing into their advantage, because fresher legs and new ideas coming in all the time, or as a unit.
For Old Georgians.
For Old Georgians.
Yeah, it's interesting that when certain players are on the pitch, they carry a real goal threat. So when Griffiths is alongside Alan Forsyth up front, you feel that there is a real goal threat there from nothing. Whereas the Carsons have been a little bit quiet, but for one goal in the first half.
Cross Pinner. Wow, that was a save that he had to make, and made it so well. And now Forsyth, and out comes Reynolds Cottrell at the other end with an equally impressive piece of goalkeeping, rushing off his line. And high risk.
That was Reece Smith throwing that one. That was a thrown blind, that one. That could have gone onto the forehand of a Georgian stick there, but
dinks up off Kepler, but a play says umpire. Floats to the left-hand side, where now the trickery comes. Pinner's equal to it from Max Panavo, and then he trips Wood. Card may be coming. Proctor can't think about that because he's got the ball. He's in the circle. Out comes Reynolds Cottrell and saves really well with his glove. They're just coming out and disrupting the ball green card shown to Max Plenavo. That was
and understandably so. I mean, that was a breakdown. He's trying to break down play there. Advantage played, and then here's a chance.
It was an experience breaking down a play, wasn't it?
It was indeed. Yeah.
Reynolds Cottrell just allows that to hit his pads and go out of play.
I think it's probably a little bit cynical as well, I'd also say.
I don't want to be cynical after 30. Save your legs. Jackson with the shot.
Actually, as far as an event is concerned, we've seen very few cards today, haven't we? You think about it. We haven't. Have we seen a yellow? We haven't seen a yellow card. I think we've only had about 4 or 5 green cards in total.
Proctor wasn't where Reynolds Cottrell was trying to send it. Smith wins the free. Reynolds Cottrell made the save all the same. All down the line was looking for Kepler, had walked off.
So just trying to get the ball up the other end, actually.
Hauler was
now
very
they're back to full players now. Hauler on.
Patterson finds Hauler. Hauler with a great chance here. Goes the reverse. It doesn't quite work out for him. Pinner dives down low. Hauler wins it back, and Pinner saves yet again. Vallely. Patterson, that's not a good pass. And suddenly Proctor was in, but he kicked it.
Frustration there from Chris Proctor. We see
he seemed to be in a bad mood today, Chris Proctor.
There's Hauler again with the shot.
Seen him before play with much more of a smile on his face, Proctor. To play it. And it goes to Vallely. By Smith. Back to Patterson. Cover from Wimbledon. Hauler. Just in towards Vallely. Back to Smith. Wimbledon building 4-3. The score, 6:45 left in the game. Pinner, a thud on the chest pad. And a penalty corner.
Nothing.
I think Pinner's hurt himself here. He's gone down on his haunches, down on all fours. I think that winded him, and you heard the thud. It really was a striking blow into the midriff of the. Unless he's injured himself in another way, but he's just taking his time here.
It's almost a good time to just make Wimbledon wait, take a bit of steam out of the situation. Of course, he cannot get injured because they don't have a goalkeeper on the bench. They have 11 field players, no spare goalkeeper.
Talking about the Sam Ward option earlier, being a backup goalkeeper who plays outfield, which he did at the Rio, wasn't it? The backup option for Great Britain. And the lovely goal from Ed Hauler, and he scores again, and he celebrates, and he just offers a cheeky look at the old Georgians bench.
Well, he's had a little bit of tit for tat with George Pinner throughout this game, and there's nothing that Pinner could do about that. Again, a lovely routine. Ball onto Patterson's stick. He sort of feigns to throw it, and we think it's going to be stopped for the flick at goal, but Hauler takes it onto his own stick and fires home. And the call of keep our heads coming from the OG's bench, from Dan Shingles.
Vallely backing away. The Georgians have got time. They have the time and the opportunity. They can't, though, give ball away like that, because
corners here have been pivotal in this Wimbledon performance. I think, how many have they scored now? Is it 4? 5? All 5 come from corners? Any open play goals? Can't remember. Well, I think OG's...
Duncan Scott's goal, second goal, was a field goal.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's right. The others, I think, have all been corners.
Yeah, they have. OG's scored 2 field goals in the penalty corner. As the ball's played to Hauler, who waits, looks for the pass. Weird. Now, old Georgians have to chase the game with 4 minutes 48 left in it, and 2 goals down. How long we see George Pinner. He's currently crouched down. Almost a frog-like position. That's the first time in his career he's been likened to a frog. He stands up tall and stays a lovely ball to Tom Carson, who misses. Apologies for the language if you heard it. I don't think Toby Reynolds-Cottrell was completely pleased with how that ball was travelling.
Well, the ball straight into the side netting from that angle.
That's pace.
I've seen Tom Carson have a better minute than the last one he's just played.
James Carson, that's going to always be drilling, and Rory Patton, it is the first yellow card, and Rory Patton absolutely delighted, celebrating the umpire's call, and not because he was being a bad sport, but because he knew that is a massive opportunity for Wimbledon.
It's a tough one, that, because he's trying to create himself the space to get a shot in at goal. They're 2 goals down.
Minimum 2 minutes.
Fires it into the body. And obviously, as we've said before, that doesn't happen in outdoor hockey. It's a nuance with the indoor game. You can't shoot through a defender.
Minimum that Georgians have to play with 5 players. Organising as he always does. It goes to Patterson's reach, was exceptional there as he controlled a difficult ball.
There's a bit of a gamble situation here for OGs because they need to get the ball, but they've only got 4 outfield players, so they've got to try and step out and put pressure on, but not leave space behind them.
To Griffiths, who tries to drive his way through. Reynolds Cottrell with a good save. The gloves, and then for Sutton out. Chris Griffiths, I didn't see what happened, but he's down, he looks in pain. Coming together with Duncan Scott and Alan Forsyth.
He manages to wriggle through, gets the shot on target, but then I think it looks innocuous. I think maybe turned his ankle or after the shot.
Just taking a moment. Cottrell takes a moment to lift his mask and wipe himself with a towel.
So just under 3 minutes to go. And you would imagine there's probably about another minute, less than a minute on the yellow card.
Forsyth dictating what Kai Kepler will do with the bully. Griffiths into Patterson, who berates himself because he knows that was an error.
Unforced. Yeah. So this will really make things interesting as we see that once again. Very simple. Griffiths gets the ball back towards the goal.
Wimbledon get ready. It's not the last to be ready. Lovely. Griffiths, and we've got a very interesting 2 minutes 38. The clock's ticking. It's 4-5. It is a thriller in Derby.
Jackson, first time, brilliant. The way that he slips that, he doesn't even control it. It's just a first time glance. Gives Griffiths the time and he flicks it high. So still down to 5, Georgians.
He was waiting to come on. Wimbledon protecting a 1-goal lead. A goal in 9 so far. Pinner saves again. How many times have we said that today? It was a regulation save for a very experienced international player as he was. Played, of course, his last World Cup in 2018 in Bhubaneswar. And the 4th, weren't they, in that World Cup from Brighton?
They were, yes, after brilliant pool stages, last 16, last 8, and then we lost heavily to Belgium in the semi-final.
Lovely bounce of the ball over the stick by Tom Carson. I mean, you're absolutely not allowed to do that in indoor hockey. It was a gorgeous dink of the ball. And at the other end, Horler runs into trouble. Carson, Griffiths at full tilt penalty corner. Chris Griffiths there has just weaved at full tilt some magic for old Georgians.
And a yellow card for Kepler for that challenge. So I felt that Kepler had fallen as we see the replay of that. Griffiths goes down, yeah, he just slips and he plays the ball. It's a deliberate attempt at a tackle whilst he's on the floor. Clear yellow card. So OG's back to their full quota, and now Wimbledon down to 5.
Shingles, here it comes. Jackson into Reynolds Cottrell. It'll be a re-award. It is. It just came off Reynolds Cottrell into one of the Wimbledon players. Horler was having a polite conversation with the umpire about the decision. 1 minute and 3 seconds left. Old Georgians here fighting for their three-peat.
Where's your money? It's so tough to call this one. Momentum, swing.
It's rare that I sit on the fence. I think Reynolds Cottrell has been superb so far, but I don't want that to be the kiss of death either. Jackson, and there is Ashley Jackson when it matters. He doesn't give Reynolds Cottrell a moment, and it's in the roof before you can say 5-5.
What an execution of that skill. Absolutely on the money. Top corner. And so OGs now have the extra player. Wimbledon a player down. 5-all.
If that isn't goal of the final, just for the time and the quality of the goal and what was at stake, I don't know what is, because that was... He made that look, Andy, like one of the simplest goals you'll ever see in hockey. And it was 10 out of 10.
He tends to do that. For penalty corners, it's just... I mean, it's like watching Michelangelo paint. I don't know if that's a good comparison. But
I was going to say, did you do that? You made it sound like you did.
The master of the game.
An opportunity for old Georgians and Forsyth to win it at the end as Griffiths has hurt himself again.
He's in the wars.
He is. He's rolling over and over as well here. He's going for a third one. Triple Salco with twist for Griffiths. But he gets up. Oh, ow. That looks nasty. Genuinely has really hurt himself here, Chris Griffiths, jokes aside.
Well, we said there'd be drama, didn't we? Beginning of the day this morning, seems a long time ago now, but we said there'll be spills, there'll be thrills, there'll be drama, and here we have a men's final.
I hope Chris is okay, because he's concerned, he's really hobbling. He turns over that he was making, almost to try and escape the pain in that way that you do when you've really hurt yourself, as the ball comes in from Carson. Oh, flashed wide, Tom Carson. Reynolds Cottrell, what's he doing? He's on his back suddenly like a stricken turtle as Shingles, he was literally lying on his back and couldn't get up. The hooter goes. We got shootout. We said we had two excellent goalkeepers. We've seen that despite 10 goals scored, and now they get to really prove themselves. Reynolds Cottrell was excellent, and James Carson recognises that fact. George Pinner was sensational. Tom Carson recognises that fact, and we now have a shootout to decide if it's old Georgians or Wimbledon.
Well, what a game. The last 3 or 4 minutes with Wimbledon, when that yellow card came with about 4 minutes to go, 5 minutes to go, and Georgians are down a player, Wimbledon ahead, you're sort of thinking there's only one team that's going to win this. But then the shift in momentum the other way, the corner that Jackson scored, then they have a full 6 against Wimbledon's 5 with Kepler being sent off. Incredible last 7 or 8 minutes, and it says quite a bit about the spirit, I think, of this Georgians team. They will never give up.
So 3 players from each side will step up. They have 6 seconds from 3 metres outside the D. That is where I tell you what, Derby has some facilities. I'll come back to the shootout in a second. But that is the Derby arena that we're in. It's a velodrome, essentially. It's beautiful. Next door is Pride Park, which is the Derby County football ground.
Can't quite see the Peak District. A bit misty today, but
beautiful.
North Derbyshire, lovely neck of the woods.
Shootout it is. And as I was saying, 3 metres outside the circle. Keeper on the line. 6 seconds to score. If it's level after 3, Andy,
we go to sudden death, and they change the order that they're taking the shootout.
That's true.
Well, unsurprisingly, Kepler, Plenivo and Patterson stepping forward. So I'm often asked as a coach, how do you select? What happens here? Do you practice? Well, yes, you do practice them. You spend a lot of time practicing, and you try and establish, whether you're playing outdoor or indoor, 7 or 8 players who are happy to step up and have a go. It's not just picking 3, it's about actually picking from a pool of players who are willing to step up and have a go.
Of course, the little narrative is, although all Georgians are looking to win their 3rd in a row, Wimbledon, if they won, it would be 3 in a row, but it would be their 3rd as well. Both teams looking to have that little feat. Of course, East Grinstead was 8 in a row long ago. Sensational stuff, and a certain St Albans team, 5 in a row, back in the late 80s and early 90s. I can't for a moment think who was ruling the roost for that team.
And if you go back to 1984, was 84?
Slough.
That was a penalty shootout. St Albans against Teddington at Sobel Centre, and that was a penalty flick. So shootouts had not been invented all those years ago, unsurprisingly. Yeah, penalty strokes.
So 3 1v1s each team. Carson just steps over the advertising hoardings. And just to update you on the Chris Griffiths injury, he is receiving treatment. He's getting ice on it. It does look really nasty. Jokes aside about the rolling, he really hurt himself.
He has a smile on his face, which is actually a good sign with Griff, in that he's not reeling in pain.
You saw what I mean, Andy, the sort of way he rolled over and over. It almost looked like he was trying to exaggerate it to the umpire, but when you then saw him get up, there was no exaggeration whatsoever. So, Kepler. And unsurprisingly, Mr. George Pinner remains in goal for Old Georgians. Stick saved by Pinner. And it is first blood to Old Georgians.
So George Pinner has this habit of, he likes to go face to face with the attacker if he misses. You watch him.
I think that was Hauler's response earlier on with the celebration, arms in the air and fronting up like Pinner tends to. Reynolds Cottrell against Ashley Jackson. Jackson says, hang on, I can't be expecting this. Feigns at his back's hurting. He says, I can't be forced to wait that long because you're literally making me guess.
So I have seen Ashley Jackson go straight in the circle and shove it top left in the roof. Just like that.
Yeah, there we go. Jackson does exactly what Andy said.
But he waits, he watches. Look, he's getting his head up and picking that spot. Brilliant. Now, Pleneval, what's he got?
My line of sight there, Andy, was actually blocked because Wimbledon, their line of players, I'm not going to ask them to move, obviously, Pleneval are right in front of us. Pleneval steps forward. It's 1-0, and it's Wimbledon's second. Pinner on the line from Georgian, excuse the language, apologies. High pressure scenario. And technology has just broken down. Poor Max Planover, well, his back seems to be okay. Pinner comes out just to look at the gamesmanship from Pinner, wandering off his line, making sure that he's in control of the scenario. But is forced to wait.
Where are you going to put it, Max? What you said now, Max is going to have a look at the ball.
Difficult scenario for both player and goalkeeper. Pinner comes across to have his opinion, but will be asked by the umpire to return to where he came from at this point. It's difficult when the technology goes wrong and you have to feel for the officials on the bench who are doing their absolute utmost. And
wonder if they're going to do it on the hooter now. It looks like it'll be hooter and stopwatch, or whistle and hooter with stopwatch.
Now it's mind games. Who responds in a more positive fashion to a difficult scenario? Planovo goes wide and he's hit the post.
He's hit the post. He just did the right thing, went wide, drew Pinner across, dropped his shoulder, created the angle. Oh, just hits the outside of the post there.
Up steps Tom Carson.
Carson to win it for Old Georgians.
For the third time. A trick of wins. Here comes Reynolds Cottrell. And he scores! And Old Georgians have won the treble, like East Grinstead in the women's competition earlier. Old Georgians on the shootout. Take it 2-0. Pinner, the hero with the saves. Jackson and Carson doing the business from their efforts from 3 metres outside the circle, and a comeback in the game from 3-0 down, and multiple comebacks in terms of being behind as well.
Yeah, the advantage played there on that final. It looked like it was probably going to be a penalty stroke, but Carson still had the time to slam it low. And yes, it was a game of comebacks. That last 4 or 5 minutes, and you're thinking, OGs are down a player, they are down a goal, 4 minutes to go, yellow card. You're thinking they're not going to get back into this. Yet somehow, and it says so much about the spirit, I think, within this group, that they managed to claw their way back into it. And in the end, the thickness of the post, the brilliance of George Pinner, whatever you want to call it, the brilliance of Jackson and Carson win it for them.
You've got a winner, you've always got a loser in that as well. I'm just looking at Toby Reynolds Cottrell, just off to the right-hand side of halfway, stooped, chin to the floor. A player who played exceptionally in the game today, made some sensational saves, as did George Pinner.
We said, didn't we, at the beginning of the game, that goalkeepers were going to be pivotal in this one. And as it turned out, they were. But what a game. I mean, what I liked was that, I mentioned it a lot, it got a bit untidy in the second half, but the intent from both teams to attack, to play, whenever there was a turnover, whenever there was a counter-attack, go for goal. What can we do? Even from the back, balling going off the end, can we get the ball in play quickly? Can we get going? And that, from a hockey perspective, is a real positive. And Old Georgians now simply have to go over to Spain in 2 weeks' time.
The one thing is, it looks like there's Carsons of the future to come.
That a young
Michael
Carson.
Kern with Chris Griffiths. Assuming it's not Michael Caine with Chris Griffiths.
Well, let's get a word then from one of our winners, player of the match, Chris Griffiths. Chris, first of all, what a match that was.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the best final I've ever played in, to be honest. It was incredible. Testament to Wimbledon, they're a hell of a side. We knew exactly what they were going to bring, which they did, 3-0 up. We had a clear plan and we didn't sort of take away from that. And yeah, thankfully to get into shoot out, and then obviously the rest took care of itself.
Yeah, massively. Look, you guys have won this before, both finalists knew how to win this competition, but for you and that group of players, what does it mean to you to win that as a team? Because like I say, lots of you know each other from international careers, but also you've got players in there that haven't played international. You've created a real team ethos there. What does it mean to win with those guys?
Incredible. I mean, we've got a young lad, Woody. He's still at school. He's unbelievable. We said before the changing room, this could be some of our last finals. It could be one of his 40 to go. So just trying to win this one for us as a squad, for the young lads, for everyone. You know, I'm 35 now, so you never know how many more of these you're going to play in front of. So yeah, this is a special win.
Amazing. Well, congratulations. I'll let you go celebrate with the team. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lovely words from Chris Griffiths, and a chance for this club that are making waves in English and European hockey.
Great to hear him pay tribute to Sam Wood there, who just has matured. As the day's gone on, he's really matured into this team. A few people have said to me, one of the very best indoor hockey coaches, Jamie Kingston, down in southwest London. He's down in southwest England. He turned around to me and said, "You make sure that you have a look for Sam Wood. He is a bit special." And yeah, he's had a cracking day, semi-final and final.
Jamie Kingston, was he Hounslow?
Teddington, Jamie Kingston. Teddington, yeah.
The Carson children continue to run amok, which, as we say, the more practice they do, the more worrying it is for the rest of hockey. That's what they've won again. Frustration from Maxime Plenevaux in the background as George Pinner has words with Andy Halliday.
Thanks, I've still got it, as he walked past. He certainly has. Maybe he'll think about playing another year of indoor. I think it depends how they get on in Spain in a couple of weeks.
Ready to do the honours. And firstly,
Jackson gets his medal.
Officials. The tournament director, Joe Barnes, technical
Forsyth,
officers,
influential player in the game, goal scorer, the third of 5 Georgians, and he's hurt himself as well. Officials had such a to play today. Earlier from today.
Again, they're all volunteers, the officials. Hoping that this, being an official at this sort of competition, will give them the opportunity to do some work over in Europe, which quite often happens. We see a lot of our officials and umpires taking part in indoor competitions abroad.
Of course, we must congratulate the umpires that recently were announced number for the World Cup, Outdoor World Cup in the summer in Wavre and Amstelveen.
Yes, yes indeed, the officials are just going to, I mean, what an event that's going to be as well.
It's slightly mind-boggling. As someone who has only ever done, well, I've actually only done the Men's World Cup, not women's, and never both together, as was the case back in The Hague in 2014. To get your head around that many teams and 2 championships running literally at the same time will be amazing.
Well, it'll be a hell of a party, won't it?
It'll be very different as well from Amstelveen to Wavre, because very, very different places. Wavre is a small town, and Amstelveen is literally on the suburbs of Amsterdam. It's a very different feel to it. Exceptional stadium being built in Wavre. With a real football legacy for the hockey team.
There's the old man and the young man there. Nick White, I don't know how many finals he's done. It seems like, he still looks like he's only about 20 years of age. And Isaac Charles, very much up and coming, with his brother Jake. Did the semi-final together. And again...
The next award is for the Harrod goal of the final. That was scored by Wimbledon's Ed Horler.
Ed Horler gets goal of the final. Some really top quality goals to pick from.
On the match to make it 4-3, perfectly executed. Slipped penalty corner right at the death of the third quarter. Horler keeping a cool head in a pressure situation.
I love that that's the gift.
In front.
Taking a mini goal home with you.
Winner of the Harrod goal of the final, Wimbledon's Ed Horler.
Takes it with him. More practice ahead of next year.
And time now to recognise the player
Rears Offspring in the front row, taking it all in. Medal hanging around the neck. Player of the match, Chris Griffiths. Battered and bruised by the end, and he hobbles forward in a warrior-esque way. It was the explosiveness of Chris Griffiths today that made the difference, didn't it, in the vital moments in the game?
Yeah, fast hands, the ability to just pick a shot. and he'll shoot from anywhere. You know, he's a real goal threat. I would put him alongside Alan Forsyth. I think both of them have been pivotal in this Old Georgians win today.
Congratulations to our player of the match, Old Georgians.
Hope that knee injury improves swiftly as well. A little bit looser.
Now ready to celebrate with our champions.
Waits, has to walk back and then walk back again. That's cruel on the veteran, the wounded veteran. Alan Forsyth is making sure he gets there and doesn't get let off the hook. And here come the champions-elect again. 3 times in 3. The Georgians have matched what East Grinstead did earlier. They've gone back to back to back. Ed Carson had a quieter day.
I thought the Carsons generally had a quieter final, but for I think 1 goal that Ed scored.
George Pinner and Alan Forsyth. And now with the trophy, it's time to celebrate.
Forward to his team. And again, lofts the Super Sixes trophy high into the Derby sky. And this team, Pablo Uzos is given the trophy. The Spaniard enjoys the moment. The Georgians win. Super Six again. The hat-trick is done and dusted for them. The support staff have such an influence and do so much in the background. Forsyth beckons his mum onto the pitch. I believe he was. It looked like he said mum. He's come on, he said. The young Carsons are being handed the goods. Concern on some basis that they might spill it. Recognised in the important times. These Old Georgians at the fore once more. And at the moment, the unstoppable force in indoor hockey. Super Sixes in the Open Men's Division. Reflections on the whole day, Andy?
It's lived up to expectations for me, as it always does. We've seen some real quality, some different styles of indoor hockey, some tight games, some games with loads of goals, some games with brilliant defence, but it's overall another fantastic day.
It has been a fantastic day, a fantastic venue, the Derby Arena. We've seen East Grinstead win for the 3rd time in a row. We've seen Old Georgians win for the 3rd time in a row. Andy Halliday, for your thoughts, your considerations, your reflections of the games today. Thank you. It's been intense. It's been utterly superb from you to you at home. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you've been inspired to hopefully take up the game of indoor hockey. For now, though, from Derby Arena, with congratulations made to East Grinstead and Old Georgians, it is a goodbye.
So, incredible finals here this afternoon. A victory from East Grinstead in the Women's Super Sixes. 2-1 against Sutton Coldfield. 5-5 in the Open Men's final. Old Georgians beating Wimbledon 2-0 in the shootout. Thank you for your support here this afternoon and indeed all the way through the day. With an incredible atmosphere here at Derby Arena. Thanks to all the staff at the arena and wonderful hockey maker volunteers. And well done to our 2 champions, East Grinstead and Old Georgians. We'll see you again soon at the hockey events. Have a safe trip home and all the very